我们会让巨窟州再次经典。我们将在公司加班，在公交和地铁加班，我们将在卧室和厕所加班，不惜一切代价。我们绝不放弃，我们会让巨窟州再次伟大。
欢迎收看大型纪录片之《老节宝》，让巨窟州再次伟大。本节目由无极帝国军事特约赞助播出。巨窟州是一个让人又爱又恨的巨窟州。当几十朵返魂花降临，整个江湖开始苏醒。记录员老节宝端起他的旧相机，准备对回归玩家展开调研。岳三是今天的第1名回流玩家，今天是他回游的第1天。研究完今日的 OOTD， 激情满满的准备加入返魂花大军。
一肩之锐，所向披靡。
他和好友骂骂咧咧地前往返魂坛。这些英雄谁跟谁呀，根本活不下来。
没事儿，三哥，你搜了这么久，还是白刀白甲，这波咱们记了不亏。
老节宝听在耳里，痛在心里。光速召集小节宝，计划对巨窟州做出以下建设性改动。他大手一挥，将近几年省吃俭用的所有家底全部掏出来，建设到美丽巨窟州的每一个角落，提高了物资的投放密度。部分神秘大奖被抠搜的老节宝埋得比较深，节友们可以通过采集、挖矿、探索获取。一起回来打劫不？掐喽！最后，老节宝私聊了山海赛季之后上线的英雄们，以后不用来新版巨窟州上班了。
回流的节友宝宝们和你们不熟。
胡图为是今天的第2位观察节友。今天，他带着小相好神很妙一起回归巨窟州。在大厅做完一系列你侬我侬的动作后，夜晚，他们仍在你侬我侬。突然，神很妙侧后方斜坡上射来几只近视与数不清的冲弹，神很妙在面前化为浑种。胡图为愤怒地开启奥义，刚猛的斗气鼓幻化而出，他的速度很快，逃跑的速度快得让众人望尘莫及。他嘴里念叨着：不打架的世界有什么不好？巨窟州的世界太残酷，我们都没法好好填霜，就像我们曾经无钱那样。我要创造一个只有妙的世界。痛，太痛了！老节宝再次听在耳里，痛在心里。原地召集巨窟州土木工程部，平地砌了一栋高楼。在这里，人与人之间没有杀戮，只有生存的希望和老节宝留下的各种宝藏。但由于老节宝搭楼没有获得上面同意，此地只能维持150秒。但我想，这对他们在这个残酷的世界已经足够了。请问你现在幸福吗？
我姓胡。
铠甲，出体。什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？擎天铠甲，出体。你回老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。
们会让巨窟州再次经典。我们将在公司加班，在公交和地铁加班，我们将在卧室和厕所加班，不惜一切代价，我们绝不放弃。我们会让巨窟州再次伟大。
欢迎收看大型纪录片之《老劫宝》，让巨窟州再次伟大。本节目由无极帝国军事特约赞助播出。巨窟州是一个让人又爱又恨的巨窟州。当几十朵返魂花降临，整个江湖开始苏醒。记录员老劫宝端起他的旧相机，准备对回归玩家展开调研。岳三是今天的第1名回流玩家。今天是他回游的第1天，研究完今日的 OOTD， 激情满满的准备加入返魂花大军。
一剑直锐，所向披靡。
他和好友骂骂咧咧地前往返魂坛。这些英雄谁跟谁呀，根本活不下来。
没事儿，三哥，你搜了这么久，还是白刀白甲，这波咱们记了不亏。
老劫宝听在耳里，痛在心里，光速召集小劫宝，计划对巨窟州做出以下建设性改动。他大手一挥，将近几年省吃俭用的所有家底全部掏出来，建设到美丽巨窟州的每一个角落，提高了物资的投放密度。部分神秘大奖被抠搜的老劫宝埋得比较深，劫友们可以通过采集、挖矿、探索获取。一起回来打劫不？掐喽！最后，老劫宝私聊了山海赛季之后上线的英雄们，以后不用来新版巨窟州上班了。
回流的劫友宝宝们和你们不熟。
胡图为是今天的第2位观察劫友。今天，他带着小相好神很妙一起回归巨窟州。在大厅做完一系列你侬我侬的动作后，夜晚，他们仍在你侬我侬。突然，神很妙侧后方斜坡上射来几只劲使与数不清的冲弹，神很妙在面前化为浑种。胡图为愤怒地开启奥义，刚猛的斗气舞幻化而出。他的速度很快，逃跑的速度快得让众人望尘莫及。他嘴里念叨着：“不打架的世界有什么不好？巨窟州的世界太残酷了，我们都没法好好填霜，就像我们曾经浮潜那样。我要创造一个只有尿的世界。”痛，太痛了。老劫宝再次听在耳里，痛在心里。原地召集巨窟州土木工程部，平地砌了一栋高楼。在这里，人与人之间没有杀戮，只有生存的希望和老劫宝留下的各种宝藏。但由于老劫宝搭楼没有获得上面同意，此地只能维持150秒。但我想，这对他们在这个残酷的世界已经足够了。请问你现在幸福吗？
我姓胡。
Hello everybody and welcome to the mid-seasonal challenge. My name is Hitfriend and I am joined by Creatives as we're getting ready to go into our second day of solos. Creatives, you did the first day. What were your takeaways from that?
This is third day, but...
Oh, this is third day?
Yes.
It's because we started early. It's because we started on Tuesday.
Yes, we really did. So this is the last day, right? And unfortunately, technically, we still have one global player, that being Frostivus, right? And technically, but you know, every other global player has, unfortunately, you know, played their 2 days, and they're at the bottom of the barrel. So, you know, right now we're fighting for that 8th slot. Right now, we have Wufong and Ruo being those bottom 2 right now, I would say, as well as Lipo is not safe on that 7th slot. So, you know, it's going to be a battle between those 3 players, I would say, to see who makes it into that top 8 for the grand finals next week. But the top of the pyramid, it was just fully dominated there by Verse and Frostivus. Day 1 had an extraordinary day for themselves there in the first day. Second day, Mike and Spider play, and you know, it feels like the old days. They're back right on top, being able to have a massive pop-up game. Mike being the one holding the throne right now with the most overall points out of all the players, and you know, they're still going to be playing today. So today is pretty much, you know, like a pro league lobby, I would say. We have all the CM players, including Frostivus in there. So yeah, it's unfortunate for the global side, but you know, this is you know, you can kind of expect how much higher the skill ceiling is, especially in the pro league, with, you know, the amount of practice they get, the amount of you know, time they spend in LAN. It's not the same like if you do online. But you know what's the same is these Twitch shops here. Hitbrain is always there.
Yeah, make sure that you get your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account. Grab yourself these goodies. We're not on stream event. We are just on the top half at the moment. Stream event, I believe, will be when the finals kicks off. So you'll be able to get all those goodies over there. But yeah, I mean, kind of circling back a little bit, I think the expectation was that the global teams weren't going to be doing too great. Obviously, Southeast Asian teams like 521 play in the MVPL. So
correct,
they have a little bit more kind of like regularity to their kind of practice and stuff. So typically we do see Southeast Asian teams do well at internationals because they kind of just play well, they play in the CN league, so they have like all that extra experience. But for our NA, for our EU players, for our, is it AS or AU? I can't remember how we say it now.
AS, yeah.
AS, for our AS region. Like a lot of these players, because NARAKA outside of China is a little bit smaller, they don't get that experience of playing with a crowd, on the stage, with the lights, with the ref. You know, I was talking about it a little bit on day 1 as well. You have white noise being pumped into your ears. You have that kind of constant sound going on in the side of your ears, which means that, you know, it's quite disorientating the first time you play on stage with all of these factors, and they don't have quite as much experience getting to that point. So, you know, hopefully it's one of those things that as NARAKA grows and, you know, hopefully we see some more investment in like the NA and EU league, you will see the players actually get a little bit more kind of acquainted with this area and actually able to maybe start to compete with the CN teams, because it has been quite a few years now and CN is genuinely untouchable in this league.
Yeah.
To be honest, these guys are absolutely cracked, but these are our groups and where everybody is. We're being C today, so it's actually just a NBPL day. That's what we got going on here.
Yeah, it really is. As well as we can talk a little bit back as well as last year. Me and you both were in Saudi Arabia for the EWC for our MSC for 2025. And to me it was a beauty to watch in the sense that was the first time the CM players actually had to fly out as well to compete at LAN, which we never see that. Most of the times all the events are held in China. So 2025 was just a major year for that. But also there was only a 1-day structure opposed to what we have this year, where this is more of a kind of like a J Cup structure where we have our group plays into the grand finals the following week. So taking a look at our overall standings, like we were saying, the overall bottom of the pyramid, starting with Charhard, ends up with 7. I think it was Zay, then Zelditch, and Ruo, and then Zelditch, and then Wufong. Now 10 with 20. Frostivus only played 1 day as well, was 20. So both of those players are 6th place already, still having a full set of 6 games to be played out today. XWAP played out his 2 days with 23.5. Burst has only played 1 day, 24.5. And Spider and Mike both playing out today as well with 27 and 30. And Mike, I know Mike's been working very hard. Mike's been having an off-putting seasons for quite some time. He's had a little bit of glory, but not as much as a player of the caliber like Mike would like to have. Arguably him and Spider have been the top 2 best players in the league for a long time, and I would say Mike has struggled for quite some time, especially last year in the summer split. Somebody like Spider, he did take some chips home. He was our MSC 2025 winner as well, so now he's setting up today to see how much point he can rack up to take for the finals tomorrow in next week.
And remember, one of the things we were talking a lot about over in NBPL about Mike is Mike was toying with retiring at the beginning of this year. Yeah. He decided to give it one more shot. This year, Mike kind of wants to rack up as many titles as possible, get an MSC under his belt because he lost to Spider last year, getting a world championship because he lost out on that as well to Wufong last year. He didn't get the first NBPL title. That was XY who was able to pick that one up. So, for Mike, he wanted to give it one more shot. He wanted to give it one more year. He needs to start putting some titles together. This will be a big one for him. He started pretty hot at the top of the table right now. Got a lot to do. Can he make this MSC his one? Or are we going to see someone else play an upset? Because the thing is, and one of the main points that we, actually both of us have talked about over on solos on the NBPL is, I think that the skill floor has just come up so much beneath them, where Mike and Spider just used to kind of reign supreme over everyone. I feel like everyone else is so close to them at this point that if Mike or Spider have a bad day, they actually do hit the bottom of the tables. They genuinely look lost compared to some of these players. Frosty has been looking really, really good over the last couple of years. He's been getting better and better incrementally every year, and we're starting to see just better and better performances from the guy. And now this player who is this kind of tri-regional champion is looking to try and actually tick China off as that 3rd region for him. XY, Zhanyuan, who's been around for a long time, taking the last NBPL season under his belt. It just feels like everything's getting better and better for everyone else, which is making it harder and worse for Mike and Spider, because like I was saying, Mike wants this to be his kind of like swan song season, swan song year, and so far he is getting challenged on every front. Maybe that keeps him fired up for 27. He doesn't quit. We'll find out.
We'll see. I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, the top 5 it's just so hard right now. I think it became a lot more day to day who comes out and shows out on tournament day. Like you mentioned, Mike and Spider ran the league for a very long time, and then that skill ceiling started getting shortened by everybody else. Players like Verse was in there. He started putting a lot of pressure onto those 2 players. XY came in when he first came in, showed up a whole different style, especially with his smoke. Wufong, I think Wufong really took a lot of people from surprise taking J Cup last year. I don't think he was, anybody's talk, but, he came out and, won when it mattered the most and the biggest tournament of the year. And, you can't take that away from him. I would say, though, this year, he's been having a slow start, right? Coming off a J Cup, not being able to, have a top 5 finish is just, it is rough there for Wufong. But, you know, he's here. He played a good set of games for his first day, and now for second day, you know, like I said, he's close to that bottom barrel. He's not safe yet. He still needs to see if he can stay up in that top 8. Players like Ruo, though, dark horse for a lot of players. That player, he really turns up around game 4 or 5. It's very scary, especially the run he had for day 1. Playing a very low amount of points for his first four games. Comes into game 5, drops a 7.5 overall game score game, and then I believe like a 6.5 for his game 6. So, you know, that's all it really takes, especially with a format now that has changed throughout the Pro League, and now that we have it here for the MSC. There's no kill multiplier. It really comes down to, you know, the placement and, you know, trying to stay up in those end games. I mean, we rarely see them, and it also depends on the tempo of these players. Sometimes we have an explosive game 2. Starting off our BR, and sometimes it's just very structured, and that's the thing that has really changed a lot. Aquas for day 1 was our mirror match as well, that all these groups are pretty much selecting for their first round selection. But for day 2, we have Yorohime taking that slot for a game 6. So, you know, today that's another thing I'm going to be looking out if we're going to be getting anything different in that mirror match department, just to the fact that, you know, that really determines the selection of how the remainder of the players select their characters, and the fact that how many times is this player gonna be able to play Akos, which, you know, arguably has been first round seed since the spring split? Or, you know, are we gonna have somebody else messing up that order with picking, I don't know, what we had, Kylan. Even Kylan been having a lot of success in our round selection. But, you know, that's all it really comes down to, those decisions on these players, and see which type of characters I want to select for that. But yeah, it's gonna be a blast here. I'm very excited to see how our game 1 martial arts solos is gonna go.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Actually, I haven't done solos since the ACOS nerfs either, so I haven't been able to watch any of the changes. I know that obviously he's fallen down the roster a little bit. Was Temi only trios, or was he solos? Really enough, I can't remember which way around it was. I know he got nerfed in one of them.
He got nerfed. Oh, I'm not too sure where he got nerfed, but they still play.
He got nerfed in one of the modes. Maybe we'll see him, maybe we won't. But yeah, obviously ACOS getting hit was a big one, because he kind of was just the guy for season like 1 of the year in solos. Like, ACOS was absolutely huge. So it's cool to see that, you know, we've now seen changes. I'm so happy to see that Yoto is getting some love, actually. Yeah, she's such a cool character, so it's really awesome to see. Let me have a quick look at the hero rankings. Yeah, so Yoto does sit at the top. ACOS is still sitting pretty comfortably in number 2. Tied actually were picks, so Yoto and ACOS both have 16 picks each. Although ACOS is averaging a slightly lower like kills and damage to ACOS. Kylan and Tumultuan, Jeonhan Lee, and Zenda actually all taking 8, so tied between 3rd to 6th. So it does still feel like we have a pretty solid structure of hero ranking and who's getting picked. But we had 2 Tarka picks. That's crazy.
XY.
That's actually crazy. But yeah, it's obviously moving into the martial arts part of the tournament. I'm very excited to see what these guys are going to be locking in here and what their ideas were, because we saw in solos over in the MVPL, a lot of the time it was the Feria matchup in this solos martial arts, but then we saw some players actually figure out that like Justina was a really good pick into it, and it was a way to kind of outstall the staller and shut her down and have like counter options. And that is exactly what we see as our first matchup here. Mike gonna be on that Feria, and then Frostivus locking in the Justina as the answer. So lots of defensive utility to both of these two, but with some good counter options to Frosty. Can get that freeze off, but does get the pillar dropped on him. So Spear comes out, throws out the F just to recover some of that armor. Just have to play, dash away, doesn't want to get hit by the scale rush. He's going to throw out the F there. Combo breaker comes out from Spider for a little bit of poke as well. It's Frosty. Let's try and get an opening with that fan, but he has not been given the opportunity here by Mike at all. Frostivus for a Spider. Frostivus going very low here, has to throw down the ultimate, catches the freeze onto Spider, catches him with a fan, but he's going low, has to freeze himself up to get some armor back. And this is going to give Spider an opportunity to heal, as Frosty, I think you're in some real danger here. Is going to look to try and catch away, has put down the wall of ice so he can heal himself up, but he cancels actually. I know you got armor pot off. Okay, we're okay.
super stally characters, right? Both characters being able to drag out the fight for so long. Spider hasn't been mech'd up yet. Frostivus very low here in this fight. Already used his powders there, so now he's going to eat up the 1.0. Forces out the F, going to get back that armor there from that F alone. Spider just completely chilling here, can just sit here, get his rage back to rethrow the beacon. You see him still applying the pressure there to Frostivus, but he is going to eat up that 1.0. Now Spider trying to go for the mid dodge R&B, but doesn't manage to catch. He is going to be playing around that mech, and now you see the Overwatch mech in play. It looks so cool there for the Farius Shen. And now it's just a stall game, right? Frostivus has to use all his grapples to try to stay on the top side of this mech to avoid the line of sight. Has to F once again, just completely stalling out. We're 50 seconds left here in this first round of our martial arts solos. And, you know, we could potentially see the book with how long this fight looks like it's going.
Wait, Frostivus actually has the health advantage right now. Armor's gone away. Spider gets the parry, though. Able to get the damage through, and there it is. Spider takes round number 1. I hate that matchup because it's so stall heavy, man. It's so much stalling going on. But moving over, something a little bit different for our second matchup. We've got the Yoto being played by Spider. And Frosty is going to be locking in the Justina. And then it's an ACOS mirror matchup. If Frostivus can pull this one back, can Spider beat out the stall champ, though? With the Yoto, has to throw out the F immediately. It's going to get a lot of damage thrown into him by Frosty. Staff is just such a powerful tool there. Ultimate's committed by Spider. He needs to be unrelenting with it. Don't give Frostivus a window. Looks for the parry. Doesn't get that. Remember, that sword will go through walls, so it does do a lot of damage here. And he's actually catching onto Frosty nicely. Frosty has to use the combo breaker, and he's just going to mech up. Spider goes for one last slash. Is able to make the connection with it. And is now going to try and get a pot off, but they don't really have too much defensive utility. F into the sky is going to blink up to the high ground. But I don't think Spider's really going to get an opportunity to get much of a pot off. And he takes 2 cannon shots to the head as well. Oh.
Yeah. It's just rough, right? You get caught up with 2 missiles like that. Literally, it's like 45% of your HP. You see him turning the fight around there. Unfortunate there for Spider. He was not able to stay up there with that Yodohime ultimate to get those LMB crouch LMBs. But overall, now round 3. Taken to that Akko's mirror match. Goofy silly headpiece there for Spider. F opener there for Frostivus. Now Spider's going to go ahead, invest out Akko's ultimate. You see Frost trying to stall as long as possible. Now gets caught up, so he is going to be forced to pop this ultimate. The leaps are getting hold over gold, but the V2 call in there from Frost is good. They are R&B for the extra damage is good, but Spider responds now with a chomp down as well. Responds with the same sequence of damages, and now the second V2 called in there for Frost, and he weaves these leaps. The those rolls are good. Going for the overhead. Now Spider taking with those weaves as well, being able to clear out, but now the ults are gone. The F's invested. The 1.0 opener tries to mid dodge catches with the F. Beautifully done there from Spider. The 1, 2, 3 to the crouch LMBs. 1 HP in a dream. Looking for the last and final hit confirmation. Can just stall this out as much as possible. And the jump LMB is going to be good there for Spider to close out round 1.
Yeah, Frostivus didn't stand a chance there. Spider played that real good. Yeah. Now it's Mike versus Ruro, both on the Justinas. Not Justina. Feria. So no Justinas to counter this. It is going to be 2 mechs heavily stalling one another out. Dagger versus, I think that's nunchucks actually. Oh no, it's fist weapons on Ruro. So not the staff Feria, which we've seen quite a lot of people play for. Mike opens with the parry, gets a nice amount of damage off of that follow-up from the dagger. Strips away all of the armor, catches him with the F. Ruro's going to need to get in his mech real soon, but Mike doesn't want to let him near a pillar. Calls it down. There comes the F out. Mike tries to get the damage off. Quick tap dodge away there from Ruro. There's Mike. He just has so much health right now. He's just completely dominating it. And there's the parry. Can he get the damage with the riposte? No stalling necessary.
Wow.
Beautifully played by Mike.
Wow, that was so clean there from Mike. I mean, overhold into the shift parry there. Just every read he had there onto Ruro just completely shuts him down, not giving him even a chance to mech up. So that's a quick fair mirror match between both of these 2 players. And now the Zenda is out here for Ruro. Akko's for Mike. Even has an own Akko's face card that was implemented into the game. just how much he played this character. Now let's see it though. The F recast there for Ruro into the power from the whip sword. Can get the follow-up as well. Big damage there. Look at all that HP gone. But the green focus is called in. Gets chomped down off the Aqua's ultimate. Beautifully done there from Mike. Has a lot of HP to try to cover up now. It's gonna go ahead and weave this as well. Beautifully done there from Mike. Uses his second V2, trying to see if he can stay up, but gets caught up off the tap dodge. And now Ruro with a lot of damage into the follow-up again, and that's gonna be enough damage there for Ruro to equalize now into a 1-1 between him and Mike. And now round 3, the Shayo is out, but now has to go against a Yodohime here for Ruro.
Ruro absolutely decimated Mike in that second match out there. That was beautiful. The Yoto versus Shayo. See how this one is going to work out. Mike stepping forwards first of all with the dual swords, able to get a massive chunk of HP away from Ruro, strips away half his armor. Tried to go for the uppercut, didn't catch him though, as Ruro will answer with the ultimate and can be quite unrelenting here. Would just completely juggle him around, being able to strip away a lot of that armor. Has forced out the F there from Mike, who catches the turnaround. Ruro is low and catches him with the ult. That was a very, very quick best of 3. That was just one dominating match into the other, but Mike takes it 2-1.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody have a higher heartbeat than Ruro there. 173?
Oh my word.
Yeah.
Bro, 173 heart rate is not okay. That is an incredibly high heart rate.
He's not even playing. He's at 150 now. Oh man. Okay, let's see. Lipo against Verse. Farers are out for both players. Staff in hand for Lipo, Dagger for Verse. So Verse, now I'm seeing Mike as well. Frostivus has been a player that likes to play Dagger here in game 1 as well. So we haven't really seen a lot from other players, but now they're coming out a lot more, especially this traditional CN style. You see Verse doing it, just continuously crouch canceling there to try to cast tap dodges. He enters up with an R&B focus, gets a lot of damage onto Lipo. Lipo now forced to overhold, gets the damage off the R&B, mid dodge R&B as well. Looking for the cross up, and I think he's fishing for the prow for that same extension combo that Spider did earlier with the staff, with the slab, that he did was able to implement that into day 2 as well, where he was able to clean out one of these players. But we see him now just overholding, needs to try to make up as soon as possible. I would say he needs to be real careful, but he sends it. Now both Fs are called in, has the safety now. The F, he is going to go ahead and mech up, and now the stall game between both Verse and Lipo is in the mech, but Lipo very low here in the white HP department, looking for the missile shots. Responds now. The health pools are even pretty much on both sides. Missile shots flying on in from Verse. Lipo being able to take 1 battalion in there for the white health. And we see him now trying to stay up and hold his ground, but Verse not even caring about this, still applying the pressure, even though his white HP is pretty much gone. Now we're back to neutral, and Lipo has the health advantage.
Yeah, Lipo feeling very comfortable right now. Needs to find that opening, but Verse not going to be looking to give it to him easy. Gets a little bit of damage off there, catches Lipo with the uppercut. They're both on pretty much exactly the same HP. Lipo just a little bit lower, turns it back around. Him and Verse just 1 hit away, both of them. Verse, blinking health bar. Lipo goes down. That was unreal. And look at the heart rates on both of them. They spiked so hard there. Into match 2. A lot less stall is another mirror matchup between these two. Akos off to go into game number 2. Can Verse make another beautiful play here? Opens with a roar, didn't make a connection, does still have the ultimate. It's going to wait it out. Looks to dodge away on the ultimate on the roar with his ultimate. Was able to make the connection. Looks for the Tiger Leap, or waiting for that Tiger Leap actually. Does need to think about throwing it out at some point. He gets eaten up though by Lipo's Tiger. Strips away all of that armor, and Verse very much on the defensive here. Now he goes forwards, misses that first of the Fs, of the Vs there, sorry. Is going to dodge away on the next one, and his ultimate has now timed out. Lipo will be losing his fairly shortly as well, but Verse on the back end here has been caught by that roar, and that is just a very easy equalize on the score. We haven't seen a 2-0 yet. They've been very, very back and forth matches.
Yeah, it's been all the way to round 3. But that's some beautiful patience there from Lipo. He tries to stall as long as possible to pop that ultimate. He was forced to pop, but he insta leaps into Prowl there and forces out a lot of damage there onto that player Verse. And we see now round 3, another mirror match between both of these players, but that's flying knives here for Lipo. Verse with the staff. See it now, the LMB's crouch, LMB's out. Both ultimates now. Overholds for the Clink. Doesn't manage to get it. The damage confirmation does go towards Versus way. Now the F called in, and he continues to get aggressive off of this as long. Tap dodge through. The ult recharge is good. Doesn't manage to get the distance there, so he is going to be able to stay safe. But Lipo now is going to have to fight burst out of this ult as well. Both players D-meching off that ultimate status, but Lipo now gets cut off on the lead. There's gonna be a lot of damage here for Verse. Can potentially finish with a jump LMB, and there it is. It goes to Verse here in round 3. And now Chen against Wufong, our current J Cup winner, gonna be playing that Faria. We have a Tarka here for Chen for round 1.
That's super cool. It's Fireball Tarka as well for Chen. All mirror matchups last round and no mirror matchups this time around. Chen honestly picking some mad lock-ins here. Got the Takeda as his final pick, but opening on the Tarka. Strong statement from the guy here at this international. That's Wufong. Just playing defensive right now. Isn't actually getting too close. Chen, can he find the opening with the whip sword? No, he can't. He's going to pop himself the ultimate. Has 6 fireballs to work with, but he's been juggled against the edge of the zone there. Does get the first fireball cast off, looking for a potential second. Not going to make any connection yet. Has got some damage down onto Wufong. 2 fireballs left to go. And Wufong is just going to mech up. As Chen is just going to try and stay away from him now. Does have quite a lot of movement speed while in the ult form. Chen, no, not able to dodge everything. Has lost a lot of his armor, a lot of his HP. It's just getting absolutely railed by the swarm there. Is going to get the jump on as well. The Goomba Stomp for Wufong into the kill. That was nasty work.
Oh, man, it's just so much damage, man. And it gives you to confirm 2 missiles. Depending on the height, you can even get 3, I've seen from these players. But we get so much damage off the Goomba Stomp there on top of the head. Now, once again, Wufong's going to be starting off this with a 1-0 lead. Temmie intact here for Wufong, playing the Flying Knives. We've seen how well he can play the Tomuk with the Flying Knives, especially in game 1s, being able to catch that Wisp. Plus, that shotgun burst confirmation into the prio, but we see it here. Chen's gonna be applying tons of pressure here onto Wufong. He is gonna be forced to pop this ultimate, trying to see if he can find the Wisp confirmation, but the overhold here of the Yodohime can just make her stay safe for such a long time. Catches prio, the grapple bump into the re-Wisp, recatches it, and recatches the Wisp as well, but the F called in here for the Yodohime, recatches prio off of this, but the blade in the back end saves up there for the prio, and now we go to round 3, and you see all the player cams, all the players laughing. Verse there saying unfortunate, pretty much just that could have been a lot more close. But now the Takeda round, and we've seen Chen being able to play out this Takeda. I believe he got a second for day 1, so he goes for the full extension onto the Takeda and uses the Fern to get a free confirmation shotgun burst once he's done with his combo.
Yeah, it's a really solid one, played well. Does get hit by the raw, well, dodge away on the raw, sorry. Flying Knives versus Staff. That's a bit of a range advantage there to Chen, but it does force out the first of the Furen shots. It's a parry, though, from Wufong. And Wufong gets the Tiger as the follow-up as well. So much damage. Still 2 Furens available to Chen. He's not going to get the opportunity to get a pot off, and he just eats another Tiger's Leap forwards. He needs to buy himself some time, but that ult's timing out soon. The Furen shove actually not able to get too much off. 1 more Furen shove available, but I don't think he's even going to get the opportunity. Has the F lined up so he can go over the shoulder, but his health bar is at too much of a disadvantage, and Chen will be falling there. So that's going to be Verse going through to the next round. We're going to have Mike and Spider going up toe-to-toe. Good old faithful showdown, this one. So who can make it to the finals. It's a Feria matchup, mirror matchup to open us off.
Let's see it. Both players. I hope the devs see that and see how desperately Takeda needs a rework off of just that round that we just saw. Because, man, once he gets caught, he just burns his burns and doesn't have much to it. But overall, let's see it. Both players on fair. Mike and Spider. Classic. This is a classic go for both of these players. Got Dagger from Mike, opens up with a 1.0. Good damage into the Soul Break, 1-2 confirmation. Back to back as well. There's going to be a lot of damage here. Eats up so much. Tries to go for the jump LB finisher, but Spider responds into the extension. Not true. Doesn't manage to get it. And the final R&B there for Mike to make a quick work of Spider. It felt like a 15-second battle.
It basically was a 15-second battle. Mike is here to play. Mike is here to put his stamp down on MSC. He lost out to Spider in one of the most exciting finals I think we've ever had in NARAKA.
Yeah.
These two having a very extended 1v1 back in Saudi last year at this tournament. And this time, Mike, he wants to be on the winning end of it. Takes a massive chunk there from Spider, dodging away on those sword slashes. Wait, is that old Yoto ult? That is. I didn't realize that's the original Yoto ult, not the rework. Spider playing very, very exciting here. Looking for another slash off onto Mike. Mike's able to tap dodge away from it. He's going to get himself a little bit of damage off Spider. Has the F. Can take it if he needs to. He's not going to get the recast off. Mike actually on the tail end here. Really, really low HP. Armor being stripped away from him. Needs to look for a big roar and a follow-up off the back. Catches the uppercut. There's the roar. Gets a bit of extra damage out onto Spider. Spider's health bar slowly starting to go down. But Mike will end up losing that one. Eats the whip sword. And they've tied it out one apiece.
Wow. The Titans are back, and you see how close it is. Little warm up there for Spider to get back into it. He responds quickly into round 2. Now the Xiaoyu is being played out here for Mike. And, you know, I would say Xiaoyu looks very good now with her rework, where she saves a lot of her own, especially in the BR. You can clearly see how much better she is for these picks here, for these players. But now let's see the Uncles for Spider. Massive parry open here for Mike. It's gonna be a lot of damage to the crouch LMBs. Now Mike responds, or Spider responds with the power, forces out the F. The Shy ultimate called in, and the Uncles can V2 her out. There it is. Gets the confirmation hit off of this alone. Jump LMB, the shield proc comes in. The second one as well. Looking for the shield throw is good there. Mike now it's gonna respond to 1-2s, but now weaves the second V2. Beautifully done. Spider now chip damage coming into play, and to finish it off, a shield throw there from Spider. Being able, or from Mike being able to close out there the fight onto Spider in nice way there, just to get the kill confirmation to go up there to the grand finals.
Yeah, very, very clean shield at the end there from Mike. And now we got Verse versus Wu Fong. This one will be going through to play versus Mike in the finals. Well, finals of this first match.
Yes.
Wu Fong getting a little bit of early damage off. Now, we've been lucky because we haven't had too many Ferrier stalls. Let's see if we can keep that going. It's Verse! Massive parry. The follower comes through. He needs to get towards his pillar if he wants any chance of turning it around, but he goes for the uppercut there with the dagger. Tries to get the turnaround to Wu Fong. Wu Fong goes for a slap on, but Verse has actually done a fantastic job of turning this back around. Wu Fong pulls out the pillar. Verse is going to mech up, and they're both in the mechs now. Low HPs across the board. Cannon fire coming through, and it's just going to be a pot angle inside here for Verse. Actually, didn't they change that? Can you not pot inside the
Oh, you can.
now? Oh, you can. Okay. Okay. There's someone else who got changed on that front then.
Hardy.
Hardy, that's the one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank God for that one. Alrighty. Back into the action. We had to stall because they were stalling, so now we can get back into the heat of it. Wu Fong, low armor, caught by the uppercut with the dagger once again, and there it is, Verse. I genuinely think this dagger Ferrier might be better than the staff Ferrier now.
I agree. And I mean, Verse, I just felt like Verse has no fear. He just sends the 0.9s, 1.0s right in the face off and just dodge in as well. So he's getting those damage confirmations in a very scary way, and it's working out perfectly for him. But now we have the Temi out for Wu Fong, the Uncles for Verse. Fist Blaze there for the Uncles. Jump and be there to stall out the tap darts ×2. Tries to read the cross up, catches the 1-2, beautifully done. Goes for the whiz. Now the Uncle's ultimate is being invested in to avoid all that damage. He does get the knockback there off the ult cast there from the Tumult, and now has to force to stay inside this Tumult ultimate. Nice weave there to avoid it. Tries to read the whiz throw, barely connects, or almost connects, I should say, there off that whiz. That ult is gone there for the Tumult, but the Uncle's ultimate is still up for just a little bit longer. The leaps have not yet connected yet here for Verse, and he mid-dodge catches Prowl there for the full hit confirmation. Shotgun burst 1-2s, weaves, no, gets cut off the F. Now Verse trying to respond, but the F is up here for the Tumult. Gonna be playing on top of the pillar, trying to see if he can get the last hit confirmation, and the clink there to end it off. And Wu Fong is gonna be taking that first round. Or second round, sorry.
Second round. I know, we haven't had a single one of these be a 2-0. Yeah. Everyone's gone all the distance, but they've still been very fast tempo. Now it's the Oto staff versus Akos. Also on staff, actually, I think. here for Wufong. Yep, both on the star. Wufong goes to the raw, misses. Verse gets a couple of hits in. That's going to be the ultimate out. Dodges well on that first Tiger. Verse actually doing quite well here. Throws out the F as well. Can just use that to dodge well on the next Tiger. Is actually just going fully aerial. Ooh. With the ultimate to play evade away. And now that Wufong ultimate will be timing out soon, Verse will be able to drop down and just go full on relenting here. Onto him. Dodge away on that Tiger. Okay, sorry. I thought he would have used the Tiger. He hadn't. Verse now. Ultimate's out onto Wufong. Verse can use that sword just to get a little bit of early extra damage in. Gets caught by the uppercut, though. Loses a fair chunk of their armor. All of their armor, actually, is Verse. Seeing if he can get an opening onto Wufong. Wufong's playing actually a distance here, using the pillars for scale rushing and just playing away from Verse. Verse does get a couple of hits in, catches him with a grapple to keep him aerial, and that is going to be a beautiful turnaround from Verse. Wufong, can he find the save? I don't think he can. It's Verse versus Mike in the finals.
And it's a ditto on the Farias and the Aquases. Just going to have a different round 3 there for the Yodo for Verse, and then the Shayo there for Mike. But overall, we're going to be having a first 2 rounds of Ditto characters here for Mike and Verse. See the dagger once again for Mike and Verse. So it's a pretty much same setup for both players now. Let's see here how the opener is. 1-2s. The beacon down early here for Mike. Looking for the turnaround. It's going to go ahead and mecha pretty quickly Verse here, and this is going to be very dangerous territory here for Verse, especially once he D-max. He needs to see if he can try to get as much damage as possible, but Mike's going to respond with the mech as well, so it's going to be a stall game. See them just waiting this out as much as possible. Damage not enough, especially when they're fully healthy like this. The first missile shots, and they're just laughing at each other. No, that's just a stall game. First one out because he was the first one in. Now Mike seeing he can find any missile shot confirmation. Doesn't manage to do so. Gets the Gooba Stomp, forces out the Farah F there. But Verse responds with the crouch LMBs. 1-2s. Mike tries to go for the parry. Now the cross ups. Crouch cancels there for both players. You see them getting very aggressive onto each other now. Big parry there from Mike. Verse now is going to eat up a lot of this damage into the area R&B as well. Soul Break gets released there from Mike, but Verse, on the other hand, still playing the cross-up game, being able to avoid the 1.0s there from Mike, and he opens up with another one, and Mike is going to parry those every single time, it looks like, and it's back-to-back parries for the hit and kill confirmation there from Mike to take round 1.
That was very clean there from Mike. I think he was a little bit in Verse's head there. So heading into the ACOS mirror matchup. Also, why does no one use a skin on Feria? They use mech skins, but everyone uses the base skin. Yeah. It's really weird. Well, Mike dodges away. Oh, nice dodge on the F, actually. Just gets it away, catches onto Verse. Gonna get a lot of extra damage off him there. Strips away most of that armor, forces the ultimate out. Verse once again, first to ult. Mike second to ult. Dodges away on that Tiger. It's going to catch Verse, though, with a Tiger in response. Catches him against the pillar. So he's able to get a lot of damage off onto Verse. Still got another V to throw out here from the side of Mike, but he's pinned against the wall. That was getting a little bit nasty. Misses the F, but it does allow, sorry, the V, but it does allow him to reposition. And not a single matchup will be a 2-0 today.
Wow.
We're going all the way.
Wow. And it kind of just flip-flop, right? First round, Mike opens up with double parries, or he gets the double parries for kill confirmation. Now Verse for round 2, just double prials there to just completely take out Mike there for that second round. But now round 3, got dual blades, Shayo here for Mike. Nice mid-dodge LB catch there for Verse. Now the Yoda ultimate is going to be invested in Mike. Now tries to stall as much as possible. Nice weaves there to avoid the slash there, but catches Prowl, forces out the Yoda F. Tries to re-engage there with the LMBs. The ultimate now called in here for Mike. Goes to first shield throw. It's good as well. Reads it very quickly there. Tries to catch the R&B. Doesn't manage to do so. Yoda ultimate is about to run out now. There goes the ult recast. Waiting for the weave. Nice, beautifully done there for Mike to avoid giving any of that help pulled back. And the Shayo ult is still online here from Mike. Uses the F. Still has 2 shield throws. The first one connects. Now winning, so he can throw the second one, and he does. And now the damage confirmation. Oh, it runs out, but he still catches the chain up against 1-2 spam there off the dual blade. So they're back into neutral. Quick reset, and we might be going the distance once again.
Yeah, I think we are going that distance. F available for Mike momentarily. Still has a little bit more health than Verse, especially with him getting these little hits in here and there. Trying to fade away. Verse looking for the window with the staff. Not been given it, but Mike has finally been clipped here against the edge, and that might actually just be enough to put Mike on the back foot. His health bar very low. He's not in the... Well, sorry. Okay, he's dead. There we go. I was going to say, he's not going to die here. Nope, he died right there. And Verse takes the first round there. Mike going into second. And it felt like Mike was really playing with vengeance, but, you know, fell short in that final matchup. Beautiful opener. Beautiful opener.
I mean, that's the thing there for Verse, being able to quickly adjust there. I mean, he caught Mike's bluff there, back to back there, thinking that he was going to sit there and try to go for the prio, but I mean, Verse just didn't care. He just sends it and gets the damage times too. Verse is giving me a little bit of a old school T225 vibe, just being able to launch those 1.0s back to back, and you see it here in this game one. Comes out victorious, winning out, taking those points on over to the remainder of today's matches, which sets you up in a lot better positioning. You know, even though it can be arguably decided that we can get a little bit more points for game one, but overall still an insane sequence of matches that we had. Like Hipper mentioned, we didn't even have one player or one set going into a 2-0. Every single round went into the distance, into the 3 rounds to see who's going to continue moving on over. And, you know, once again, like we mentioned in the beginning of the show, it just shows how high the skill ceiling is and how close these players are to each other in skill, which, you know, you can't just run through anybody now. This is pretty much a pro league lobby. Once again, top 8 still in here. What do we have? Ro, Wufong, and somebody else fighting for that bottom slot. So it's pretty much the top 8 in the league going at it today, which is pretty much giving you what you're going to expect for our finals next week as well. So, you know, it's just a little appetizer before the main event next week. But overall, beautiful showcasing from all our players. Verse takes game one once again, like he did for day one. We also have an answer for Treasure.
Yeah, one you literally answered.
Unfortunate.
This is the easiest one. If you get this wrong, genuinely feel ashamed of yourself. Who won game number 1? Was it Spider, Mike, Januan, or Verse? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, guys. The answer was given to you. You can't get it wrong. Genuinely can't get that one wrong. Check your Whisbox, because that's where you'll be informed on your goodies. And, you know, the last time Verse actually won a tournament of any sort was Spring 25. So it's been a whole year since we've seen Verse actually take himself a dub. So taking MSC would be a really, really, you know, big thing for them. But obviously, like we were saying, there's so many stat players right now. There's a lot of people who are looking to, you know, prove their worth. And the cases of like Mike and Spider looking to kind of prove that they're still the best in the region. They're still the best in the world. You know, there's lots of people trying to play for something here. And at this point, we are, you know, we're in a world where we're not having, other than the Southeast Asian teams, we're probably not having that much international representation when we head to the finals. Yeah. So it's one of those situations where, you know, this is kind of like a mini NBPL for summer now. We're just in the warm-up for summer. So this is very much like let's prove our worth going into summer. Let's get this title under our belt. You know, wants to get a bit of dollar, a little bit of a wonga, cash, cheese, cheddar. And as you can see, Verse is one step closer towards that, getting himself a nice opener to the day. Few points to start with. Now, I feel like in solos, because in trios, I feel like the points you earn here do help a little bit, but you don't get all that many points for winning the martial arts in solos, and it has made a difference, especially on a day like today where you just need to stay in top 8. That's all you're playing for right now. You just want to stay in the top 8. And actually, wait. Okay, so Rio is the only person playing today.
Correct.
So he says, oh,
and,
there's literally only... Yeah, sorry. But I'm looking in the bottom 4. Yeah, so bottom 8. Okay, interesting. So yes, there are multiple places up for grabs. 3 people are out, which does make it a little bit easier if you are in that top 8. But I feel like the bottom 3 are going to be fighting for their life today. absolutely fighting for their life. Those 2 points that Versus got gives them a little something. Nothing too major. Does mean that, you know, they have quite a lot of work to do. Now, the hard cutoff right now is actually 23.5 points. Zhang Yuan in 4th.
Yes.
They're the only person not playing today who has a point set right now that could be passed, because the rest of the points that are set are actually not playing today. So 4th place is currently the hard cutoff, and that's a long way away for some of these players. So they got a lot of work to do. As I have a look at the replays once again, this is the first matchup for versus Lipo. And they were very stall-heavy openers, actually, between the two teams, between the players. But as we got later in, these Feria matchups, just, it's almost like they forgot about their decks. They were just going full aggro the whole time.
Yeah, it's a complete tempo change, right? Because we even got the book summon in our first round, which you rarely see that. Like, that never happens, but, you know, it was closed out before it was captured, and we continue our game here against Versus and Wufong. Versus just traditional CN Dagger. It's just, I don't know what happened. He just starts playing it now, and it's doing so well for him. This was a crazy extension as well off the stab with a 1-2 R&B finish there. Into the jump LMB off this F clink to give him the confirmation elimination there. Verse against Mike. It's a big fight as well. He catches Pryo, extends with a grapple bump, goes for the overhead leap, weaves the V2, beautifully done, recatches Pryo, and look at the conditioning of Verse there, not phasing that leap and just completely catches Pryo off of LMB. It's just disgusting there for Verse. And now this was our last round between both of these two players and our last fight of the day. Just LMB Pryo off of this. This is a very long fight as well. Good job of Mike being able to stall the Yoda ultimate as long as possible. Unfortunate for him, he just eats up back-to-back focus attacks there, and that's how Verse ends up clutching up for our game 1. And yeah, I mean, 2 points, I still don't think it's enough. Like you were saying, I personally think it's not a crazy thing because you lose a BR match, right? We had 6 BR games, and you know, for a 2-point game going through the whole bracket is kind of rough, but I think it still matters, especially in the setting of today where, you know, you can take those points on over to the finals. But overall, exciting matches. We'll see how our first BR match plays out for the day 3 of the MSC here for 2026. But yeah, I mean, everything looks pretty much standard. I was very surprised we saw Justina's because day 1, we did not have a Justina being played out for anybody, not even Frostivus, who usually likes playing Justina for our martial arts solos, didn't play it out. Yeah, it's just a straight Feria stall fest in our game 1s as always. I think that's like by far the best character in that setting, just to the fact that she can get a full reset in there, apply pressure right after she does that, and it's fast. Her, you know, beacon gives her extension potential. Even though green focus is a big factor now, right? Green focus really limits how much you can extend your combo, which has been a big change here into the 2026 season that started for the Pro League. And I think, you know, that really changed up a lot of the flow of how these players played for a very long time, having that green focus in play, which, you know, limits you to just go for those 2-on-1 focus attack right off rip. You can't do any terrain manipulation anymore. The player will green focus out. You know, I saw like one grapple catch off of green focus day 1, which, you know, it's not a lot of players who've gotten very accustomed to it. So, you know, they're better off just getting their kill their confirmation hits in instead of going for that grapple check, because, you know, it has to be frame perfect. If not, your grapple just goes sideways and, you know, you're kind of stuck with your grapple in your hand and then you get caught out for Pryo. It's just so much to deal with now. But, you know, overall, it's just, yeah, it's just exciting to see just the differences and how these players adjust very quickly, right? It's just a very evolving game, and we've been knowing that since the start of the Pro League, how fast these players have to adjust to the systems, especially in the Pro League, which is a lot different than just regular playing the game. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting one to see the remainder of today's matches, especially starting off with our BR match here for game 2.
Yeah, it's one of those things I really like about NARAKA is there is, you know, there's almost like a mode for like Pro League style being Immortal War, where like what ranked is on is not on Immortal War. So you get like, you can balance the game because you have like a pro mode as well as like a normal ranked mode. But also the big thing is just they do so many changes. These players have to be used to it. Like you were saying, there's so much getting moved around and stuff. And I think that's probably one of the things that I think the international players probably do struggle with, because MSC is basically playing on the NBPL format. I say basically it is playing on the NBPL format, which I don't really know how much the internationals get to play on like that format, or if they do their own thing. So obviously it does change a lot, and like we're saying, studios and all that also plays into it. But today's not really about the internationals because there aren't any. Like we have a Southeast Asian team playing, but they're one who are part of the NBPL, so it's basically mini NBPL today. And I think in its own right, that's exciting. It's always fun to see the international teams, and I would hope for down the line we'd be able to get NARAKA to a position where we actually have almost equal representation for like each region, and then you have like a true international. Because at the moment I feel like the other regions are a bit too small to have like an equal representative from each region. Hence why it's a little bit top-sided towards like the CN teams, and them getting their like extra spots at these internationals, at J-Cup, at MSC. But the dream is you eventually get it to a position where you have like 4 Chinese representatives, 4 NA representatives, 4 European representatives, 4 Southeast Asian representatives. You do a tournament that style. That would be the dream. But right now we're not there. And my original point of playing on the NBPL format is, these guys feel very at home doing this. In fact, they are at home. This is the home studio for NBPL. So these guys very comfortable with the current setting. This very much is a good opportunity for the people to get as many points on the board as possible, get themselves into that finals, and prove their worth going into the summer split, which isn't starting too late after this season, after this tournament ends. I think I can't actually remember the dates, but it's fairly close.
Yeah, it's just right around the corner. But yeah, I mean, like you were saying, I think the reps are very important, right? It's just rough to get that for the global side. Just the same amount of reps that the Pro League gets is just extraordinary different. Just being able to play on LAN every day. I don't even know how their scrims look, so they probably scrim about 4 times a week too. So, it's a more traditional esports style here for the CN League, I would say. Compared to other titles where the teams practice every single day, they have a set schedule, they fight each other a lot. They're a lot more accustomed to everything happening in these matches, opposed to global players who they just try to do as best as possible as they can. But yeah, I mean, player like Frost came in the beginning, and first time that he set into the CN atmosphere, and he did very well. He got signed, and he's been improving drastically throughout his time in the Pro League. We saw him having an insane day 1 with 20+ points for his overall game score, and unfortunate for him, he hasn't been able to catch a chip yet, but he's been getting a lot better. And if anything, MSC could be that chip that he's been looking for. It would be, I know, very exciting for him to do that. I mean, I've been casting Frostivus since back in NA, even C, right? I was casting C when I first started casting, and he was in there. That's where I found out about Frost. He moved to NA, dominated N8 as well. I mean, just overall, he's like Thanos trying to collect all the stones from every region. But we'll see it here. He is gonna be our second round selection, and I'm very curious to see what we have for that first round selection, because Akos has been that first pick. I've been saying this since the spring split. I don't think the value that Akos has, he deserves that first round selection, because every single time our first round selection players played him, he rarely even MVP. I don't know what the actual. Whoa. Wait, who's guitar?
Okay, that might be an issue. that might have been a little bit of a bug there.
Nah, hold on, because I don't care if it's an issue. While we played Zapik round 1 though.
Nah, that can't be right. It went away real quick. It went away real quick. Do you know, because I've now got like stats and stuff.
Okay.
One of the things I was looking at when I was discussing with Moxie on Wednesday was partly like the hero rankings and see how like different heroes do. But weapon rankings are always really interesting.
Okay.
Because if you look at like the weapon selection and like what weapons are getting picked, funnily enough, flying knives dominated over in trios. Like it was a substantial difference between trios and on the weapon. So like, here's your average damage for flying knives. It's 34,000 is the average damage over in trios. The next weapon that gets the most played is fist blades, and that's 13,000 average damage. That's a 21,000 damage difference between the two weapons. It's that's silly. Then you go over to solos and look at the weapons, and yeah, guess what? Who's number one? Flying knives, 7.1 thousand damage, and then whip swords number 2 with 5.6 thousand. Like, I think this weapon needs nerfing. It's getting played so much. Wait, that's very different.
Whoa.
As well, are we first picking Taka? We are.
What? I don't think
had a bit too much go-go juice.
I don't think I've seen that since I think it was 2024 or 2023 J Cup where he was very strong. So it's been a couple years since Zai.
Oh, she made a recovery in trios as well. She did get, I believe, some buffs as well recently. I think they buffed her ultimate. So
okay.
So anyone who knows me knows I'm a Valor enthusiast. Zai is a close second for me. I am such a Zai and Valor enthusiast. I think she's such a cool character. Also, with all the Firefly maps that we have right now, being able to get that ultimate form early means that you don't even need a weapon in that first fight, potentially. It's so cool. She does a lot of damage. A lot of Fireflies, a lot of Fireballs in this. If we got the Fireball Taka coming out. There's the Kailin for Verse. Okay.
That's very interesting. It really changes the selection a lot more now, especially with that target pick for round 1. And the Zai, I also anticipated that coming for day 1, just to the fact that I was watching Frostman's stream and, you know, he was playing Zai, which, you know, I kind of just assumed that that's something that these players are potentially testing out or they wanted to play. And, you know, if you're Takeda...
This is a very exciting game for me.
Yeah.
We're doing random stuff. I love this.
Oh, man. Last time we saw Takeda was like a year and a half ago for TT25. Maybe 2 years. Very interesting. Not a traditional...
I'm so here for it.
Yeah. Not a traditional round selection for our game, too. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're like Verse, Mike, Spider, anybody in the top 4, even Frost is up there. I think you can test whatever. I think it's safe to say that you're making it into the grand finals. I think, especially in a lobby with all these players in it, it's a good way to practice something that you've been testing in the back end for yourself and seeing how well it does, especially in LAN, which is a lot different from online that you play in stream. So I think right now our game 2 is full of surprises. I mean, yeah, this is going to be very, very entertaining for sure. I was getting kind of sick of the traditional Akos. Then we would get Auto Yodo or Temi was being selected game 2. We don't even have Temi's here for game 2.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
It's a very bizarre setup for this for this game. Having a look at what we are loading out. Yeah, it's Fireball Taka. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's not Meteor Zai, to be fair, because that's very much a trios thing. It's Invisibility Zai, so the F1 getting locked in here. Huh? I love it. I love it. Frost is going for the F2 on Yoto. Very, very interesting loadout, and a lot of the kind of like standard picks not really appearing. Well, some standard picks appearing like the ACOS and stuff, but I mean, this is nerfed ACOS.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's still good. Just his kit, right? It's just his ultimate is just so oppressive. It just provides so much aggression to his opponent, and it's always all up in your face. It just makes it hard to breathe. If it seems like, especially with these players playing him. So yeah, I think the change he got where he was able to like just F right after and recast Cryo, how fast his V2s came back, it was just not okay with how Akos's kit works. But yeah, we're gonna see our game 1 potentially 4-man drop for the Vulpine Essence there on the top side of the map. Everybody landing near that top left-hand side as well. So it's a full action map here for game 2. Full aggression. We're going to see players looking. But when we're looking at those eyes, the Tarka in somebody else's hand that is not XY, because XY double picks Tarka as well. So seeing it in somebody else's hand is very, very interesting, and I'm very excited to see how our game 2 starts off. My name is Creatives. I'm here with HitBrain, starting off our first BR match here of day 3 for the 2026 MSC.
Got quite a few people hot dropped near each other. Over Chen and Spider catching each other. Spider just eating focus attack after focus attack there from the longsword. Loses all of his armor. Frosty also making his way over. Just gonna look, see if he can find some damage onto Spider. Flying knives. Spider does have a purple fan. He clipped the top of the building there, so is actually able to get back inside. But in comes Frosty onto Spider. Let's see if this Tarka first pick is actually going to pay off here. Frosty going for the full chase down. Is able to get a fair amount of damage off. A clan comes through as well. Spider puts a bit of a reposition angle out, as Frosty's actually going to go for a pot here. Spider doesn't have much more than an armor pot and has not been given the opportunity, because Rio, one of our players looking to stay alive in the tournament right now, who are at the bottom of the table, desperately looking for this kill. If he can get the kill confirmation, he is a step closer towards Wufong, who is in 8th place right now and is playing today. So quite a scary position. Spider has been able to get himself an armor swap and a bit of a reposition away. I think Frosty heard him go for the reposition. Nope. So far, pretty chill one. No big kill fights. No kill formations yet.
See it though, Mike looking from sorts of aggression here onto Lipo, onto Zai. See if he can catch up there onto the Zenda in the back end. Blue nunchucks there for the Zenda. Mike playing that purple dagger early on here. He's going to be able to chunk off a lot of HP, especially with these players not scaled up with that melee damage reduction. Mike already being able to catch that grapple. Wufong's in the proximity as well for that third-party potential. See if you can find some sort of elimination. He's also not safe here into the top 8. Barely on that bottom line. Massive parry opener here from Mike, and just like that, strips up a lot of HP, but Wufong being able to snag up the elimination there with the pistol shot. Mike does all the work, and Wufong comes in with the snag and snags up the first blood of game 2. Frost versus Spider still getting active. The Tarka for game 2. Spider still on the chase here by Frostivus, being able to back up now. A little bit of time to breathe. Wufong already with purple armor as well, as the side there in the back end. Spider completely retreats here and rotates on out. Versus Frostivus still in the mix as well. The Yodo He-Man here for this game. Playing that whip sword. Spider cuts the line of sight out of anybody. And it's a lot more structure here for game 2. You know, we typically see this just to get the players back into the mode, get their fingers warm for the remainder of the matches. So, you know, game 2s are usually a lot slower. They start posting up for that first Yang once it pops up, trying to scale as much as possible to go in there as healthy as they can with the inventory that they desire to do so. But Ruo, on the other hand, right, still fighting here to stay into the MSC with 10 overall points. Needs to see if he can catch up onto Lipo with 14. Lipo on the Zenda. Ruo being able to snag up that Aquas in round 3, which is, or even round 4, I believe. It's a crazy statement to say just how different the round selections played out here for our first game, first BR game of day 3. But overall, we're just waiting for the portals to fully form up, as you see it here on the mini map. Almost there. Spirit Well starting to form on in as well, but Wufong waiting to post up for our realm. Nice set of armor as well. Being able to get purple armor into that first realm just sets you up a lot better. Not sure if anybody was able to snag up that Vulpine Essence. We had a lot of aggression from a lot of players, so I don't think that got captured from anybody. So we're gonna have to wait and see if we get a inventory check soon. But Spider in reverse, we're fighting for the pass, and it looks like Spider has to see he can fight off Verse to potentially steal that pass away from him.
Let's see if he can do it. Is able to capture the whip sword onto Verse. Verse does bump him back. Spider not feeling too uncomfortable here. Throws down the F, didn't make the connection with the fireball. Reverse is going to get caught by the uppercut. In comes Chen, though, as the third party, and he looks to steal the glory. Spider's going to step back, use the pistol to try and secure himself the kill. Verse has been chunked too heavily, has been forced to ultimate, and is being chased away. Meanwhile, Spider quite happy to go for the chase, but Chen able to steal it away. Spider not going to be happy with that. Gets the focus attack off on the Chen. Chen committing the ultimate, and Spider backing away. Chen gonna choose, go forward and look and see if he can find the kill. Spider's gonna back away, and that looks like it is gonna be Chen in command here. Mike got a portal to himself, and Mike and Spider both had 2 kills just stolen away from underneath them. That's rough. That's real rough.
Oh no, just unfortunate, right? But you know, luckily for them, they're sitting very pretty in the top of the pyramid. Mike with 31 now, Spider with 29.5. We are going to be having our first round. Going to be Chen to Takeda here for game 2 against Frostivus on the Yodohime. Halberds in hand here for Chen. We're going to have to wait and see how he tries to overcome that Yoda ultimate, right? Once that ult gets invested, she just has everything in that kick. Gold frames, storm forms there for anything. That was a beautiful parry there for Frostivus, being able to space it out perfectly. Gets the full damage confirmation as well. Knocks out all that armor. Now the Fury gets invested. The first one misses there for Chen. Trying to wait for the spacing behind the pillar. Still good here for the Yoda man. The LB, crouch LB catches a lot of damage. The storm form spins it back. Nice weaves there for Chen. Going for the 1-2 mix. Now the Fury catch comes into play. Going for the 1.0, but the Yoda F calls in, and just like that, all he needs is 1 hit, and he is going to be able to confirm that, and Frostivus is going to be getting that buff there for game number 2.
So one of the things I love about the Yoto is you can't turtle.
Yeah.
She will go through the pillars. It's so brutal, and we actually see Spider knocked out of the lobby. Oh no, sorry, that was someone else getting knocked out. Spider does lose his Realm Yang though. No, that was Spider. I forget they changed teams.
Yeah,
I'm still getting caught off by the OUG and SR change. It's still to this day. We're in July and I'm still getting caught off. Or June. We're about to hit July, basically. Trying to wish the year away. Frosty, though, purple armor. Purple katana as well. Very apt for the Yoto. Very much katana using character back in the day. Probably going to hammer that into a Hong sword, to be honest. It's much better. See a replay of Wufong versus Mike inside their Realm Yang. Mike trying to get a little bit of damage off here on the Zai. Ultimate not being committed by Wufong at this point. Did have the F throw down there. Mike get hit up, caught by the aerial into the grapple. And once you get pinned against the edge here, it is so brutal how much damage you take. Is able to break away. Ultimate's committed both there. As Mike is going to try and get some bits of damage off, but he gets hit by 1 shield and he's absolutely smoked. And I think that is going to be the game plan here for Wufong. Makes the connection, able to get the damage down. That should just be a nice and easy tidy up here for Wufong. 1 hit necessary.
Ooh.
Gets it with the pistol as well.
Wow, beautiful there from Wufong. Yeah, that's probably like the worst character that I could go against in the Yang.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just unfortunate that he got the Shio there for that Yang. But Mike now with a minute 50 has to see if he can try to cleanse out that Yang depletion. Wufong, what do we have? Frostivus, NTE, all with Vermilion Spirits. Might buff to Ruo, Gold Spear off of that Yang. Lipo. Potentially be looked at here, the Zenda of this game. Mike's starting to move on in. He hears the aggression, and Ruo being able to continue getting aggressive onto Lipo. Kind of just get some full lobby here. I believe Mike is going to be looking at that player instantly. So the Zenda is going to be tracked down. Wufong, on the other hand, gold pole sword. Could potentially get a disgusting follow-up there off the Storm Forms, especially with that gold rarity. Chunking out a lot of HP very quickly. You see Lipo still trying to live out the pressure here from 3 other players now showing up. See them fighting for this territory on the top side. Verse moves on in. Everybody pretty much around here, especially with this bounty, gives them the call. But with 55 seconds for Mike to try to cleanse out, he needs to try to get aggressive as fast as possible. So he does snag up a bounty to find out which player he can fully track on through. Purple dagger once again here for the Zai. the ultimate and everything online. There it is. Finds Lipo. LMB opener here for Mike to see he can find the kill as fast as possible, but Lipo sends it. Big parry there for Mike. It's gonna be a lot of damage. Aerial R&B as well. Losing all that armor plus half of that white HP. Now he's running for the hills. Mike trying to go for the raw uppercut. Tries to skill work on through. Doesn't manage to catch through the window. And Lipo now it's going to potentially get a couple other players full tracking him down due to the fact that Wufong is starting to move on in. Ruo as well. Everybody in the minimap scattering towards this area. Mike. See Lipo though, still getting aggressive. Send the ultimate called in. Verse starts to move on in. Mike loses a lot of armor, potentially gonna get lobby now due to the Zenda ultimate being called in right at Mike. But Zai ultimate now called in, looking for the damage, but it's just complete chaos here from the lobby. Everybody's pretty much here on this top side of the rock, but no one has been eliminated yet.
Yeah, it's still going. Lipo is still very low, and the swarm has spotted it. And they are chasing him down. Lipo, gray armor swap, but that gray armor is absolutely obliterated away. And for Mike, I don't think he's going to be able to get that Soul Bloom in time. Lipo, can he find a blue armor swap? Is able to do so. Get some health back. Going to be able to jump away to safety. And Lipo hasn't gone down yet. Mike now moving over towards Wufong. 6 seconds left. He just keeps getting that damage in, keeps ticking up the depletion. Little by little, but only 5 seconds now. He needs to start hitting onto Lipo. Lipo's very low. Mike, can he secure the kill? Can he get the Soul Bloom? He can't touch. He doesn't get it. Mike falls. Both of them go down. And just like that, 4 people are left in the lobby.
Wow, that's insane. Wufong gets both kill confirmation, jumps up to 4. Now all these players here at this Yang portal as well. Ready to take it. No passes needed, I believe. Wufong's going to snag it up. But Ruo and Frostovitz take the second Yang. Yodo v Akos playing the purple fly knives here for Ruo. Yodo, the Yodo as well, beating Frostovitz. Both players going to be matching this, looking for the pistol shots in the sky. Being able to confirm hit confirmation off that first one. But Frost, on the other hand, trying to wait and stall. Tries to bait out the heal. There it is, cuts the hill, but he's gonna eat up the damage off the 1-2s. The F is good as well. Parry baits, but being able to have the F there for safety net is gonna be able to force out a reset with both players. Now the Yodo ultimate called in here for Frostovitz. Looking for the hit confirmation, confirms off the first one. The second one now forces out the Akko's ultimate here for Ruo. Seeing he can find a reset in, but through the pillars is just too good here for the Yodo Hime there to stop that. But the leap is good in the corner. The 1-2s misses the second time around, so doesn't get the full extension off it. Is the Yodo ult recast, gets weaved there for Ruo. The leap beautifully done there for Ruo into the F as well. Recatches probably goes for the R&B instead, forces out the Yodo F and the gold spear. There's so much damage. He forces out a full reset here for Frostovitz.
Yeah, right. Gets that reset out. Well, Frosty gets the reset out versus Ruo. And he's definitely on the lower end there. Palm Lightning coming out from Frosty as well as his Purple Soul Jade. Very scary to get into that mid-range of Frosty, but Frosty gets caught by the uppercut, gets hit by the Roar, is going to secure himself the kill onto him. Ruo playing that nice, and he needs these wins. He is still in the bottom of the table. Once they hit that top 8, taking down Frosty, one step closer towards that top spot. Now Verse, looking for the extra bits of damage here, has still got a couple of dashes lined up onto Wufong, able to make a connection. Wufong is going to heal back up, get the parry onto Verse. Verse is low HP now. Wufong, can he find the turnaround? Verse is just going to get a single pot off. Wufong's not going to let him get more than one off, though. Heals up. Armor. There for Verse. It looks like Wufong actually now starting to be on the back foot of this fight here. Doesn't have that ultimate available on the Shio. Is going to look for the damage off onto Verse. Both of them incredibly low. It's just a one-hit here for Verse to secure the kill. He gets the parry and gets the Roma Yang.
The battle of the congenerics, right? Dagger fan is just sewing your face there with the crouch cancels, trying to catch. It's unfortunate there. The Sober gets sent, and Verse reads it there against the Kylan. Wufong. See, now he's gonna be coming out with that White Tigers. Verse set it up nice, still continuing his momentum there from day 1 to day 3. Staying up currently with 2 eliminations on the board. See Wufong now with that Yang depletion. Frostovitz as well. Ruo saw that fight earlier there in that Yang against Frost. on the Akos. Gold staff now in hand. Frostivus with 2 minutes and 50 seconds to try to cleanse on out. He's gonna try to stall the timer as long as possible. Fong resurrects inside the zone. Shayo, sorry. Calling for verse. See Wufong now. Knowing what all the commotion happened right before that Yang, could potentially pinpoint the location of any players as well. Coming out of that portal, especially with the commotion that we saw there, where a lot of bodies dropped, only 4 players remain, 2 with Yang depletion, so it's going to be quickly around 2 minutes where the game is going to potentially be done with. It's just the aggression of these 2 players have to happen pretty soon. Ruo, nice setup. I think Palm Lightning was for Frostivus. Not sure what other Jades we have in our inventories, but gold armor for obviously Ruo and Verse being our Yang winners. Snagging up another gold weapon against the purple fruits being Wufong and Frostivus. With those armors in play, waiting and out, looking for the perfect opportunity. It's kind of standard, knowing, especially if you look at the mini of the kill feed, once the eliminations come to play, who has that Yang depletion. So these players are full aware of who's going to be getting aggressive. And, you know, if you weren't able to catch that, just use your aim lock key. Can look at the armor as well as another sign to see who are those players if you weren't able to catch the eliminations in the kill feed while you were fighting. But overall, just a little bit of downtime here with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left here for Wufong. Couple minutes left. I would say like a minute till we see the aggression unfold here from these players, and kind of got to wait and see how it pans out. If Frost and Wufong try to pinpoint a player out that has gold armor, or one of the gold armor players pinpoints one of the purple armors to see how the aggression would start. But the Bane is going to be another factor here that completely can turn the tides here for any of these players. We've seen the Bane being a big heartbreaker for a lot of players, but there it is, 50 seconds late for Frostivus, so he is going to be looking for the aggression out to Wufong now.
Yeah, he has to pull that trigger or it is going to be lights for Frosty. Wufong running inside the building to play away, and the thing is once you go aggressive, everyone's been like, yeah, it's been a couple minutes since the Roma Yang. I know you're a desperate player. I'm going to play away from you. Frosty, 30 seconds left. He has to at least get some damage on to up that timer. Has been able to add a little bit here. Palm Lightning is going to be very big for those flying knives, but is able to dodge away. Quickly dodges off from Wufong as well. Now the White Tigers have finally timed out across the board. Frosty can, let's see if he gets some damage onto Wufong here. Catches a bit of chip away. Keeps adding to that depletion timer every time he gets a bit of damage off. Trying to make a connection with that Palm Lightning, but hasn't been able to make it. As Wufong is going to get the armor pretty much equal between the pair of them here. F comes out from Frosty. He's just going to go for a cheeky pop, but he does not have long left on the timer, so he's going to commit the ultimate at this point and try and get those big slashes forwards. Tries to catch on to Wufong. Wufong eating a lot of damage, but catches him back with the shield in response. Now playing escape away from Frosty. Frosty with 13 seconds left. Needs to get some hits in to add to that timer, but another connection from Wufong's ultimate is going to hit. Frosty keeps adding to the time through the wall with the sword. He doesn't make this connection with that final slash onto Wufong, and Frosty just sends it into the zone. He knows he's done for. Wufong is going to have to try and find the Karen as well so he can get that soul bloom. Frosty goes down. What? Wufong, 30 seconds left as he's just going to look for the damage onto Verse. As now Verse, golden armor. This is going to be a very hard fight for Wufong with no ultimate and now no F in his pocket.
And Verse snags up the elimination onto Frostivus. Not sure he got a last hit pistol shot in or whatever the case was, because we weren't able to see it, but he snags up another now to 3. Massive 2-on-1 there for Ruo onto Wufong. 19 seconds remain here on his Yang depletion, but the R&B there from Ruo snags up this elimination onto Wufong. Now our last 1v1 of game 2. Ruo with the massive health advantage. Yeah, he just has so much in play now. The Kylan ultimate can't come out if he needs it, but he opens up with another parry, and that's all that he's gonna be needing. Oh no, there goes the Mortal Defiance prop. Now Ruo trying to go for the hits in, but that's a gold armor swap there for Verse on the top side, so he's applying tons of pressure onto Ruo on the side of the terrain. Can't get up onto the Scare Rush. He eats up so much damage here, forces out the 1-2. The Aqua's ultimate is still online. Ruo now getting caught up on the side of the terrain. Can't really kite on through, but Verse now is going to pop the no ult zone. Does he? Yes, he does, just in time. He says the 1.0. The Aqua's ultimate got invested, and it runs out instantly, so now it's going to be back to square one, looking for his gold armor swap with that Spirit War capture. Verse can pretty much drag this up as much as he can, and he's able to stay mobile. But we see him now catching the 1-2 on the side of the terrain. Big damage here onto Ruro. Tries to catch the, oh, he used the tone, but doesn't catch it, and he misses, and the 1-2 is good off the app. The air R&B, there goes the dagger tone once again. Lots of damage being inflicted there onto Ruro. Catches the 1-2, tap dodges on through. Still trying to full chase him down, but Verse not making this easy for him. Being able to stay up, seeing if he can drag out a quick reset for himself. The Sky Pillar here, not being able to catch. Goes for the grapple LMB. Still catches this second time around. The F knockback is good there to avoid getting caught up there from any hits there. We see him still trying to apply the pressure. Swaps on over to Hung Sword. Eats up the 1-point off the Phoenix Blast. Verse has every Jade in his arsenal. And now the reset comes into play. And we're going to round 3 here with Verse and Ruro going at it for our last fight.
Ruro must be molding with that Mold Defiance into the Forbidden Idol to stop his ult, to put his ult on cooldown as well because he used it. That was brutal. Versus being able to equalize this out, and we're on to equal footing. I think once we see the Forbidden Idol fade away and that no ult zone end, that's when we're going to see the go button here from Ruro. Remember, he is the person playing to stay in top 8. He's just qualified over Lipo. Getting a first place here will put him in such a comfortable position going forwards. Ruro, though, has lost a fair chunk of armor, so has Verse. They're pretty much on equal footing, and now both of their ultimates are going to be up and available. That's the ultimate committed here by Ruro. Gets the Tiger's Leap into the zone onto Verse. Verse is getting heavily chunked out with a Raw, and his second catch on the Tiger. Beautiful ending there for Ruro.
Wow. What a closure there for Ruro. Being able to take out Verse there. The ult came out beautifully there for Ruro, snagging up that lead into the F, and that's what I was saying. It's still so good, especially taking health from the zone. It's just unfortunate there for a character like Colin, who doesn't have that ult combo breaker like Zenda, right? Who's able to get out off of that alone. But needless to say, Verse still with a massive game to, I believe, 4 for himself. Drags out the fight very long there, especially being that third party in that first fight. With Frost in the mix, but overall an insane game 2 there to start off today's matches. Mike played outside, didn't really work out perfectly for him. Goes inside the Yang, loses it against the Shayol, and then off of that alone, just wasn't able to cleanse out. It's a very close call to see if he was able to snag up the Soul Bloom, but unfortunate enough for him, he gets taken out. Both players actually did who had Yang depletion. Then we run into our second Yang, and then 2 other players with top 4. It's just the momentum quickly changes there into our game 2. There's a lot more structure right before that first Yang. Right after that, it was all gas pedal. Everybody started getting a lot more active. Players having to try to cleanse out really pushes that agenda of trying to see, you know, where the eliminations are going to be. But overall, yeah, that was very exciting to watch. Not no traditional game that we're used to seeing. We had Tarka there for Spider, which, you know, he did get taken out very early. You still see the roughness there of the Tarka not being able to go against characters like even Kylan, right? Kylan has been a very good character, especially off drop. He did get nerfed, and then we stopped seeing him for quite some time. He starts making it back to, I believe it was the start of this spring season. We start seeing him being selected around 6th to 7th slot, and he had a lot of value. He MVP'd a lot, even though he was very low in the round selection for these players. But we saw the good value. We saw him even here in top 2 here in Versus Hand. So I think Kylan is that sleeper, which, you know, now we're seeing him a little bit higher in that 4th round selection, but still, I think he should definitely be around that 1st to 2nd slot.
Well, question for you guys at home is, how many kills did Wufong get in game number 2? Was it 4, 5, 6, or 7? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Check your whisper box, because that's where you will be notified and be given all of your goodies. Well, actually, there is a global announcement, but also whisper box is where you get everything, so make sure you check that. What a banger first games in. Mike and Spider both kind of get slammed early. You know, coming in with something to prove. I saw a bit of life in Frostivus, but honestly, all in all, it wasn't the greatest performance from him. And Ruro, the person who is sitting at the bottom of the table and is having, you know, a lot of work to do today if they want to make it to the finals, getting that dub under the board. They actually jumped into the top 8 off that game and pushed Lipo down. And I expect it to be a bit of a dance between our bottom 3 right now. I think these guys are going to be all day swapping around, changing up with each other. But opening on a win there for Ruo is a much needed pick-up for him, and potentially will put him in a much stronger position over the other two he'll be contesting for the rest of the day. You know, he gets another one of those under his belt, and he's pretty much in a position where he's forced someone else into that position of being scared for being knocked out of the league. So it's going to be, well, not the league, sorry, out of the tournament. It's a very, very good position for him. And here we are seeing at the end of that game, Ryo walking away with 6.5 points there. Wufong walking away with 4.5 and Verse with 4. And then everyone else is pretty bad. I mean, Lipo, Spider, and Mike all getting a goose egg on that game number 2.
Yeah, it's rough. I think it's a lot more rough for Lipo, right? Because we had Lipo, then we had Wufong, and then we had Ruo. You know, usually we see Ruo have like a late pop off throughout the matches where, you know, he starts heating up around game 4. But now he starts off very hot, knowing that, you know, job's not done. He has a lot of ground to cover, and just like that, he knocks out Lipo out of that top 8, overcomes it with 16.5, and Lipo with that 14. Wufong, though, still decent game there for himself, staying up there in that 7th slot with 18.5 overall game score there for TE's Wufong. Once again, our J-Cup winner, right? He can't breathe normally right now. He has a lot of pressure still on his back, especially with the performance that Ruo just had. And then he has to see how Lipo respond. Lipo has to, you know, tee up as fast as possible here to try to get these points up as fast as throughout the day, just to make sure he can stay in that top 8. Chen, on the other hand, only 1 point there for game 2, makes 21 points there. Frostovitz with 21.5. XY done with his games, 23.5. Spider 27.5, Verse 30.5, and Mike with 31. So, you know, it's gonna be a battle at the top to see how many points they can take over to the finals. But overall, we're gonna be looking at that bottom 3 between Lipo, Wufong, and Ruo to see, you know, how that unfolds. You know, is Lipo gonna be able to respond now? If he is, he has to do it into game 3, right? You can't wait too long to start getting, you know, comfortable with the matches. And we see here for Chen, playing at the Cicada was, I would say, very ambitious.
Yeah, this is a very bold pick from him.
Yeah,
pulling it out. Was able to steal away a couple of kills here and there, but ultimately it was a very, very fast tempo game number 2. You know, it was a slow start, but I find like when you have a start where people don't really do much, the mid game just absolutely explodes.
Yeah.
And it kind of, after the first round with Yang, this game just didn't stop. It just kept going until everyone was eliminated. Big stall heavy final fight actually went on for a long time. I feel like that fight with Verse and Ruo was probably the longest part of the whole game. Like it never ended because they had gold armor swaps, no ult zones, so many tools to kind of stall it out. But genuinely very, very good performance across the board here. And, you know, for some of the guys at the top, they got a lot of work to do to kind of maintain their position at the top going into the finals. Because this is looking like a day where anybody's going to be able to win. And this is the thing, is things can change pretty dramatically on the day. You know, you might be thinking you're in a comfortable position coming into today, and then you have a bad day, while someone else has a really, really solid day consistently, and they can overtake you. Like, genuinely, Zhang Yuan, our champion domestically for MVPL, I don't think they're 100% safe right now. If the bottom end of the table keep playing like this and the top end keep playing like this, you're going to see a lot of points pouring into the bottom, and they're going to all move up. And you can see Zhang Yuan, who's in 4th right now, actually get knocked out because they're not playing today. Here we are. MVP for game number 2, Ruo from DRG, walking away with that on the ACOS. Ripple set, Phantom set, and Sky Pillar as the Golden Soul Jades.
I hate that that's a thing. The way that he was able to get the V2 into the F and then recaches the V2 again, it's just, man, it's just too gross, man. It just does so much damage. There for Ruo, though, he played it out perfectly there against Verse. Very drastically stalls out that fight. Verse, he tries to stay up. He forces a second reset, but unfortunate for him, he didn't have that time to pop that ultimate. He just ends up falling short there, the MVP. But overall, top 2 beautiful games there for both of those players. And yeah, that's very interesting take there. You had Hip Rain. If the bottom side just you know, if they're playing like this throughout the whole day and the top side just doesn't really get a good set of games, then it's just going to be a very interesting sequence that we could potentially get. But we are going to be going to a quick break. Once we come back, we're going to be locking in our third game here for the 2026 MSC.
主体。什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？天铠甲，附体！你回老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Mid-Season Challenge. My name is Creatives. I'm here with HitBrain today. We saw our second game being played out, our first BR match of today's matches with explosive start, right? HitBrain, we saw the aggression right after that first Yang, how fast the tempo completely changed between all these players and the server. Yeah, eliminations happening very quickly there. Unfortunate stuff there for Mike not being able to cleanse out as well. For Spider, gets taken out very early there on that Tarka pick. Characters like Chen on that Takeda was, you know, it's a rough, it was exciting to see, but just a rough thing to see after once we're in the server, just to see how, you know, how short he falls. Still, we need that Takeda rework as fast as possible. I think that 8 slot is it's just rough to be in that last pick, especially with all the characters in the mix. It just makes it so rough to try to have a great game.
It was a very bizarre hero select. I think the Tarka is obviously going to be the big takeaway. That did nothing. I didn't see anything from that Tarka. It just fell apart very quickly. But you know, I'm excited to see what game number 3 is going to bring. And you know, we're already at the halfway point for the day. Like, there's a lot on the line right now for some of these players, and they got to start making it work. I do think the likes of Rio did really well in that first game. I think, to be fair, a lot of the lower end of the table actually did all right. Lipo is the only one who really struggled, and they got a lot of work to catch up to now. You know, hitting that halfway point, seeing Rio walk away with an MVP in game number 1 of the BR. You know, I was looking at Zhang Yuan's score going into today. They had 9 and 14 points on their 2-play games. Ruo just got 6.5 points for that game 1. And he's still got a whole bunch more games to play. You know, well, another half of the day to play. So it's catchable. Fourth place is genuinely catchable for a lot of these players, considering they already are starting with some points. So I'm very excited for today, because I genuinely think it's going to be a bit of a roller coaster on the points front and the tables. I think a lot of people are going to be moving around a lot.
It's going to be interesting for sure. Also, I feel like the lobby just becomes a lot more scarier when you have Mike and Spider on a meta pick, right? Just I think the tempo is decided a lot differently, especially what we saw from them in day 2, just fully running down lobbies with, you know, Akos, even Temi matches. Their Temi matches were insane. But Yeah, I think right now, if you had to capitalize off of the situation, I think Ruo did a good job, especially with how much he needed at to start off the day. I think he played it out perfectly. I think the most we had for one of the days was 5 eliminations, was the max that these players could get, which gave them 7.5 overall game score for a match. So for today, we gotta wait and see if anybody can either match that energy or overcome it. I'm not too familiar with to how the day 2s went in the kill department, but 7.5 for a match it's a lot of points. It's just some players can't even get a point a game, right, for multiple matches. So being able to get 7.5 in a structure like this where there's no kill multiplier, it really shows how strong of a player they are. But here for day 3, trophy's been dead center since the start, so that's a good thing to see, being able to see your prize there while you're gaming if you're up on the stage. But now our first round selections will be going towards Mike. Ruo's gonna be having that second round, and if Ruo wants, potentially if Mike doesn't play out that Akos, Ruo can double pick Akos for his second game off rip as well, which is kind of crazy to say, just due to the fact of I think he was 4th last game. So being able to double pick Akos in this sequence that you had is just insane. But it's gonna all depend on to Mike and seeing what character he's going to slot on in. We had a Tarka for game 2, so that's a point for Tarka for our mirror match, but I highly doubt that we're gonna get that again. I think that was just like a one-time thing there for Spider and a Matart. Okay, now he's trolling this. He's definitely trolling this.
I think this might be a little bit more normal. There we are, the ACOS getting locked in for Mike. On the other side, we can see Ruo looked to put in something pretty strong himself. The Yoto has had a lot of success this year since the rework. So locking in that, moving back over now to second round selection. And this is looking like a more traditional hero select now. I mean, that's still normal with the Temi. There we go. Temi gets locked in. Still is plenty of fairly strong picks open for 4th here for Lipo. And Lipo needs something good. I don't think you play an overly defensive character. You need to play something that can actually, get those kills to kill. I think Zender is a fantastic pick for that. Would really work here, because Lipo getting a goose egg and everyone else surpassing them on points after that last game means they've really got to pull it out in this game number 3. Wufong and Chen now going in for lock-ins, and yep, we have now returned to normacy here at MSC. The bizarre, the fun picks have been put away for this game number 3.
Lonnie 6. Oh, okay. So we're locking in the Tarka for our 6th round selection. Usually see Lonnie at 8. We're still seeing a Tarka in our matches. So game 3 is going to be having a Tarka in play. This time around with Gigi's Chen. Spider now. Selection is kind of different. The Shayo is still online. And then for Frost, potentially could play Lonnie or Justina. I think he doesn't take the Justina and TBR, so it's most likely going to take the Lonnie. But yeah, I mean, the big change that we had into game 2 in our selection, it really turned. Oh, Lee, I forgot about Lee as well. So
I was about to say, I was like, Liam. Yeah. Liam is actually one of the highest picked characters in the game right now.
Yeah, I forgot about Lee
in this tournament, and the fact he's going into 8th is crazy. Where like Tarka's getting picked.
Yeah, it changes. That really shook up a lot of things, because now in round 3, Lipo is playing his double pick into the first 2 BR matches of the day. This is his second Zenda game off rip, and he's just climbing up on the ladder now for his round selection. So it kind of narrows his pool in that mid area once he gets there. But yeah, it's very interesting, the selections we have for our second game. Now into the game 3, you see there where Lee wasn't even selected for our first game of the BRs, and now to game 3, it's in that 8 slot where we're used to seeing Lonnie's being picked there. And the Tarka really shakes up the selection here into this match. But overall, I mean, I love Tarka, so love to see that. It's just Chen, I feel like he can't get too comfortable. He can't really get too comfortable. He played that Cicada for game 2, which was, I would still say it's very ambitious, right? He didn't have a great game. I think he collected like 1 elimination into game 2. Now it's a game 3, going off with another off meta character. He has to find a lot more value than just one elimination. Has to see if he can get those eliminations in Yang, come out victorious. A player that does that well is XY, but even him, who has been playing Tarka for quite some time in the league, still falls short sometimes. And just, you know, it's not an easy character to pick. Once that ultimate runs out, you're just like a sitting duck. It makes everything a lot more harder to operate, especially if you're running Fireball. But this time around for Wufang, playing out that V1 Kylan, which, you know, Kylan and Zenda are both 2 of those characters that the ult changes depending on the players. As well for Lipo, he was running that same V1 for the game too, so he's gonna be matching that. So we do have sometimes players picking that V2 for either character, but this time around we are gonna be locking in that V1 for both.
Alrighty, well, here we are getting ready to go into game number 3. Heading back to Old Faithful in Morris Isle. And Lipo, lowest heart rate here. Most chill, considering he's the one in the most threat.
Yeah.
You can see in that 9th position. 2.5 points behind. Ruo. Wow, we forgot his name there. Got some pretty big hot drops as well here on Morris, so could be into a pretty explosive start here, actually. No one dropping in like the kind of Shadow Jade adjacent area. Shadow Jade Mine adjacent area. Remember, it's Firefly maps as well, so ults are going to be coming online real quick here. We will have to see. Because it is all to play for. By the end of this day, we will know who is playing in the grand finals. Next Saturday, a week today. Solos game number 3. Here we go, Morris Isle. And already we got 4 people in the area. Frostivus has lost all of his armor to Lipo. Lipo's been able to do a massive amount of work with him with the staff. Great sword onto Frosty. Definitely a weapon that can be a little bit more menacing to wield early versus some of the kind of more modern weapons that are a lot quicker. Frosty is able to grab himself some blue armor though. Gets himself the dual swords and puts him in a much better position on the weaponry front. Lipo. Blue spear. Just the grey armor, though. Doesn't need to be careful. Mike's also in the area as well. And it looks like everyone's just scattering. They'd rather loot than fight right now.
Yeah, and it's just straight gray armors everywhere. Blue upgraded for Frost, but everybody else hasn't found. I think I saw another one now from Lipo being able to snag a blue armor. Maybe potentially now we might have some aggression. You see Frostivus though not trying to be the center of attention there and potential third party with those 2 other players, Lipo and Mike, right next to each other. But Wufang, so pretty much has this full area by himself. Not sure if anybody is going to be rotating towards money to buy up some of these resources early on. Yeah, Shipwreck, Spider, and Ruo. Spider already with purple armor on the Shayo. Purple bow as well. Blue flying knives in his inventory. Ruo. Common armor, but yeah, it's gonna be a very drastic HP drainage there for Ruo. He runs into Spider there. Ruo though,
he has a bounty as well on him, on Spider.
Oh,
Ruo. So he wants to get the kill, kind of accelerate those Dark Tide coins. But oh, hold on, Lipo hit up by Mike here. Mike's still unable to find any actual significant armor. Still rocking the grey. There's a blue armor there on the floor. Shots coming in from off screen. Lipo low, but Mike's able to secure the kill as he gets the parry onto Frosty and strips through that armor. Frostivus makes his way over, tries to grab his dual swords, unable to do so. It's just going to jump in, and Mike, feeling very comfortable right now, throws down the first of the Tiger's chances, isn't able to make a connection. Frosty's going to try and get a pot off, is able to get some of his armor back, has the flying knives to work with, as he's now catching it onto Mike. Mike gets caught, has still got one more charge of that Tiger. Frosty, you're not going to be able to outrun an ulting ACOS, mate. You'd have to turn, you have to dodge, and he's able to do so, but gets hit by the F, as now Frosty is low, caught in the aerial, and Mike will secure the kill. That's 2 for him as Verse is now chased up. Mike with the gray armor securing 2 kills. Very, very strong opener, but now has to deal with Verse and that purple armor. Finally losing all of his armor here. And those nunchucks are a little bit low on durability if the sandstorm breaks out. And Mike probably will be going back for a reset as he gets hit by the Wisp and taken down. Verse, great third party.
It's just third party central too. Now Chen starts to move on in. Beautiful whisk there for Verse. Stops the pressure though. Backs on box on out. Chen still has that Tarka online. Unfortunate there for Mike. I mean, it was just back-to-back fights, and the third one comes on in. He just doesn't have enough resources there to stay up there, especially going against a Tomok with ult. So he does fall, but Verse snags up 1. Mike currently with 2, taking his reset in. Chen still trying to aggress Verse on the top side of this ballista. Prowl goes towards Verse. The top side of the ballista, the 2-1-1 is good. Sends him down the ballista tower. Looks like Chen's going to go ahead and respect this. He's going to go ahead and back on up, take his reset in to potentially aggress, but Ruo takes out Spider. That's a massive elimination there for Ruo to snag up his first elimination of game 3 on the Yodohime. Takes out Spider on the Xiao, but the first Yang portal now starting to form on through completely. Wufong, purple fan in hand on the Kylan. Hasn't had a lot of aggression here to start off game 3, but still has been playing that realm game, just waiting this out as much as possible. Try to scale on through to have a better round, but this is a quick replay here between Ruo and Spider and how Ruo was able to take out the elimination onto Spider.
All right, let's have a little replay of that one. Right. Get hit by the Xiao as well. And keep in mind, this is, you know, a purple armor Xiao getting 2 shield catches onto Ruo. How on earth did he turn this? Slash makes the connection, actually. It's going to time out on the ultimate. Gets another slash, but I think that one was actually tap dodged away. Ate the 3rd shield. Ruo eats the parry onto Spider, catches him, gets a lovely turnaround. Quick reposition with the F recast. And how did he do this?
Oh.
He is 1 hit away. Ruo forcing the F out there from Spider as well. Catches him with the uppercut. That is a disgusting turnaround, actually. Really, really well played.
Wow.
He's here to qualify.
Yeah. I can't believe he woke up mid-dodge Embiid. Just no fear, right? He's just like, hey, I'm 1 HP. I might as well try to go for the catch. And it worked out perfectly for him there. He was able to snag up the elimination. Even though he was at a back foot throughout the whole fight there, he gets parried. And yeah, he loses so much HP, but still managed to stay on top. Chen and Verse, Tomok beats Tarka, sorry. The Tarka might have a rough time once this Tomok ultimate gets invested, but let's see. The prowl is good here for Chen. Forces out the Timey F very early here. The fireball through there to avoid that scare rush. Beautifully done there from Chen. You see the Tomok going for the scare rush again, but the prowl here for Chen going for the 1.0. Big damage, plus the follow-up is there. Just so much damage into the jump LMB. And first not being able to snag up the ultimate in time. And that's a beautiful way to win out that Yang.
That was absolutely disgusting. Now we're on to Wufong versus Spider. Spider lost all of his armor, is going to pot up. Wufong also going to pot, so it's just a full reset between the pair of them here. Ultimate still here available to Spider. Actually, he doesn't have any cast left of it, so no shields to throw, but we'll maybe be able to use a little bit here onto Wufong. Wufong playing the evasion away. Just getting clangs off for a second. Has been able to strap away all of that armor from Wufong with the purple fan. Can he get a little bit of extra damage off here? Looks like Spider's going to catch him with the uppercut. Keeps him in the air with the grapple. Goes for the focus attack off. And there it is.
Wow.
Spider will take that realm of Yang.
Wow, that was beautiful there from Spider. Just quit toothpicking there. Snags up a gold whip sword off of this. Plus the Vermilions. I believe that might be slow shot there for the Jade. But overall, just very structured gameplay here from Spider, being able to snag up the Yang, and definitely needed that, especially off of losing that fight against Ruo. So going in, still winning out that Yang. It's a big turnaround there for himself. Ruo, though, once again, winning that Yang out. Purple fan, or gold fan, sorry. Replay here for his Yang. It was against Lipo. This was a massive fight, right? This is the bottom side duking it out here. So these are massive turnarounds here to see how these players' momentum go throughout the game 3. But Ruo here, being able to have that storm form there on that Yoda ultimate, has everything that he needs to try to stop the Zenda ultimate. Gets clipped off the flying bow shots and still being able to dodge the old recast there from Lipo. Staying in the pocket since the overcharge into Lipo. Just so much damage. And the Stormform is enough damage there for the elimination. And Lipo has to cleanse, but he has Wufong in his back. And I don't think he has elimination to his name.
No, I don't think so, unfortunately, with the cleanse, with the debuff and no kills. Lipo in serious danger, gets his pot cancelled as well. Is able to get a shot off there onto Wufong with the bow, but the follow-up is here. And Lipo, I think his life is just getting made very hard for the last 3 games of the day. Walking out with a donut is going to be incredibly costly. He gets a pot off and immediately loses that armor. Does get a little bit of return fire onto Wufong, but Wufong has been steadily chipping away at the HP from him. As Lipo's putting as much distance between the pair of them as possible, that depletion is ticking down. And Lipo's opportunity in making it to finals is slowly fading away here. All it's going to take is one last little bit of a hit from Wufong, and Lipo will be knocked out of the lobby. The Zenda not really making the work here for him, unfortunately. Looks like Wufong's happy just to get a pot off. He knows that that's going to give Lipo a pot in response, but looks like Lipo actually may be able to get away. Wufong, though, also with the debuff on, depletion on, needs to translate a kill out fairly quick.
Also, Frostivus is out of game 3 early. Don't know where that happened, but he ends up getting eliminated with 0 on the board. Lipo now runs back here through Shipwreck, potentially see if he can spot Wufong with 38 seconds and counting. This is round 2 between both of these players, but Mike could go ahead and start rotating on in. He potentially has a call that these players rotating towards this side. Spider as well in the mini-map already showed up here to this third party. Both players with 20 seconds and counting. I mean, this could be an easy 2-piece for either Spider or Mike if they're able to get the last hit confirmation. You see Wufong now getting caught up here from the bunch here by Spider. Trying to see he can scatter on through. Goes to F there from the Zenda. Kind of ultimate now calling in for Wufong. Seeing he can even out the health pull here onto Lipo. Good slash there to send them back. The second one connects as well. Yes, it does. Lots of damage here inside the hut. Trying to see if he can scatter on through. Spider now starts to move on in. The Shio F was invested, but Wufong's timer still ticking. Looks like Lipo is going to be eliminated there from Wufong, but the Bloom is going to be going towards either Mike or Spider, so Wufong still has to try to fight this through, and Spider is already getting aggressive onto Wufong. See him try to scatter back into Shipwreck here for the huts for the movement, but it's just so much pressure here from Spider, and Mike now showing up as well.
Yeah, there's no way Wufong's gonna be able to survive this for 45 seconds. It would take a damn miracle from him. And he's just playing movement. He's just playing evasion.
Oh, no.
He's on the back foot. Mike has found him against the walls, against the barrels. Into the zone he goes. And Wufong will fall. Mike secures himself his 5th kill, I believe, now of the game. Wow. Yeah, 5th kill. Absolutely bonkers performance there from Mike. Quite comfortably jumping into first place as well off the back of this one. And now with 5 players left in the lobby, Roma Yangs has spawned up. We're going to have a couple more people going on to depletion. This is going to be a very fast game again, Creatives.
Yeah, it's just, like I said, game 2, usually there's a little bit of structure. But then the remainder of the games, especially like today, right? I mean, honestly, if you're in that top 6, you're kind of just, racking up points. But now even Frostivus, you could say is in a tricky spot now with 21.5 due to the fact of the games that Rua has been having for his first 2 for his game 2 and 3 can really try to shut down one of those players, but everybody else is just can have a field day here to rack up as much points as possible. Mike already being one of those players with 5, so he's doing a really good job doing that. But Spider and Chen are going at it right now. The Tarka of the lobby still alive here for our second Yang. Seeing if we can see, I feel like we haven't even seen a Tarka ult being invested thus far, so we'll see if he does call it in now. Opens up with the 1.0. Spider now launches back, trying to see if he can create a little bit of this spacing here. The grapple not good here for Chen. Has to double throw it through, and looks like the powder is gonna be good there for Spider. The fireball to avoid getting caught up off that R&B. The F called in as well there from Spider. Click comes in. No ults yes thus far here for the Tarka. Going for the double jump, trying to avoid as long as possible and stall out this Shayo ult to see if he can live out the pressure here from Spider, being able to swap back on over to the fan there for the movement. You see him being able to quickly scare rush on through for the pillars, but Spider with beautiful tech chases through there. Now the Tarka ultimate gets called in, gets caught up with this first shield through, the jump LB for the extra damage, trying to stay up. The second shield throw is good as well. The Tarka not being able to live out the pressure there off those chains, and Spider with a quick showcasing there in the second Yang to be snagging up the buff plus the gold dagger.
Yeah, that was maybe a little bit too patient on the Tarka ult, to be honest.
Yes.
Waited until it was way too late and it wasn't going to buy you anything. I'll have a look at the other replay. This is Ruo taking on I can't actually see Verse. Ruo taking on Verse inside this Yang. Lovely parry to open up with there. It's a massive chunk of his HP out. Verse now just playing on the back foot, and ultimate still available. A second parry. Ruo is really, really committed to making it to finals. And honestly, the way he's playing, he genuinely deserves it. Really, really impressive stuff. Now, coming out of that, Verse eating the fireball here from Chen. Chen's already got a couple of casts off. It's going to finally time out on that ultimate. Does have his main fireball back and available to him. Verse taking a little bit of damage. Chen's going to try and get a little bit more off here. Gets a massive chunk out of that armor. But they just got Ruo with the bow. Just shooting off on the side, just chipping away at both of them. They're both so low. Ruo could easily translate this into 2 kills. We did see a parry come out there from Verse. I think he was throwing out his his golden fans. Flying knife, sorry. Can Ruo secure the kill onto Chen here? Chen's very low. Ruo gets the copper, gets the damage. F comes through, and that should just be Chen going down. Ruo able to secure it. Verse being denied. Ruo just walks away with 2 kills, turning it into 5 total, and jumping further up the scoreboard. Fantastic play from him.
Ruo is gaming right now. Back-to-back 5s. Now, I mean, yeah, that's a very scary sight now if you're Frost, Wufong, or Lipo, right? Taking on over the lead there in that 6th place spot. These massive games that he has gotten thus far, and still 2 other players remain apart from him. He could still keep climbing up if he's able to snag up more eliminations. Spider, though, having that Mortar Defiance there in the back pocket, can be potentially another what we saw in game 2 with Verse with that Mortal. Ruo as well, though, can match it with his Mortar Defiance. Pretty much full gold weapon. Now has 2 gold fans, a gold whip sword, a gold flying knives in hand. I mean, he is fully kitted out here with 5 eliminations on the Yodohime. Mike, Spider being those other 2 players. Spider with 2 eliminations currently here into game 3. 30 points overall. Still sitting very comfortably there for himself here in this day 3 of the MSC for solos. But overall, could have a little bit of a downtime for now. Nobody really wants to fight with buff, waiting for that spirit buff. Spirit well, sorry. Bro, though, eats up a little bit of damage there off range shots. Spider could potentially get aggressive, but overall, beautiful showcasing there from Ruo. Being able to win out those engagements. I feel like that fight against Spider really gave him a massive momentum boost there, especially winning that out with 1 HP. Literally, we're very confused of how he turned the fight around, especially with how fast he lost his health pool against that fight against Spider. But you see him taking that momentum on through here to the remainder of game 3 and snags up 5, rotates on in, and the perfect timing there for that 3rd party. He snags up those last 2 kills that we just saw being unfolded. But overall, good game there for both Ruo and Mike. And I feel like Mike, we haven't really even seen how he got his 5 kills. Right before that second Yang, he was already posted up with 4. So he was just completely terrorizing the outskirts of the map into those Yangs. And yeah, I mean, good showcasing throughout both of those players. But still, can't count out Spider. Even though he has 2, he is still OUG Spider. And I mean, yeah, name to be feared.
Yeah, Spider is still one of the GOATs for a reason. It's going to be a very, very exciting final circle that we are really waiting this one out, playing it nice and slow. I think the 3rd person is what's slowing it down. Last time we only had 2 after the Roman Yang depletions wore off. Ruo, 5 points on hand already, feeling very comfortable. Spider trying to get a little clip in there onto him. Oh, Bane surfing. Not getting hit though. Mike doing the right thing and not standing in the Bane, but you know, these two want to play it that way. There we go. Bane's breath fades away. They're both playing for the Spirit Well, though. Obviously, what was spawning up. Ruo takes a couple of hits there from Spider, gets caught by the uppercut. Spider actually getting a nice chunk out of him, keeping him juggled for ages there. That was disgusting how long he kept him up there. And that should just be the Spirit Well going over to him. I don't think Ruo really wants to contest Spider. Does look at Mike, but Mike gives him a quick cheeky roar. And Ruo not done with the contest yet, actually. Going to continue it on to Spider, but no, he's done with the contest. There it is. Now with the debuff on, Mike getting a lot of damage off of the Ruo. Ruo may just be the person with the attention thrown onto them, but Mike is actually eating a lot of damage as well. There's the parry coming in from Ruo. Gets a massive chunk out of Mike's health bar. Mike has been forced to ultimate. He's going to try and look for the Tiger on to Ruo, but he gets it onto Spider instead. Spider takes a massive chunk of HP, has the recast available, probably going to use it just as a defensive reposition. Does get the armor swap off, so Mike has been able to heal, but they're not letting him get away with it. Spider eats the second slash and into the Yoto sword. He sets him up and he alley-oops him down. Isn't going to get the extra bit of damage off there. F does connect though on to Mike. Sorry, Ruo there from the Tiger's Roar. Ruo losing a lot of HP. Spider now has got the attention turned onto Ruo, who is very low on the health bar at this point. No ultimate to speak of, no F to work with either. And they both know he is just a very desirable target to catch onto. But Ruo is not going down without a fight. Catches a little bit of damage, but there's going to be the Jade, the token getting used there onto Ruo. Massive chunk out of his health bar. He looks for the damage. Ruo goes down to Mike, and it's Mike and Spider going for the showdown of the century, but it is Spider who has the ultimate available to him. Mike unable to get his back up in time. It's just going to break away. Catches on to Spider. Spider loses a fair chunk of HP here. Is going to get caught by the uppercut. He's getting caught on the building. It's very hard for him to break away. Spider has been able to grab the flag and get to safety. Should just be a full reset before the 1v1 to end it.
That's an insane sequence there. I thought Ruo was going to be able to do it just to the fact that all the attention got swapped on over to Mike. But unfortunate for him, he goes in and loses so much HP. Now round 2 between Spider and Mike going at it. Nice parry bait there from Spider onto Mike. The F gets weaved there, but the Pra now goes towards Mike. The F now being invested here from Spider off the Shayo. So combo breakers are out of the way for both players. Though LMB focus not good there for Spider. Parry baits him this time around there with a crash cancel. Still going. Inside the pocket, weaves an R&B throw there from the whip sword. Spider still trying to get out the chunk of damage here off the chip damage. Nice soul break there off the LMB. Takes out a lot of HP. The Mortal Defiance procs here from Mike. Now the ultimate. Oh, the 1-2-3 is good there. Plus the F. The F back up here for Spider. Shayo ultimate back online. Mike needs to try to stall a little bit longer. Gets cut out the 1-2 in the air. And the follow-up is good. And Spider being able to close out. But I believe Mike's still MVP. Yeah,
it's got to still be Mike. He got 6 kills in that game.
Yeah.
Very, very solid performance from the guy. And there it is. Mike walks away MVP for game number 3. Doesn't get the whole shebang. Doesn't get the placement points and, you know, the glory of being last man standing, losing that to Spider. But Mike did the work and it paid off for him there. Fantastic game number 3. The man on your screen as well, Ruo. It's sure he went out in 3rd, but he's still got 5 kills for himself. Still genuinely a monstrous performance from the guy. And I wouldn't say he's clear, but one more game like that, and he's probably in a very comfortable position.
I agree. I 100% agree. He's had a massive game 2 and 3, has been putting up those kills up, and he stays up in those top 3. So I mean, that is just massive there for Ruo. And man, I don't know what it is with Mike, but when he gets those pop-off games, he has this death stare on him now. He doesn't even smile anymore like how he used to. This man is here for business, and you see it here in game 3 with the amount of eliminations he's able to inflict there into the lobby. It was just a crazy 6 game. Even though he ends up in 2nd, still ends up MVP. But yeah, I mean, that was an insane game to watch. The last three players there really had an exciting showcase for us there to watch. I thought Ruo was going to be able to, you know, potentially get away with murder because he was the first one who got engaged on. He was the only player out of the 2 who didn't capture a Spirit Well. So, you know, naturally the attention got swapped over to him instantly after the Spirit Well captures, and he ends up, you know, getting getting Mike focused. I think he got a parry on him, so he turns the help pull around, and then a Spider full focuses Mike, and Mike ends up living out that pressure for quite some time. Ruo goes on in, and he just completely gets shredded off his HP pool, and then Spider comes back on in and looks at Ruo from there. He gets taken out. We had a 2-round fight there between Mike and Spider. It was just overall an exciting thing to see there for our end game there for game 3. But yeah, the overall standings right now, Hitbrain, is going to be very interesting to see, especially with how comfortable that middle pack was. But the way Ruo has been playing, he's going to start pushing everybody down, as we saw it there right before he got eliminated. He had already dropped down Frostivus. Wufong is right below him, and you know, yeah, it's going to be very interesting now how the ties are going to change there for those players, where they have to have a pop-off game now due to the fact that our halfway point mark is done.
Yeah, I mean, 3 more games to go. The next 2 are back-to-back, so it's, you know, a little break and then hopefully a bit of a momentum carrier. I want to see Ruo keep this fire going, though, because it has been a great first 2 battle royales for him. It's not enough as it is. It wasn't a great performance on his first day, so he needs to make sure today is the day where he really pops off and actually kind of sticks the landing. Otherwise the guy is in a lot of trouble. So I hope he can, because he's genuinely been really good. The other side, I feel for like Mike and Spider, this game's pretty great for them. They're more playing for glory at this point. Like, the odds of those guys getting knocked out are, I think, impossible at this point. But here's the game score at the end of that game. 7 points going over to Mike. Ryo with another 5.5. I think he was 6.5 in the last game. Spider with 5.5 as well, tied with him on that front. And then it's verse just below. And Lipo, another 0-point game. Frostivus, a 0-point game on top of his 1-point game last game. Starting to worry. I feel like Lipo might be the guy going out, unfortunately. He has a lot of work to do, and honestly, even with Ryo playing like this, even if he doesn't have a good day, rest of the day, if Lipo continues to play like this, he is so fine right now. But Wufong also in a bit of a danger zone. Frostivus also, he's done a bit more work. His day 1 was so good, but a 1.5 on day 3 is a troubling position for the guy. And you know, me and you were singing his praises at the start of the show. I genuinely stand by. I think Frostivus is been one of the most fun stories to watch. He's been such an improved player over the last couple of years. So I want to see him carry on, but very tight standings across the board. Ryo's been able to move into the top end of the table with 22 points. And once he surpasses Zhang Yuan in the standings, which realistically he should do, he is in a very safe position. A very safe position. To see Ryo potentially even make it to top 3 at the end of today, that would be an insane performance from the guy.
Definitely will be a very high confidence boost there for Ruo. But yeah, highlights here for game 3. An exciting showcase to start off here with Mike and Lipo. Just completely shreds them out, gets the aerial R&B there. The F2 catches there onto Lipo. Confirm R&B, focus off the nunchucks, and just continues to apply the pressure, even though the common armor swap was inflicted there by Lipo, but it didn't even matter. The damage is there. The dodge R&B, and then that insta parry onto Frostivus was just beautiful here from Mike. He ends up cleaning out Frost as well. Verse moves on in, and then he starts, you know, uses all the resources here in this fight, so he's not able to get the elimination onto Verse. He does get taken out, but it didn't even matter there for Mike. He was still able to inflict so much damage throughout the game and ends up MVPing here for game 3. Yeah,
really impressive stuff. Right. He did well. He did very well. It's cool to see the old Classico in the Spider Mike showdown at the end of the game. And this was such a beautiful play from Ryo. Just showing up to the 1v1, the 2 depletion players, both just trying to find that cleanse. And he just walks through the door, secures those kills very cleanly, very consistently. And honestly, this is the moment here where, like, Mike could have been the target. He could have been the one force low, but he had that token. He was able to use the weapon Jade, secure himself the damage onto Ryo, which basically then meant that the attention was shifted off him. And that Mortal Defiance proc, absolutely so clutch for the guy. And yes, Spider did win out overall in the 1v1, but that Mortal Defiance is huge. We've seen a couple of Mortal Defiances late game really pop off, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they're just rushing to that buy zone, just trying to catch it as fast as possible before it runs out. But beautiful game there from SR Mike. 6th elimination. plus second place gets, I think, 7 game score for it, just because he got second. But overall, exciting game 3. MVP of our match once again. 18,000 damage, 6 eliminations, had Phantom Step, Slow Shot, Tempest Kick, Juggernaut, Alchemy, Scion Fong for the 1-2-3. It's just overall a good setup here on the Aquas. His 4th MVP here in the 2026 MSC. But yeah, this is starting to get a lot more interesting now that we're 3 games left into our day 3 of solos. I feel like Frostovich though, I think he's good because he's usually like a slow starter. His usual pop-off games are after that midway point, so we just have to wait and see how game 4 and 5 and 6 goes for him. But overall, Ruo, right? Very surprising there from Ruo, starting off hot. Now he just has to stay consistent, right? 2 massive pop-off games, just have to at least put some points on the board if he does have a bad game, just to not get left behind too far there in the remainder of the matches. But you know, someone like Lipo, you mentioned it time and time again today, he just has so much to cover. He needs to, you know, really get a massive pop-off game, at least a 6 elimination game plus the dub to really be in the contestant there for that top 8, just to the fact that every game that goes by, he just gets left back more and more behind. So, you know, for now, Lipo, he has a lot of pressure on his back, the most I would say of the lobby right now, because, you know, he's the only player that is playing today in that bottom section of the pyramid. So for him, going into this break or after this break to game 4, he just needs to try to get some sorts of massive game. But overall, we're going to be going to a quick interview with one of our players. Once we come back, we're going to be locking in our 4th game of today's matches.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our post-game interview. I'm your host, Jingjing, and our player is standing with us. So let's say hello to our audience first. 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG Verse。
欢迎 Verse 来到我们的赛后采访。So welcome Verse to our post-game interview. And I want to know, during the period of the preparing for the competition, what part consumed the most of your energy? 那么想请问一下，在我们的赛前备战的这一段时间内，你觉得投入精力比较多的是哪些方面？
可能比较多的就是天人之战嘛，就每天都要打满嘛。
每天要打多长时间呢
？4个小时嘛。
4个小时。So for me, I practiced a lot, and for the daily training, I practiced about 4 hours per day. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, answer for charges. So today's question is, which hero did Verse use in Game 3? 那么我们今天这道问题呢是周子耀在第3局用了哪一个英雄？ Okay, so let's back to our games. Because our competition patch has been updated, and also there are some changes of our heroes. I would like to know, do you think the current version is more suitable for you, or do you think that you need more time to adapt to it? 那么我们也知道，我们这个赛季的话，我们的版本有一些更新，英雄有一定的调整。你觉得目前这个版本是更有利于你，还是说还需要一定的时间再去适应一下？
我感觉可能就是对每个选手都比较有利吧，就是一个是相比较以前嘛，就是那个英雄池考虑的比较少，那就是基本就是练好一个英雄，就基本是可以打决赛的。
So for me, I think it's benefit for every player, because if we can practice one hero, we can go to the final. Okay, so let's find out. So let's move on to the next part. Answer for charges. And it's counting time right now. Please use 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. Let's also find out the correct answer. 也先公布一下我们的正确答案吧。
D.
Yes, the correct answer is D. Congratulations to our lucky ones. Okay, I would also want to know, do you think there are some differences between in the playing styles in players from other region? And do you think having played against them will provide you with some more new ideas? 因为我们季中赛的话，我们也碰到了很多海外赛区的选手嘛。也想请问一下，你觉得这些海外赛区选手实力怎么样？
都挺厉害的嘛，就是可能缺少一点比赛经验啊，运营方面的。
那你觉得跟他们交手过后的话，会觉得可以给你提供一些新的思路吗？
其实我一直觉得他们的反应挺快的。
Okay, Okay, so I think maybe the players from the other region lack some experience, but they also have give me a lot of ideas about the strategies. Okay, so thanks for joining today's interview. Let's take a break and we will be back later.
合体！什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？天铠甲，合体！几位老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。铠甲，合体！没有机会。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the mid-seasonal challenge. My name's Hitbrain and I'm joined by Creatives as we're getting ready to go into our second half of the day, heading over to Holoroth for map number 4. So far, we've seen Ryo have an absolutely miracle run, actually making it into the top end of the table where they started the day relegated. They were at the bottom. They were in 7th place. So, no, 9th place, sorry. on the table overall. So being able to jump up into 6th right now and potentially looking to actually compete a little bit higher, depending on how everyone else does for the day. We see the likes of Lipo currently really starting to bleed out as we get towards this point of the show, and they've not been able to put a single point on the board yet. And beyond that, it's been a very, very hyped day so far, creative. So a lot of teams, a lot of players really fighting tooth and nail for a spot in this finals.
100%. And I mean, even with this new format that we've gotten where we had 3 groups and, 8 players in from the start of this year, usually we're just looking at the top side of the pyramid to see who's winning with our old format. And, with this new structure now that we have for the Pro League and now the MSC, it just gives it a lot more excitement there for our 3rd day to see, that bottom side, who's going to be making it into that top 8 for the finals. So right now there's still a lot on the line there for those bottom 3 players. But yeah, Ruro had an amazing set of matches thus far, still having 3 more games left to see how much more he can climb up. Players like Lipo has a lot to overcome. They have a lot of to fill up to make it to the top 8. But overall, it's gonna be a lot of pressure there for players like Lipo. Currently, I think he's like in 9th, so he's still not too far off, but overall has to have a massive pop-off game for our first match into Holoros Forte, and our only match, right? Because we only have this map being played out once. But yeah, it's I don't know if you were able to catch the new map. Did you get any glimpse?
I saw the glimpses. I haven't watched the videos and stuff, but Moxie was showing me a bunch of the stuff the other day when we casted. It looks cool. I saw something this morning when I woke up, but my alarm didn't go off, so I didn't really get much time before sound check this morning to kind of gather myself. But yeah, it's water themed, right? A lot of water.
Yeah. There's water battling in NARAKA now. So I was watching a little bit of a play test, and you can fight in the water, which, I'm thinking about Pro League, how that's gonna go, right? And there's a lot of other environmental things inside that map. It's just so much to uncover, but water battling is going to be a big game changer once that map gets into the Pro League. But here it is, our standings currently. Lipo with 14 points there to try to make it into the top 8. Ruo jumps up to 6th, like Hitbrain mentioned. Massive bump up there, already overcoming his day 1 points with 12, 22 game score overall. Chen with 23, XY with 23.5, currently not playing today's matches. Verse and Spider both with 33, and then Mike ruling the pack with 38 game score thus far into 3 games here for his 2nd day. And that's just going to keep increasing there for a player like Mike. They did have a little off meta picks there for both Mike and Spider in that game too. Yeah. But into that game 3, they went back to the meta picks, and it was just a massive pop-off game there for both players.
Yeah, it really was. They went a bit mad for a bit, but yeah, needed to have a serious game, because I think they saw that a lot of people below them started scoring, and realistically, these guys are not under any threat. They're too high up, but they want a somewhat of a gap between them and the bottom end of the table. It would not look good for them. But also, I think it is fine for them to test stuff. You're now in a mini tournament before summer starts. Yes. You have qualified for finals, or let's be real, 99.9% qualified for finals. I think you can test stuff. I think you can try stuff out and see maybe if the Taka works, maybe if the Zai works. And there's a world where it could. They just got to figure it out. They got to figure out exactly the setup and how they're going to do it. Meanwhile, the bottom end of the table, they cannot afford to play around. They cannot afford to lock in, weird picks. They need to be playing as on the money as they can, really, coming into these games. 3 games left. I do worry about Lipo. I mean, there's a couple of players I'm worried about, but I'm actually starting to get worried about Frosty more than anyone. He had a great day 1. He's being carried heavily by his day 1, because his day 2 it's been dire, to be honest with you. 1.5 points, I think, is all he's earned today. Maybe 2.5. It's not been a good day for the guy. And as our last international representative in trios, you want him to make finals. And yes, I know he plays in MVPL, but he is on a Southeast Asian team. We want some representation at the finals. And Frosty, like we were saying, he's been such an improved player, so need to see some more out of him.
Most definitely. We'll see it here. I think this game has to be a good tempo changer for him. He usually, like I said, he usually has a massive pop-off game 5 and 6. But if he's able to get a good amount of points here for game 4, it can just set him up a lot better for those last 2 matches of the day. But we'll see. I mean, even for day 1, he was having an insane Akko's game for game 6, which, he's been working on that for sure, because, his Akko's wasn't looking too strong there in the mirror matches, usually in our spring split. But what we saw there for his day 1, he was a lot more polished there in that character alone. He's a big Yodo lover as well, so into that game, I'm not sure we've seen him on that Yodo Hime yet. But we'll see. Overall, though, versus Lipo being our first and second round selection, we'll see how the pick ban goes. And with a quick interview with Verse earlier, right before the break, we got a little information on how long they scrim for. He said 4 hours a day. He practices 4 hours a day. So, that's just, I'm guessing that's just scrim wise. Not sure if he has a lot more time added after Immortal War or whatever the case can be that he does for his daily routine of practicing, but minimum 4 hours. And I also got asked, what did he think about the global players? And he just said, it's just a lack of experience, which, it's not hard to tell, right, with just how much different the Pro League is. These constant LAN matches for the CN side, it just gives you that practice that really makes you a better player. And right before game 3, saying that Zenda's Lipo would not be able to pick Zenda no more because that was his second time playing that character. Rest with a little bit of giggles there, hovering over Kurumi. I've never even seen the Kurumi splash art there for her character selection, but today we saw her twice. So the players are, been trolling a little bit for today's matches, and it's very anticipated, right? If you're in the top side of the pyramid right now, you're kind of just like here to play out your day. You're making it into the finals. But yeah, we also saw it there with the character selections of Spider and Mike. In that first through 4th round. I think that's more of a test for the 8th round selection, just because of the fact that it just becomes so hard in that last slot to try to play out a character that's viable. Lonnie just has been completely nerfed, and she hasn't really even MVP'd, I would say, in a very long time. And it just makes it so hard to try to have a decent game if you're going into that game in that last slot. So I think these players, just been testing that out. Spider, though, has a lot of confidence on that Tarka. He's gonna go ahead and play it out again, knowing that first game he had with him was not good at all. So potentially wants to have a little bit more reps in with that Tarka. We also saw Chen playing out the Tarka G. I mean, lots of players now are having a little bit more faith into that Tarka, and now we're gonna be having it one more time here with Spider.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in topsy-turvy world. Like, seeing Tarka 3 games in a row is now very bizarre. I can't believe we're getting it, but I'm here for it. I'm sure. I'm sure Duncan's very excited. He's a
for sure
massive Tarka fan. There's the Lani, at least being hovered by Mike. So it's been a long time since we really seen much out of this character, but it is locked in here. Mike is going to be rocking the Lani here on game number 4. I mean, Holoroth is a map with a lot of verticality, and Laniok does allow a lot of repositioning options. Another person who has a lot of mobility and ability to reposition is that Justina Hifuruo. I assume they're taking the dash. They could take the sword, to be fair, the ult variant. So I just can't remember what they're taking service. I'm so used to Justina in trios that I just always assume dash. But I know in the 1v1s they use sword. So I guess we'll find out. We're going to be loading into game number 4 momentarily. And there is a lot on the line. Like we said, we really kind of picked this up, but for some of our players, they are looking at potentially being knocked out of finals here. And there's very few chances, especially if you're Lipo. I don't think Lipo can afford one more bad game.
No, definitely not.
Frostus as well. This guy seriously needs to get it together. Had a bad day here. Great first day, 20 points on the board for him, but right now definitely in a bit of a struggle. So see if he can bring it back.
I'm very surprised that we don't have a Tumulk in Holoroth. No Tomok once again for our 4th game. So yeah, and I mean, the Justina has been a very rare pick for the BR matches as well. Not a lot of players end up even choosing her in that 8th slot. Ruo though is going to be playing that there on that in this game 8. You know, she was heavily in the meta for a very long time. She's a very strong pick, especially for Verse. Verse was a big Justina enjoyer back in the day. V2 for Wufong on the Zenda, and then for the Kylan as well, V2 on Chen. So now we have a swap there on the ultimates where we were seeing those V1s in play for that game 2 and 3, but now for game 4, having that V2 out for both characters, it's gonna be a little bit of difference there once these players match up with them. But the Fireball is still gonna be being intact there for the Tarka. Spider's hand once again. Everything else pretty much standard for everybody else. Frost on the standard, F1 V1 on the Shayol. So everybody locked and loaded here for our 4th game of day 3 of the mid-season challenge here. It's been a blast. It's been a blast to see the format change and not having just a one-day tournament like we had last year. So being able to see a lot more of the, you know, the global scene in the competition this big is just always amazing to watch. But now our drop zones, 3 players landing near those Fireflies in the left side of Plume Castle, that being Verse, Wufong, and Spider. Yeah, Ruo and Mike are going to be having a little bit of a scrabble to the left side near the mountains, and then Lipo and Frostovis landing right next to each other, and then Chen on the top side of the map for a potential third-party rotation onto either SS1 521 or SR and DRG. So overall, lots of action. Firefly still in play here for our 4th game, as well as our game 5. And then we run into our mirror match, which is always exciting to see the tempo of those matches, which are very aggressive, especially throughout the end of the day where players just want to get their games over with. We get a lot more W key fest for our 6th game. So, I mean, even that throughout games 3 and 4, or 2, 3, it's just been fully full action overall, especially in that game 3 with just how fast the pacing has been in these matches. But here it is, game number 4, locked and loaded here for our 3rd day of the MSC.
Oh, purple spear off the first treasure trove as well there for Verse was lovely. We're quite happy with that one. I'm assuming Spider is going to make his way over to the puzzle and get himself a gold weapon off the bat. I'm convinced this map has just better luck. Like, I swear, like, just the troves are so much more loaded in Holoroth. You all, like, Lipo off the bat, purple armor. Not purple armor, purple weapon off the bat. Like, it just feels like the drops here are just so good. Very solid start overall. They're going to quickly grab themselves a little bit of goodies. That's another purple there. Oh my word. Switches over to the staff, catches Frosty. Frosty with the purple fist weapons. Needs to get some hits in. He is getting slowly but surely chipped away. Needs to even find an armor swap. Is good. He went for the armor swap. It wasn't a full swap. That's so heartbreaking for him. Lipo is low. He gets a little bit of damage off onto Lipo. Lipo has to now dash away to safety. Both of these two incredibly low. Frosty wants to be the one on the advantage. Wow. There it is. Frostovus takes the kill, gets himself some blue armor back, and he is feeling happy. Lipo burning his revive early. And we talked a lot about how this guy is in a position where he needs to make this work. Mike on the Lani. Another person we've really talked about here. Can they make this game work out for them? On a character which has been a little bit lower down the priority order for people. Is going to go for the ball. Makes the connection. But looks like there's going to be an escape. Cleanly thrown away here.
Rule's here as well. Shoves up to the party. Chen though. Trying to back on up. Mike on his trail looking for the prior confirmation, but Chen thus far being able to do a good job of staying mobile to avoid getting caught up off those scare rushes. Ruo though now shows up. Chen getting caught up with the LMBs off the staff. Has to fight out this purple armor here from Mike. Ruo now starts to move on in. He's going to go ahead and invest in Justina ultimate offer. Looking for the freeze into the blue can be a big damage there. He's able to cast stack. Proc comes in off the nunchucks there for Ruo. Looking for the raw uppercut. Doesn't go for the aerial LMBs for Chen. Stops that from happening. And Chen now has a little bit of room to breathe for now. But Mike from the top ropes potentially Gonna be continuing his aggression there onto him, but verse Lipo going at it. And this is Lipo's second life. He has to stay up here into game 4 to not get left too behind here in the pack right before, but he unfortunately runs to the top 3 player of the lobby, being Verse. You see him now trying to scatter on through. Frostivus as well in the area now, looks at him knowing that he just eliminated this Yodohime not too long ago, so that's a second life here for this player. Now the F2 goes through. Nice weave there from Lipo, trying to go for the reset inside the blade. Does manage to get one powder off, retops off the gray armor. On the top side, Frostivus now full chasing down. Lipo now using the terrain here in his favor to try to stay up, and it looks like he does for now. The ult coming untacked back in 4%, so he just needs to live out until ultimate goes back for himself to have a fighting chance. The Clint comes in off the scale rushes. Now the ultimate is back, so he could potentially get aggressive off of this, but ideally wants to cut the line of sight and get back to safety to position himself into that first round. But thus far, Frostivus is not letting go of the aggression here onto Lipo. You see him just staying up, but lots of aggression happening throughout the map. Rule drops very low here in the Justina ultimate. Chen in the mix. Mike still in there. First Yang starting to form on through, and it looks like Mike is going to be choosing out Chen out of the bunch.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be the game plan. Rua is going to be able to get the escape away. Mike going a little bit low, but does catch the ball once again onto Chen. Chen, no. Full armor, full health. Mike, no ultimate. Has got that F, so that's a combo breaker. It's a way to break away to safety, but I think he's regretting this now. Again, there's a lot of verticality. There's a lot of places you can play around. Nice armor swap comes out from Mike, but he gets hit by the parry. Quick F to reposition and resort himself back out. Mike loses all of his armor once again. Blue armor swaps in. Chen has such a monumental advantage right now, and Mike gray armor swap in, hit by the Kylin, and that gray armor is gonzo. Mike's down, but he does still have his revives. It's not the end of the world for him. Lipo has now made his way up towards here. Chen could be a target.
That's V2 Colin too. I think he was anticipating the V1 and they kind of just caught him off guard. You see him there with the death stare waiting for the tap dodge, but it was a full slash off rip, so that worked perfectly good there for Chen. And now Lipo somehow manages to live out the pressure there from both Verse and Frostivus and rotates on through. Spider, goal, halberds from Puzzle going into the first Yang on the Tarka. And that's just insane to see. That's one of the beauties here of Holoroth, being able to get that gold weapon right before Yang with that Puzzle. No, it looks like nobody contested him as well for that. So he's able to go in with a nice scaling there in both weapon and armor department with that purple armor in play for himself. Elimination distribution has been going towards Verse with 1, Chen as well, and Frostivus all with 1. Lipo still in the mix with no resurrection, and there it is. Spider ready to take his fight. He is going to be going against Chen here in this Yang. For our first Yang of game 4, it's going to be Tarka v Kylin. Purple flying knives here for Chen. Looks like both players only have 1 purple jade as well, so it's going to be pretty even there in the jade department. But Spider, let's see how he engages this fight. Player like XY in the Yang really ults very early on Tarka to force out those ultimates as fast as possible. Fireball inflicted there from Spider, takes up a lot of damage, but now help pull going towards Chen's way. The Kylan ultimate now gets called in. You see Spider now trying to dodge away. It's V2 once again. Spider now is going to go ahead and respond with a Tarka ultimate of his own. Looking for the fireball throw, being able to get the people's elbow, but the damage still going towards Chen's way. Spider now needs to try to kite out as much as possible here on this Tarka ult. He does have the stamina dodge compatibility to be able to do so there to avoid those aerial LMBs, but Chen though loses a lot of HP. Quick reset for both players, and we're going to round 2.
Yeah, still got that F available. I feel like now that Spider's got that fireball onto Chen, he can just get that little bit of extra damage. Go for the pot once again. Get himself the health advantage. Is going to push up. Remember, dual golden halberds here for Spider. If a parry comes through, it's going to be heartbreaking. But if he hits onto Chen with that focus attack, Chen is not going to last for long. But Chen's been able to catch out onto him. Fireball coming up in just a second's time. It was too slow, though. Chen absolutely decimated him there. I think the Tarka might be troll. I'm not sure.
No combo break. It's just rough, right? It's just not being able to have that combo break. You throw down your fireball, yeah, you're in gold frame, but you just negate some of the damage there. But you still, once it goes back to neutral and you get caught, it's just, you know, that ult doesn't last that long, and you have that combo break in that ult state, but it's not enough. They pretty much match every single time, and it's just super rough to try to stay up. We've seen XY have success with Spear, and he just ults off rip and forces out the ult and somehow stays in the pocket there, just continuing punching away. And you know, it works out sometimes, but it's not I would say it's not even a big high win rate there, even for the Tarka and Yang. So I don't know, it just makes it so rough, and it goes back to that 8 slot, trying to have a better selection for that. But quick replay here for Frostivus and Wufong. Zenda v Sha Yo. Frost with a purple staff in hand, Wufong with a blue dagger playing out here. Not sure who won this out, but overall, we're gonna see it now. Tries to go for the jump parry, gets baited off the 1-2, staying in the pocket. Shaya ultimate now called in here for Frostivus, looking for the jump LB confirmations, forces out the Zenda F and ult. There it is, looking for the slash down. The weave is good there for Frostivus, avoids it. The Shaya shield proc there. Does manage to give 2 shield throws for himself. Throws the first one. It's good there to avoid the rain down of bows there. Beautifully done. Can throw it a second time around. He decides to do so. Weaves it. And the fist blades being that weapon that he has in hand, has a perfect good job there to stay in that blue state as well once he dodges. Sends the 1.0, and that's all he needs there for the elimination. And Rua as well won his Yang, so he's not letting go of that gas pedal here into game 4 as well.
No, he's hunting Mike into the zone as well. Knowing he's got that rebirth, knowing he has that safety net in his pocket. Mike, on the other hand, you don't, buddy. This could go well for you. You could get the Soul Bloom, but you're a long way from safety. And Ruo is going to just throw the freeze down. Has the ultimate available. It's just going to pot up. Isn't going to give Mike a complete freebie here. But this is just getting harder and harder for Mike. His health bar is getting chipped away. So he's just continuing to chase. Looks for the cannon shot. Didn't make a connection. Ruo continues to chase on. Mike just about getting to the zone here. But he has lost a lot of health to this. Spider also in the area. Both of them look going for the full chase. Ruo, you could actually be a target. He's very killable. Lost a lot of HP. Mike has found Spider. Spider has found Ruo.
Oh,
Ruo's
no.
just going to go for the freeze. He's going to die to the zone tick. I mean, he's got Vermilion, so it's not like the end of the world for him, but that is rough. Mike was able to get the cleanse. Spider needs to find the cleanse here onto Mike. Mike is losing a lot of HP, has to commit the ultimate. Again, zone tick is just starting to work its way up there. Mike has been able to get to safety. Spider has spotted him out though. Has going to chase, gets himself the grapple on. As Mike now finally in a safety net, running towards Spider. Spider has the F. Fireball ready to go. Chen's also in the area. There's a lot of people about. Fireball goes wide from Spider. Spider does take the ball to the head though. There's Mike trying to get some healing out. That's the no ult zone as well. So no fireball, well, no ultimates. No extra fireballs here for Spider. Spider looking to just put a bit more damage onto Mike. Mike is half HP, no armor to speak of. These golden halberds that Spider's been able to use haven't really found a big connection yet. Missed the fireball as well. It's just heartbreaking for Spider, and I think that's the end of days for him. Mike's able to get the kill.
Wow. The no mix-up, right? He 1.0s, dashes away, comes back in with another 1.0. It's just unfortunate there for Spider. Chen and Ruo now going at it. 1.0 off the halberd here for Chen. That's gold rarity. And it's going to be able to have that gold rarity scaling off this Kylan ultimate as well. But goes into the no ult zone. He's going to stop the chase for now. He's going to go ahead and pick up a little bit of these resources here from these falling soldiers in this area. Posted up for the Yang. And yeah, look, this is what I was saying as well, right? Frostivus already up with 4 eliminations into game 4. It's, you know what, that's what we're used to seeing. He really starts heating up after the halfway mark, and you know, into this game 4 he already has 4 kills, which is massive for him, especially with the way his first 3 games went. So he's able to continue that momentum into the remainder of this game. He's able to have a massive game 4, but for now Ruo and Chen are going at it, and this is a big fight for Ruo. He needs to try to win this out so he can stay up and not get overcome or put up in a very hard predicament that, you know, he's slowly getting out of now.
Yeah, let's see if Ruo can find the freeze. He's able to get it onto Chen. Gets a little bit of damage off it. There's the grapple tech to keep him pinned. Is about to get another refreeze out. Uses the dash, misses it. Now he's on evasion away from Chen. Chen's able to catch him. Good freeze from Ruo just to break away from being consistently chained. Ruo, ult times out as well, so both of them on low HP, very close to one another. Scale Rush comes out, looks for the pot. Didn't let the pot go through, but Ruo goes down. Chen able to win that Roma Yang. Very nice.
Unfortunate. He tried to delay wake up, but he ends up tab dodging through, and a nice tech chase there from Chen to be able to snag up this elimination there onto Ruo. Gold dual blades, so could potentially make it another Halberds. Already has a gold pair in his inventory, so Chen now starting to come online with a massive game 4 on the Kylan. Believe he's around 3 eliminations as well, so a good game thus far for himself. Ruo still looking for a place to see if he can try to cleanse on out, stay potentially in soul form. See if he can spot out Mike, because that is the other player that lost Yang. But we'll see how that pans out. He lost it to Frostivus on the Xiao. Now it's a 5. Chen with 4 on the Kylan. Mike, though, even though he's out of, he lost that Yang, he still has 3 eliminations. Frostivus, gold flying out to the back pocket, as well as the gold dual blades in hand, buying up Jades here and seeing how he can stay up here in this match. Looks like the Mortal Defiance were bought out. Not sure from who, so we'll potentially see that soon. But a replay here against him and Mike. Both players parry for the gimmick there, waiting for that release. You see him once again, like brothers here staying. Nice catch there, forces out the Lonnie F very early here. Frostivus now. Mid dodge on through into the prowl. Confirmed damage there off the 1.0. Crouch LB, jump LB. Area R&B. Fools extend. Forces out the Lonnie ultimate there. Beautifully dubbed there from Frostivus into the F there. Plus responds with the Xiao ult there. And this is just hell here for the Lonnies here, especially going against the Xiaos. It doesn't even matter. You try to throw, he shield throws. It's faster. Catches up. Gets the damage. Gets the elimination. Wins the Yang. Gets the buff plus the weapon. Just beautiful there from Frostivus. And now Mike has 3 minutes to try to cleanse out the Yang depletion.
Well, let's see if he can do it. He's got himself in the fight versus Ryo. Ryo's caught him up. There's going to be the freeze coming down. Is he going to be able to make the connection onto him? Mike goes to the reposition with the ball. Does make a nice slam there onto Ryo. Ryo losing a lot of HP. Frostivus with the bow. Steals the kill. Mike, no soul bloom. And I think he's just accepted his fate. I think he's accepted his demise. But Frosty, you are so right. This guy is warmed up. He is ready to play. He's looking for Mike with the bow shot. Mike inside the zone is not getting away from this one. Gets himself the armor, healed a little bit, but Mike, my friend, Frosty has got your number. You have no ultimate, you have no F, and you are going down. Desperately trying to play the escape here, but he is ticking too damn low. Lots of like buttery rocks for him, a lot of repositioning for him to come out.
Oh,
there it is. Frosty, 7 kills.
Wow. Beautiful there from Frostivus. I mean, that was a disgusting bow shot there from literally like 30 meters away. He stops that grapple through, and then he catches up off rip. Now, Cavalry Bloom here for Frostivus. Showcase in the start of this fight. Chen loses pretty much all that gold armor, but the flying kick connects there from Chen. Looking for it. Double times there goes for the Cavalry Bloom. Sends him inside the zone. The HP is pretty even between both players. Has that nunchuck proc there if he needs it as well. So to go ahead, invest the Kylan ultimate off rip. Xiao ultimate now called in here for Frostivus. Chen potentially proc, but you see him being very cautious here to not get caught up by any shield throws. He's going to be using this to try to create the distance. The Bane now is in play. Both players taking that reset. Mortar Defiance here for Chen in his inventory. As we saw earlier, Frostivus doesn't have it. First shield throw is good here for Frostivus, and catches Prowl off rip, forces out the Kylan F, and it's gone. Recatches Prowl off a wake up. Now the Mortar Defiance is going to proc. The jump and being the aggression here for Frostivus is just way too good. The nunchuck proc comes into play, doesn't lose it, catches the 1-2, sends it big parry there for Frostivus, and just like that, an 8-kill elimination there for Frostivus. Plus the dub is going to shoot him very high in the rankings and a potential 10.5 game there for Frostivus.
Huge game there for Frosty. And he seriously needed that. It would have been a bad start to the day. A bad start to the day. But now you're starting to see why he put 20 points on the board on the first day. Huge performance. Able to really just outplay a lot of people. Great third-party snipe as well came through onto Ruo with the bow. Just all in all, a very clean game from him. And, you know, he's probably feeling pretty happy with himself for that one. Doesn't look it.
Yeah.
But that also might just be because he's, you know, he's not really had the greatest day. It's a great ender, but like this has got to be something that him and his coaching staff are going to be looking at, is like, why are we so good from 4 onwards? What
Yeah.
the hell is going on in 1 to 3, and how do we fix this? Because this is like a serious issue. Is it stage fright? Does he get in his head for the first couple of games and then has to adjust the stage every time? Is it just nerves of, you know, knowing there's stuff on the lines? There's a lot up for grabs there, and there's a lot to kind of play around with. So, you know, if Frostivus can actually become a more consistent player, he could genuinely start looking at the likes of these titles. But right now, I think his biggest problem is his first half of the day. It's unfortunately starting to be a bit dire for him. But, you know, this is a mini tournament. This is a kind of a place where you can really look at this stuff and then work on it before summer kicks off for MBPL and then potentially J-Cup down the line. But all in all, fantastic turnaround for Frosty, because he needed that. He slipped down the ladder quite a lot before this game.
Yeah, and it just kind of makes you think, like, right in the finals format, we have 8 games, right? And it's first to that match point threshold. And, you know, if you're a player who's really hot towards the end of the night, I mean, you just got to get to that threshold and then just hope no one MVPs. But there's just so many factors that it comes into play in the finals that, you know, it just makes it rough, right? And then there's players who are hot off rip and they just slow down in that end, towards the end of the night as well. So, you know, it's just so hard to stay consistent, I would say. It's just so much pressure in these lobbies, and that everybody can just have a massive game. But quick answer for Treasure. If you guys are watching on YouTube, swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT in order to get a chance to win a special gift. The question is going to be, who is leading in total points after game 4? A. Ruo, B. Chen, C. Mike, or D. Frost? And yeah, I mean, they're going to start getting a little bit more complicated, so make sure you guys are paying attention. And, you know, once the countdown happens in the chat, spam your answer and rage. But overall, exciting game, right? Hitprint, we had an insane game here for our first Holleroth and our last Holleroth game of the day. Then we're moving on over to Predoria for our second time around, back with Fireflies as well. But, you know, Lipo not being able to have any sorts of footing there into that game 4. And I would say now into game 5, it's rough. I don't know if it's mathematically impossible still to try to qual, especially with the way bottom 8 is doing.
Lipo, where are you? You are on... Wait, that's just... Nope, scoreboard, not contestant ranking. Lipo is on... Not a lot. God, this is really hard to read. Basically, I don't think it is doable. With another goose egg, I think that might be a little bit cooked for him, to be honest. Unfortunately, I think he might be done so. A real shame.
Yeah.
But, you know, we need to see how... I can't remember who's just above him on the board, and we'll have a look. There's a world where maybe they've also done bad enough, but I feel like it's... You know, Ruo was one of those players. I feel like it's like Wufong and Chen, maybe? I can't remember where Chen's sitting on the ladder. We'll have a look. It will come up in a moment. The big one to remember and talk about is game 6. Here we go, actually. Yeah, it is Wufong. Okay.
It's possible.
It is still possible.
Yeah.
Because Wufong is also having a bad day.
Yeah.
Ruo, I think, is having such a good day. I think Wufong would have to have 2 pop-off games, really, to stop Ruo. And Lipo would also have to have some pretty big pop-off games. I feel like Ruo, he's not safe, but I feel like this is like a 50-60% chance of safety for him at this point. Yeah, because he'd have to get passed by 2 people, which means he'd have to be really just doing bad for that to happen. Mike does sit at the top of the table, though. Frostivus has jumped back up into 4th place off the back of this one. And big thing to note as well, going into game 6, remember, we're not doing the most pick. Well, actually, no, that's trios. It's the best performing character of the day, hero of the day, is going to be our mirror matchup. I'm curious what that is going to be. I wonder what the best performing character has been today so far.
Well, it's just whatever character gets picked first slot the most.
No, they changed it for this tournament.
What?
Yeah. So it's not first slot. It's the best performing now for this tournament.
What?
Yeah. So we're not going to be seeing whoever got picked first. Although in solos that has actually been a very flexible spot. But yeah, I think it's a much better change. I prefer that it's like you could pull something like a Taka out, or like let's say someone pulls like your Valda route and absolutely bodies the lobby, there's a world where everyone gets forced on the Valda. Like, you can really catch people with these off-meta picks. I do think it is total, though. I think it's like total ACOS points for the day, total Yoto points for the day. So if you are picking like a... Yeah, so it's stacking. I thought it wasn't stacking, but it turns out it is. So you'd have to have a really, really good game on an off-meta pick, but it is feasible. Because I think they think average instead of... I can't remember how they work it. I don't think it's... I can't remember. Either way, great game for Frosty. A needed game for Frosty. And I'm sad, because I talked about this quite a lot, but this is one of the things me and Moxie were talking about, was like hit brain bingo. Like me complaining about Monk. Me complaining that we only get one Hollow Off a day. Because I love Hollow Off. I'd love to see more of this map. Although, I don't know what the order's going to look like when we get our new map. Our water map. That's... Are we going to be playing... What map's going to get 2 plays and what map's going to get 1 play? Because we have to do 2 on one, 2 on the other, and then 1 each of the other 2. I think it's going to be Hollow Off and Doria get 1 play each, and then they'll do 2 on the new map, 2 on Morris. This was also on the Hit Brain Bingo. Hit Brain just starts podcasting and talking about whatever.
What was the other bingo?
We're making a Hit Brain Bingo.
Yeah, you said what else was on there? What, adding a new map?
Okay, that could go on your one, mate, for zoning out and not listening. MVP there for Frost. We know it. Great stuff. Hit Brain Bingo is me complaining about Horror Off only being played once a day because I love the map. I want more. Me complaining about Monk. Me going off and podcasting, just talking about whatever.
Oh, okay.
me calling for Valda buffs.
Yeah, I mean,
we need more, but there's plenty.
Yeah, she was so good, right? As soon as she got that rework and she got the overheld, she was so good. It was so good. It was so hard to kill. She had so much sustain. She was very aggressive in that ultimate as well. She can bait out F so good there. You know, after some time, they toned down her overhealth in that ult state, and then, you know, a lot of players were able to react to her spirit throw, which, you know, was very unfortunate for her because she lost her health and you can't catch anybody in spirit throw, so it just made it so hard for Valda to stay in the meta. But yeah, I feel like, you know, another character too who has, you know, hasn't really gotten a lot of treatment as well as Matari, right? Once she got her rework a couple years ago, she just kind of just fell off completely, and as well in trios, right? We used to see her a lot in trios.
The Xiphon,
Yeah, and then now it's just she's like in a ghost town somewhere. I'm not sure where she's making her estate at, but yeah, I think that, you know, it just makes it a lot harder in the A slot. I'm gonna keep bringing that up because the character pool from there on out is just very limited. Most of the times the players default to the Lonnie, and even though the Lonnie she got heavily nerfed as well. She was very strong for a long time as well when she got released. She had TOD potential, but now with Green Focus in the mix, I feel like, you know, it wouldn't hurt her having that back like how she was before, where she was able to TOD with her ultimate. Even like Justina, they changed her raw dragon potential off her uppercuts. It's just a lot of the TOD things got changed, but, you know, Green Focus got added where you're not allowed to do those full extended things anymore. You're not allowed to do, you know, the 100 to 0. So I feel like these kits can get that back to kind of, you know, make them feel a lot more comfortable for these players. But, you know, it just comes down to balancing and how hard it is, especially in a game like NARAKA where there's just so much into it, and, you know, they try to add new things. It can be very rough to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. It really can be. I want to bust a tidal wave. There it is. Get off your bingo. Tidal wave is my favorite Valda, and I've only ever seen it in competitive like 3 times over all the years I've casted this game.
But the Monk
one still lives down as my absolute the Monk variant. But my favorite was the Tessa Viper Valda. That was one of the most disgustingly good combos I've ever seen. Hit the whole lobby with it, and then the whole lobby went, nah, we're not having this. And they just ran them down. I can't remember who played it. I genuinely, they were chefs, they were connoisseurs, they were ahead of their time, and I genuinely think that comp could be used in certain metas. I think right now in trios, it's too transformer heavy, so it's not very playable or viable.
Yep.
But once we kill and gut every transformer from the game, that comp's playable. I promise. It'll be brilliant. But yes, moving forwards now into solos, back to solos for this game number 5. Last of our non-mirror matchup games. So last chance to really put any play whatever hero you want to play. I'm excited to see what they're going to be pulling out because the hero select has been remarkably weird. A lot of Tarka today. A serious amount of Tarka today, actually.
And no success.
Yes, and it's been horrendously bad. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even XY for his day 1, like I said, he didn't have a great day on Tarka, and he played it twice as well. So I don't know. It's just rough, right? Like that no combo break, especially what we saw there in that game 4. Once that ultimate runs out where you do have a combo break, it just makes it so rough. Yeah, you have the fireball where you are confirmed that gold frame, and after that, one catch is all they need, and you know you're kind of just like a sitting duck, and you get caught up with a prio, and it just makes it so rough to try to stay up. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Tarka he's been one of those characters who they're very careful with for the right reasons, right? He can be a character that can be very strong if they just change one thing about him, and then you know the whole world complains about him that he's too strong because he's so up in your face as a character. It just makes him really good in settings like I would say pugs, but when it comes down to a pro play, it's just so rough, especially with how good the neutral these players are. You get caught once and then you're done for. It just makes it so hard to try to play a character like that. And then you know they added implements of combo breaks into other characters for their ultimates, which you know Tarka has. He can use that ultimate on their attack, but still, it's still not enough for him to stay up in these lobbies from what we've seen today. But Lipo has to have a good game. He has to have a massive game. He played Senda already twice for today. Hasn't found any successes on. Not really. He's had a donut throughout the first 4 games of the day. So it's a game 5. I mean, he has a hard task to see him there. Knowing he has to see if he can find some sorts of points. But it just makes it so hard, especially if you've been having a day like this. Your morale and your momentum it just gets shut down so low that you got to really come on top and find some sorts of value. I don't know how you would do it. It's just been rough there for Lipo.
It has been a very, very hard day for Lipo, unfortunately. You know, it's one of those games, it's one of those things where you really do just have to step away and figure out, you know, what am I doing wrong? What do I need to change going forwards? It is going to be a tall ask for Lipo to make that miracle comeback here. But here we are, having a look at the hero select order for this next game, for game number 5. Got Wufong and Chen in first and second, Spider and Frosty in third and fourth. I don't know why I'm reading them out. You can see them, they're on the screen. Are we going to see more Tarka, or are they going to finally give it up? That's the real question. Because I am not sold.
This is rough for Lipo. He's last.
Yeah, he gets bottom of the barrel pick.
Yeah.
It's actually over for him if he doesn't find a game here. Like, he needs a decent game.
Oh,
like, even an average game might not be enough. Because if Wufong also has a good enough game, like, he actually has to have a standout game to get into a position where game 6 might save the day for him. Here we are, Wufong opening with the ACOS. Actually, that's another thing to mention. Wufong being the biggest competitor to Lipo, being in first select and Lipo being in last select.
Yeah.
Brutal.
I think this is a lot safer pick there for Chen too. He was hovering over the Tarka. I feel like he doesn't have room to really troll as well. Like, he needs to have a good game 5 just to stay comfortably up there. He's dropped a lot as well, so him being able to snag up that Yodo is good for him. Zhonghwan Li for Spider in that 3rd round selection. The Tomok now being played out here for Frostivus.
Is that not Liam? Or is that John Honley?
Yeah, Lee, yeah. No.
Yeah, sorry. Wait, yeah, it is. You're right. They look so similar to me, those two. Genuinely, get them so muddled up. Oh, Mike, thinking about a few options. Zender seems to be the preferred option. That is what he's going to lock in here. Is his 5th select. Ruo, now. Going in for the Kai Lin. 2 more rounds to go. 2 more people to select for. Has Lipo cooked anything up here to save the day? Can't play the Zender.
What?
They're not in the game right now, right? Or is she?
She is, yeah. I've never seen
Tara.
her. I've never seen her in pro play, so I was hoping I would see her.
I forgot because I remember having a big talk with Moxie about it the other day. She was like, "Oh, we might see her," and then I immediately forgot about her because no one wants to play her.
Yeah.
I need to actually give her a go. I'm glad she's not getting played because I genuinely don't know what she does. I've been under a rock a little bit.
She has sustain and can turn back time, but
yeah,
you know, they gotta be careful with those. I know you're gonna remember this. They gotta be careful with the support characters because let's just remember this is a ping, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was also going on the list of my bingo. I complain about zipping.
Yep.
Oh my word.
That was the worst.
That era of like Hodorov 16 zippings. Oh god. That was the most boring Naraka. In a game that is genuinely really fun to watch and very explosive and high tempo. When everyone was just playing Zip and they'd just run around healing. And I remember there used to be like the one Takeda or something. And then just like one person would just be like, I'm picking Takeda. I'm playing for Final Circle. And if it was Taka as well, actually. Taka or Takeda. And if one of those did make it to Final Circle, they'd just hit the Zips in the zone and they'd win the game. But the Zips would see them before the Final Circle, and it'd just be one Taka or Takeda being chased around Hororoth by 16 Zips. What a weird time. What a bizarre meta we had there. Luckily, they have found a very elegant solution to everyone playing the same hero. Also, they gutted Zip. But more than anything, I like for everyone to play something unique. I think it's really fun. I can't wait for a day when there's enough heroes that trios can look like that. And you have all different comps.
I mean,
it's a long way away, but
yeah. And
when
Igor
that
really
happens,
changed.
we're gonna be eating so good when everyone has to play different heroes.
And the thing is, like, some of those characters carry on over to. They're so good they carry on over to the other comps. So it's like, man, probably like in another year. I'm not even sure when we're getting a new character, but. Overall, I think that was V1 on this Kylan and then V2 for Mike Zenda. So we have a little bit of differences here for this match opposed to our double V2s from game 4. But our last free will selection of characters match of the day, because game 6 will be that mirror match. And our spread is here for our drop zones. We have Chen, Mike, Spider, Ruro all landing near Volpine Essence drop zone. Frostivus and Wufong could be that third-party factor there into those players. And even on the top side, Lipo Embers could rotate. So it's a very north side heavy drop zone for our 5th game. It's gonna be a lot of aggression. I can already tell, especially with how our drops look. So very excited to see how our game 5 pans out. Lipo needs to try to dig deep to try to find some sorts of success here. But he has to go against Verse if he runs into him there early on. And you know, top 3 player, it's gonna be a hard fight, and let's see if he's able to stay on top here for game 5.
So to play for game number 5 getting underway. Last time these guys will get to play in non-mirror matchup. As we're gonna go straight over to Arcadia, because that's where basically the entire lobby is. Lipo, grey armor, grey flying knives, so not bad opening weapon, but obviously does want to get slight upgrades to the gear. As Verse actually going to get himself a golden trove, grab some goodies, golden katana, a blue katana, way ahead of myself there. As Lipo does take a hit there from Mike. Mike jumps into the pocket. Mike with the blue armor does have a slight advantage. Lipo getting juggled around, has been able to reposition with the F. But they've also got Verse coming in. Look for the focus attack. Didn't actually make a connection with that. And Mike has to armor swap here. Lipo, great job of turning that one around. Went for the slap to try and bait someone out. Does get another chunk out of Mike's armor. But he himself also getting a lot thrown into him. The blue fist weapon's doing a lot of work here. Mike looking to throw out the bird. Is going to make the connection. Lipo having to peel backwards, playing safe. Does have a bit of a safety net there. Lipo was denied the kill, as Verse was able to secure the kill onto Mike. But Lipo hasn't come down yet, is the big one. He is so low on HP. This could get very dicey for him. Lipo getting onto the rooftop and now just looking to break away from Verse. Trying to break line of sight, so maybe he can just get a pot off. A reset for Lipo could maybe give him the safety net he needs. But Verse gets the S-slam down and now is looking for the commit to kill. There it is. Beautifully played by Verse.
Yeah, so much aggression. Full tracking there for Verse. Doesn't let Lipo breathe at all. He saves the ult there. It's for the reset. See Frost winning out the scrap out against Wufong there. Chen against Spider this time around. Prior goes to Chen. Also the 1.0 off the grapple bump there. Looking for the second R&B focus, connects. Now the lead ultimate is invested here from Spider. The triple quadruple dagger hits into the reslam in the top there for the damage confirmation. Forces out the Yodel ultimate here for Chen. You see him completely looking at the lead, but the third party is going to be Verse, looking to see he can snag up more eliminations coming off of 2 off drop. But Chen, ult's about to run out now. Doesn't manage to find any sorts of value. Yes, he does. Gets the LB, crouch LB just in time. Now tries to scatter on through, but Verse is on the case.
Yeah, no ultimate available to Chen. Did get that Soul Bloom, though, so has been able to pick up, well, was able to recover the armor, but that has been quickly chipped away by Verse. Chen just trying to scale rush through the window, misses the door and the window, just hits the wall, face plant in. Now has Ruo wait on the other side. Scale rush out. Ruo almost makes the connection with his scale rush. Chen, full defense, full escape mode right now. Does get hit though by the Shiol. And Ruo misses his focus attack 2 times in a row onto Chen. Chen's able to break away. He's not down yet. And Ruo almost got the steal. Another connection comes through. Chen able to get himself the heal. I think, was that the Volpine Essence actually? Just proccing, saving his life. But he still has 3 people chasing on. And now they actually get a whole heap of damage out onto one. That's going to be Spider secure the kill. Verse now being the one who has the attention turned onto them.
That's just unfortunate. That's probably the worst case scenario there. If you have that Volpine, you kind of want to have it proc in the realm. Unfortunate for him, it procs, plus he gets eliminated. So he's going to be taking a trip back to the Soul Ultra. But Ruo still looking at Verse. The Shiol with no ult now. Ruo having that ult advantage there against the Shiol being Verse. Looking for the chase down. Spider in the area as well. Grapple and B is good. Forces out the Shiol F pretty early. Now back to scattering on through. Looking for the 1-2 minx is good. The 1-2-3 does not connect, but still staying with the aggression. Looks like Spider ran it back as well there on the lead. He's back in the mix. Has that purple armor back in play as well. Verse loses 2 blocks of that purple armor. Ruo is going to go ahead and take a quick reset in for himself, and they might be rotating on into another player on the top side of the rocks where the realm is posted up, but Verse gets caught up in the side of the terrain. Prior goes towards Verse. Scare rush on through for Ruo to stop the Prior on through, but Verse now trying to fight for his life. Gets hit off the Kylan left there on the downside of the terrain. The scare rush is good. The LB R&B jump LB for the finisher. Spider moves on through, messes up the ACCA there, and doesn't manage to get the uppercut confirmation. And Ruo now trying to scatter on through to the Yang. Spider gets the pass instantly. So Ruo's going to lay off the pressure for now. He's going to pick up the resources. Verse going to be looking for a place to resurrect with 2 on the board. A lot of aggression here into game 5 with multiple players already with 1 elimination on the board.
Yeah, that's really, really impressive stuff. Now, Lipo, that might be one of the best places to have a zone spawn, a Romayang gate spawn, on top of the floating pile.
Yeah.
So a lot of goodies for that one. That was beautiful. And Lipo, 0 kills, but is alive. And they have a pretty good gear. So there is a world, there is a hope. Is that Ruo? Spider, I think, yeah, Spider's not. He's okay. He's just going to let Ruo go through. Lipo. This is the one to watch, though. It's going to be Ruo versus Frostivus. Actually, also a very exciting matchup. Frosty, see eyes right now on the guy who made a massive recovery after that last game. After, honestly, a pretty tragically bad day here so far. But beautiful recovery to get MVP in game number 4. So he catches onto Ruo here. Both of them looking for each other. No one actually letting go. They're both just charging up, walking away. Playing around the pillars, playing around evasion versus one another. Frostivus loses half of his armor. Ruo is going to now commit the ultimate there. Looks to try and get some damage down, but that's going to be a quick F away to safety by Frostivus. Does have that Sandstorm to throw down as a nice little answer, actually, for Ruo. Has the Wisps as well. Looks to throw a Wisp out. It's just going to be constantly resetting through, getting Wisp refreshes off onto him, passing through those walls. Doesn't make a single connection with the Wisp, though. Has eaten a fair chunk of damage actually out here from Ruo. Still got that Wisp ready to throw down. Waiting for a window to really get that throw down. Doesn't make the connection. Does get one last refresh of the F though. Has lost a lot of that armor. Ruo completely holding control here, but there's going to be the grapple to get the pick up. Frosty gets the damage out of Ruo. Ruo, fantastic job to keep this going. There's the parry from Frosty. And there's the kill. Beautifully played.
Beautiful there from Frostivus. Delay wake up into the R&B swap there for the Hung Sword. That was just nice there off the halberds as well. So Chen, on the other hand, out of Yang. No, didn't enter, but he has to fade Verse. Verse already, I mean, he's like 5 HP. Chen trying to run it through, but investing this Yoda ultimate, gets stuck in the side there. Verse can just wait this out as much as possible. The tap dodge through is good there to avoid it. Tries to catch him off the shield throw. He tap dodge rolls it, but not enough there. And Chen's gonna fall in game 5. Verse snagging up the resources there from Chen's body, plus the soul bloom. Spider loses his Realm of Yang against Mike, I believe, and then Wufong wins. So not sure who lost to who, but on the other hand, they're resurrecting right next to each other. That being Ruo. Ruo on the Kylan, Spider on the lead. So let's see how this fight pans out. The F invested very early here for Spider. Nice prio. Doesn't force out the Kylan F though. Nice patience there from Ruo to avoid investing that F. Now catches prio. It's gonna be beautiful here. Going for the 1.0s off of this. Now the Lee ultimate is gonna be called in here for the combo breaker. Now the pressure's through, but now Mike shows up to the party as well. Three-way scrap offs, cannon shots flying on through. Mike with perfect third-party rotation. Spider not being the one getting looked at. It's Ruo on here on this Kylan ultimate, which is about to run on through now, and looks like Spider might be getting a little bit of that aggression through, but Mike is in the best spot here to try to pick up these eliminations.
Yeah, looks like Mike's complete control of this one. Haven't really seen much from the Zenders today. Lipo been playing that a lot and is able to grab it. Did he get the Soul Bloom? Yes, he did. So big denial there from Lipo. Lipo now getting a couple of shots thrown in onto him. One more charge of the F available here to Mike. Still got a bit of time left on that ultimate as well. There we go. Goes for the final recast. It's a little bit of chip damage out from Lipo. Lipo's going for a reset, but Mike does not want to let him do so. Golden Hun Sword is just going to absolutely shred through Lipo's health bar. Just get a little bop back. Spider's just chilling in the background, just playing spectator. He's happy not getting involved until they chip each other low enough. And now Spider with the cannons coming forwards. Lipo has 2 of them on him. Is going to commit the ultimate, throws the ball down, misses on to Mike, but finds the parry. Lipo steals away the Golden Hun Sword, throws out the ball, and now all of a sudden, it's Mike who's in danger. Mike goes down, Lipo gets a refresh, but it's just going to be another kill for Spider. Gets the focus attack off of the Whip Sword, takes down Lipo, and gets the Hung Sword as his reward. 5 players remaining.
That's just unfortunate there. He ends up snagging up an elimination, but quickly gets caught off the Prider there against Spider and just gets shut down with no armor. I mean, loses a lot of HP there in that altercation there against Mike, and so unfortunate for him. Still in 9th with 15 going into game 6. Wufong still in the game. You see him getting aggressive against Frostivus. Both players with Vermilion's Birds Might. 1.0 off the Fist Blades is good. Just triple jump LMBs there onto Frostivus. He's gonna go ahead and proc the Vermilion's Birds Might. That's 2 now for Wufong. Continuing with his lead there against Lipo. And this is with the Realm of Yang. This is a massive one too. Both of these players. Wufong ends up being victorious here. Going for the 1-2. Sends it. Massive pair there from Wufong. Jump LMB for the extra damage. Now F called in. Sends the 1.0. Aqua's ultimate called in. Lipo's gonna respond as well with the Lani ultimate. Looking for the perfect opportunity to throw down the ult. But now C to V2 on through there from Wufong to avoid that first ball throw. TP there from Lipo. A little bit of siphon back off of that, but not enough. You see him still looking for the ball throw. Doesn't manage to connect. The goalie stance misses. No connects. Catches the rebounds. The cannon shots times 1. 1, 2, 3. Catch LMB. Good damage, but Scare rushes on through. The R&B is good. Lipo eats up all that damage. The F does get weaved. No, it does not. The stun connects, and the 1.0 finisher from Wufong there for the elimination. Beautifully done. Now, a little bit of altercation there for the Yang Portal versus Mike Spider. Top 3 of the lobby of the MSC qualifiers, I should say, instead. But look at Verse, just gets completely shut down there from Mike and Spider. Cannon shots fly on through, and now it's going to be Mike and Spider going at it. Have a little bit of downtime, but...
Oh, should have unmuted. My bad. That also goes on the bingo. I forget to unmute. But yeah, Mike, he thought about getting inside the Romayang. He's waiting it out for a little bit. Spider, not so. Obviously, golden hung sword stolen away from earlier. Looks to play contest.
Oh.
And he's in. There we go. Who is Spider going to have in his Romayang? Oh, it's going to be Mike. So Mike Spider Romayang. It's the El Clasico, this one. Mike on the Zender. And Junhan Lee for Spider. 2 of the newer heroes coming into this year. Obviously, we've now had Tara added, but she's not getting played. Now, Spider with the golden hung sword he stole from Mike earlier. Getting used here against him. Goes for the catch. Doesn't quite catch with the bird, unfortunately, but there's the uppercut onto against the wall. Mike can't play the game. What? He just evaporated.
Ooh. That was beautiful there from Spider, man. 1 prio is all he needs. With a full extension off that ult there, and that gold hung sword hurts as you see it there with the damage that he was able to inflict onto Mike. But now Frostivus against Wufong. It's gonna be a reset off the whiz. There it is. Cancels it, doesn't go for the focus, goes for the R&B 2-pick once again. It's gonna be able to get the 1.0 confirmation off of this. Plus the follow-up. There it is. Misses, comes to a green focus just in time. But Wufong loses a lot of HP. You see the Jumpalin Beast here for Frostivus. And he can just continue spamming this as well with just how much health he has in the advantage. He doesn't even get the stun off the F, but overall, good fight there from Frostivus. Ends up winning his Yang, and now Mike and Spider going at it once again outside of Yang this time around.
They're settling the beef outside this time. Spider has got golden weapons back, catches onto Mike. Mike has done a blue armor swap, actually. Is going to try and swap back into his purple. Has been able to do so, but he has Spider, on his tail. Landing grapple after grapple. Mike going to get a pot off at least one here. But Wufong and Frostivus have also joined into the fray. So everyone is in the same area looking for the kills. Wufong takes a massive hit there from Spider being juggled around. Wufong in ultimate now. Gonna have to go for the pot. Heal back up. Frosty's just shopping, by the way. The whole time this is going on, he's just sitting. He's sitting at the shop, just grabbing some goodies. Ultimate actually cancelled early there from Wufong. Wants to try and get some rage back. Didn't see the point in carrying on because everyone had spread away a bit too far. Mike and Wufong, though, 2 going toe-to-toe, catching onto each other. The cannon shots are coming through, and they are just absolutely decimating the health bar of Mike. Mike very low, trying to jump back onto the high ground, but he is getting chipped out. Wisp goes forwards. Did go a little bit wide there, though, as Mike taking a whole heap of damage. Just trying to get some extra bits of damage off, and there it goes. Frosty's able to get the kill. As now... I didn't see who got the cleanse. I don't know if Spider did get the cleanse. Yes, he did. Oh, no, it's just the 2 versus 2. He did get the cleanse, but it's the 2 versus 2 to end it. Frosty, MVP last game. Can he do it again this time? He's got 5 kills under his belt already as it is. Fantastic performance from the man. They are on the buttery rocks, which makes his life a little bit harder. Wants to control with his own sandstorm if possible, but eats a parry. Is able to pick his weapon back up. Does have that sandstorm to throw out. F to reposition. Looks to try and catch the wisp out onto him, but no, Frosty is juggled, and that is going to be a beautiful victory there for Spider.
Wow. What a game 5. Spider now with the MVP into our last free will character selection game of the day, being game 5. Now to game 6, going to be a mirror match, but still, Frostivus, massive game 5. Into that game 4, massive MVP. Game 5, second place with 5 eliminations. They have to be very close there for both Frost and Spider. Not sure how many eliminations Spider had into that. No, Frost is not an MVP. Not sure. We'll see in just a second.
Pretty sure it's Spider.
Spider, okay.
Pretty sure it's Spider.
Yeah, so overall, I mean, insane game here thus far. I mean, yeah, it's a good way to go into that last game if you're in that top 5 right now. I believe Frosted has jumped now to 2nd place. So overall, we pretty much know who we're seeing in our grand finals next weekend. Unfortunately for Lipolaris, is just not able to get anything going today. I think he picked up his first point of the day just this game 5. So, you know, Wufang was up there in that top 4. He gets taken out, but still he had around a 6-point lead opposed from Lipolaris. So yeah, I mean, we pretty much know who's in the top 8 unless Lipo has a massive game 6. But like I was mentioning, that game 6, just the momentum of game 6, lots of these players are just full W key, especially with the situation they're in now. Nobody's playing that very structured NARAKA that we're used to seeing. I mean, it's been rough to even see that throughout today's games. We only really saw it in game 2. So into game 3, just aggression tempo just completely changed, and even this game alone. So overall, you know, insane game 5. Now it's a game 6 back to Moore's Isle. Yeah, I mean, it's been a good showcase, and we saw a full Zhuang lead combo there from Spider onto Mike, which is insane to watch there. Just the damage he was able to put out there, plus that gold Hong sword. But another answer for Treasure.
What hero was MVP for game number 5? Was it Zhonghun Li? Was it Tamoch? Was it Akos? Or was it Takeda? Let us know, A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Check those box, because that's where you'll be getting your goodies and when you're notified. And goodies there. My brain is shutting down apparently. But yeah, one more game to go. I'm curious what the mirror matchup is going to be actually, because even if we were doing the old rule set of like whoever gets picked first, I don't think it's been that clear cut so far. I think it's been very mixed up. But there we are. Spider walks away with 6.5 points there, getting MVP for that game number 5. Frosty walks away with 6. Mike with 3.6. But Lipo 1 point, Ruo 1 point, Chen 1 point. Unfortunately for Lipo, I don't think it's going to be enough. This game 6 has to be stellar, and then maybe he can beat out Wufang.
He needs to have like a Frost game or a Mike game or Spider game, you know, like one of those insane games, and then he has to shut down Wufang. Like, it's possible, but I mean, we're not seeing any life for him, right? Throughout all day, all the matches today, he just...
It's like 7 kill game. 7 kill in first place game.
Minimum.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a lot of work. It's going to be some serious work for the guy. Because that's also... 7 kills is relying on Wufang also getting a donut.
A donut.
Like, the stars have to align pretty nice here. I think Zhang Yuan at this point is probably not sweating too much. Wufang could be able to beat out Zhang Yuan on this next game. And then Lipo would need... Yeah, 7 or 8 points. So there is a world where Zhang Yuan actually could get knocked into the lower bracket, but like the odds of that happening are very, very low. Lipo is going to have to really, really make a miracle happen. But for everyone else in this side of the table, they're comfortable. They're sitting very pretty right now, not under any real stress or threat. So going to be very happy with themselves and heading towards those finals. Right now, it's a matter of pride for the likes of Mike and everyone else, just to get himself as higher up as possible. Mike obviously being the player to watch. The story has been, but this is maybe the final year for Mike. So he just wants to get those points on the board. Well, there's been talks about him stepping down this year.
What?
Well, last year, he was toying with stepping down last year, right? And he wasn't sure if he was coming back. And then he did decide to come back and kind of have a big year. So there's a world where, you know, this is the final year for Mike, but there's a world where he doesn't do well enough this year. And I feel like he hangs around for another year to try and get like a big title year. Because he didn't win Worlds last year. He didn't really get many domestic titles. He lost MSC to Spider in that very dramatic final game.
Yeah.
So there's a world where we see, another year from Mike. But, you know, an MSC title, a Worlds title from Mike is kind of what he's looking for. He's looking for a bang.
Wow. The era of NARAKA, right? Somebody like Mike retiring, like that's insane to see. But this was the disgusting Spider full TOD there onto Mike. And I think that works like the Temi Whisk. It doesn't proc the green focus, is what it seems like. So that's very interesting to see that as well. This was the last and final moments of game 5, where Frost takes out Mike. Overall, though, this is our last fight, Spider against Frostavis. Frostavis was trying to fish the parry here. You see him double jump right here, waiting to see if he would parry bait him, but Spider spaces on through, plays on the side of terrain. He LB RBs in the corner, goes and opens up with a massive parry. He completely swapped so fast there. He still had his pistol in hand. He mid dodges on through, gets the parry, and this is where the fight completely shifts on through. Raw uppercut there off the F into the 1.0 there for the finisher, and fashion there for OUG Spider, and he ends up MVPing our 5th game of today's matches in a nice way possible.
Yeah, very, very big game there for him. Huge bit cut for Spider. Hasn't actually had an MVP today as well, so with Mike getting one, it's only a matter of time. And our 2nd MVP on the John Hunley so far at this tournament. Really, really solid performance. So the Mortal Defiance in the pocket there. 17,000 damage. Actually, the fact he had a Mortal Defiance sitting in his pocket,
yeah,
he was not losing that 1v1 at the end. That was never getting anywhere near being close. A huge game from him, and now pushing it through to our final game. I'm going to be very interested to see what the mirror matchup is, because I think we're in for a doozy. I think we're going to have a very fun game. I wonder if it's just ACOS again. I don't feel like ACOSs have done well enough, though. Who could it be?
That's, yeah. I didn't even know that was what we were working with now, so.
Yeah.
Maybe like Kylan? Or even the Shayols? Like the Shayols.
Have we had many Kylan MVPs today, though?
I think 1.
Yeah, I don't know if it's enough. Because it's accumulative. So if someone's got 2 MVPs, they take it, basically. I think Shayol might be a solid guess. We have had a Shayol MVP today. I can't think. Anyway, we're going to throw it a break and we'll find out when we get back. See you in a moment for the final game of the day.
什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？天铠甲，出体！回老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Mid-Season Challenge. My name is Creators. I'm here with HitBrain. We just saw 5 games being played out for our last day of solos, right, HitBrain? We had pretty much our staple 8 now. Light Polaris being in that 9 slot has to have a stellar game with a minimum of 7 eliminations and has to hope that Wufong gets a donut for game 6. So it's a very hard task there for Light Polaris. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's a big task there for him to stay in there. But you know, it's a beautiful showcasing thus far here for our day 3, right? We all started off hot with a massive games there for games 2 and 3, and now we're seeing Frostivus now in our inside or towards our end of our today's match is starting to heat up as well with some good pop-up games. And then Mike and Spider have been fighting in that top side as well right after their troll game there in game 2 to have a good set of eliminations as well. So you know, it's been a lot of action, it's been a lot of kills, a lot of good showcases from all our players. It's just a little taste of what we're gonna get for our next week finals to see, you know, who's gonna be able to be crowned victorious here for our 2026 mid-season challenge. But overall, I have no complaints. I love that we're getting versatility. We got some players testing out different characters. I think today's been the most we've seen Tarka. Oh, there it is. You were asking who we're getting as our it's gonna be Akos.
It is the Arcos. I mean, Akos has had some pretty good games today, to be fair. I didn't think they would have been this good, though. But here we are. Going to be our mirror matchup. That's almost like that is a mirror matchup that a lot of the players are very used to playing at this point.
Yes, yes.
All of the first season, this was the end of the day mirror matchup. So some of these guys are very, very accustomed to. I can't believe how many Tarkas we had today. What was going on?
It's been very interesting, but I'm looking at that average damage for the Akos. 13,000 damage in an 8-player format with full pros. It's just insane.
And this is nerfed, by the way.
Yeah.
This is like they've nerfed the damage on his ult quite significantly, and he's still absolutely dominating lobbies. I mean, character's good. He's really good. I like him as a solos guy, to be fair. Like, I like what he does in trios as well. Like the KJ Cos in trios is very good. He's just a very cool character, to be honest. You know me. When I think something's boring, I don't hide that. Avid monk hater, avid zip hater. But you know, Akos genuinely, even when it's broken, like it's same with Takeda as well. Like Takeda and Akos, when they're both broken, I kind of don't care because the games are genuinely more fun. Like they're such fun characters to watch that like doesn't matter, but they might be a little bit broken. They're interesting to watch. So mirror matchup to end of the day is going to be that Akos. You're happy if you're Mike, like you were saying at the beginning of the day. The guy's got an Akos customization for his face.
Yeah.
So, and then what you do, I remember when it first came out, there was like a period where everyone trolled Mike by running it. Like all the players were running the Mike face. Except
I remember that.
Yeah. That's what you do today. You get in his head. You all run the Mike face.
It's like you're just sitting here ready for your game, and you're fighting yourself in the game. It's just a total checkout. You're like, really?
That's like proper fighting your demons. That is. It's just your demons are you, but on Akos.
Oh man!
And he has like the rubber chicken nunchucks.
Oh yes, he did.
I never understood that. Is there like some inside thing I don't know? Like why did he get rubber chicken nunchucks, and rubber chicken crossbow?
Well, no. I'm sorry. It wasn't the nunchucks. He got the fan, the B fan. It's what he got.
Oh, he did. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No, the nunchucks were the April Fools. I'm so glad no one uses that skin anymore.
I hated that so much.
So loud.
Yes,
Watching pro games, and all you can hear was every time they hit each other. It's like, God, that was a terrible rubber chicken. I'm not going to attempt another. Oh, I will. I'm going to go practice. Next time we cast together, mate, ask me to do it. I'll go practice.
Okay. Like, how does your rubber chicken nunchuck sound? All right, let's see. So Akos for game 6, right?
Something like that. That was better, but instead that was like a demonic one.
I know it was so loud because it cut off halfway through.
I've got a compressor on as well. It's still cutting off with a compressor.
Oh man.
Oh, that's so funny. Why did he get B1? Why like what was it with bees? Is he a big fan of bees? Or is that they just decided it's like your animal's a bee, Mike? You're living with it.
Well, I think because they say he looks like a bee, like he got stung by a bee. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So I don't want to talk about it too much on there, but yeah, I think it's a CN joke they have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn. That's kind of some disrespect, that is, to be honest.
Yeah. I think he also had a plushie. I forgot what the animal was, but it was like the animal got stung by a bee in his cheek. So
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. God damn. That's actually wild work, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the GOAT's always gonna have something going on with him, right? Like,
I mean, you can't have him be infallible. I mean, I come from a different game where, like, our GOAT is the GOAT. Like, literally everyone, like, there is just no bad word about the guy. To be fair. Like, no one takes the mick. But the guy's got, like, 80 skins at this point. Here we are on the A-Course matchup. Anyone running anything different? Probably not. No. I remember there was that period. Do you remember that period where like one person would run Cage A-Course in the mirror matchup, and it was like
Kai Bao?
Yeah. What are you doing, buddy?
Or Edward?
It might have been Edward, actually.
Yeah.
That sounds like an Edward thing to do. Just like, you know what? I'm just gonna run Cage.
Yeah, I remember he just gets shut down and then he's angry. He's a very emotional player too. So if you guys ever see Edward playing and he has a player cam on, he's very emotional. So you can't really be mad at anybody but yourself if you're running a troll ult like that in solo. So yeah. Overall standings: Lipo with 15, Wufang with 22. Like we were saying, I mean, it has to be a very pop-off game there for Lipo and a very bad game there for Wufang, which he has had tonight. So, like I said, it's not impossible, but we haven't seen any source of light from Lipo throughout any of today's matches. So, you know, it just has to be something out of, you know, left field if it does happen there for Lipo, I would say.
Yeah, it's a big ask here for game number 6 for Lipo. Not completely impossible. Very, very unlikely. Lipo is the one to watch. Everyone else has done a fantastic job today to make them sure, but they're in a relatively comfortable position. Honestly, Ryo, fantastic game from him today. The tail end of the day hasn't been quite as hot, but he has done the legwork. He has done a serious amount of legwork to get himself into a comfortable position. And it's Zhang Yuan who is the only person under any like major threat. Like Wufang could goose egg and Lipo could threaten them, but as long as Wufang doesn't just grief the game, like placement points enough should be able to get him past Zhang Yuan on the standings overall.
And we saw it there for his second day. I mean, he was trolling a lot. I'm not gonna lie. He had a good set of troll games for his second day. I mean, I don't think he expected to drop this low. He is our spring winner too, right? But it's also something to know that, you know, our spring winner for 2026 is 7th and our Jacob winner is 8th. So, you know, it just shows a lot there how strong the league is. But starting off game 6 with our first fight is gonna be Spider against Rose. Gonna go ahead and invest the F. Fastball is through, but doesn't manage to catch the prio. Now Rue is gonna respond with the F of his own. Chen and Mike starts to move on through there for the 4th party. Spider not getting picked out of the bunch. The snipe through there from the F there from Mike. Not good enough there for Rue, but he's gonna stay in the pocket. He's gonna eat up the R&B. It's gonna fall. Lipo wins his fight against Frostive as well, picking up the first elimination of game 6. Spider's still gonna act against Mike. The aggressions now is gonna completely unfold here for game 6.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely change tempo a little bit here. Mike, obviously that first kill, now hunting onto Spider for number 2. There's Mike. Goes to the raw, doesn't make the connection onto Spider. Spider is going to take a lot of Mike's health bar. Actually, I don't know if that was Mike or Chen doing the work there onto him. But Mike dodging away on the raw. Grey armor swap comes out. Raw hits the both of them. Mike commits ultimate at this point. It's time. It's go time. Misses the ult. So does Chen. Chen's trying to break away. There's another charge coming in. Mike catches him with the uppercut. Looks for a bit of damage. There was a raw that just went off the edge of the screen there. Mike misses both charges of the ultimate. Chen misses both charges of the ultimate, and they're both incredibly low. Mike has been able to blue armor swap. Chen, very low at this point, is going to be the target. They're looking to turn it back onto Mike. Is down he goes. Spider secures the kill. Chen will be his next lineup as well. Hits the F. No, he doesn't. Dodges the F. But Spider should be able to finish this one up. Has the charges of the Tiger. There it is. Beautifully played.
You ult last, you lose. Or you ult first, you lose. Save that ult. Third party just makes it so difficult. Yeah. It's just rough there versus WoW. Senze gets spared, and Wufang's going to snag up his first one in game 6. Like Polaris, this is a big fight here between both of these players. The proc comes in off the nunchucks. The R&B spam there from Wufang. He overholds the LMB focus. Lipo had the armor advantage. He sends it, and Wufang there with a massive parry. Forces out the Aqua's ultimate. Trying to weave. Now it's going to go ahead and respond with an ult of his own. Going in straight with a scare rush. Into the V2 beautifully there from Wufang. Lipo now tries to get caught up off the F, but Wufang still applying pressure. You see him in the back end. Can go ahead and overhold. Might be a little bit of reset. Verse runs it back. He is in the back and can potentially third party this. Blue armor swap here for Lipo. Prio, but goes for the uppercut for the drop down. Doesn't get the confirmation. Nice gets the F in the back, and now Verse moves on through. The F now looking for the snipe down onto Wufong. The Scare Rush connects there onto Lipo. The 1.0 from both sides, but it goes the damage towards Wufong. In the bottom side, Verse snags the elimination onto Wufong. Lipo breathes for just a moment, but he doesn't have a lot of time. He needs to try to snag up these eliminations. You see him picking up his purple armor to potentially move on through there against Verse.
Okay, well, that keeps him in. If Wufong had won that fight, Wufong was clear. He was in the safety net, and then it's only Zhang Yuan who can be overtaken, who's not playing today. It would have moved the benchmark to a solid 23.5 points. It was not enough, though. Lipo able to survive. Wufong goes down and loses his revive. He's still in the game. He just needs one more kill, and he's 100% safe. Lipo, though, has some serious work to do, and a lot of the aggression is about to die off. So Lipo is going to have to move over towards Roma Yang if he wants any hope of staying in the game, in the lobby. And honestly, one kill on spawn is not great for him. We've seen quite a few kills already come through. He just dropped on too casual of an area, not enough of a hot drop. But I'm glad to see that Lipo is taking the initiative and jumping in to a Roma Yang. Wants to make sure that he can turn it into a kill. Ryo also on your screen. This guy's done some terrific work today. Started in 9th place and has been able to jump all the way up to 6th. At one point, genuinely, top 3 was on the cards for him. It kind of lost a bit of tempo, so it wasn't enough, but very, very impressive stuff from Lipo regardless. He should be incredibly proud of how he's played today, because he genuinely deserves to be in the finals.
Waiting through for that Yang. You see Lipo wants to wait as long as possible. Love to see Wufong, Lipo, Yang, but it looks like Wufong's going to be playing out that spirit well to stop Chen from capturing this. So some aggression outside of the Yang. Seeing both of these players. Chen's going to be forced to back on up with that common armor. So
Spider Lipo.
Yeah. And this is rough, right? You're going against arguably one of the best Akos who's ever touched the game, and you need to win this out. And it's going to be a hard task here for Lipo.
Arguably, if he wants to qualify, he's going to have to kill Spider at some point today.
True.
So this is like, if he can't do it here, then he can't do it at all. Does eat the F off the bat, goes for the raw, catches it onto Spider. Went to see if he could find the uppercut. Spider very quick on the ultimate there. Lipo will answer in kind of his own ultimate. Now, who's going to land their Tigers? That's the real question. Spider looking to line it up. Lipo, no armor to speak of, does make a light connection. Connects onto Spider there, beautifully aimed. Jumps back for the pistol shot as well, just get a little bit of extra chip in. Gonna jump forwards, dodges away on the Tiger. Has got one more charge available, doesn't make that connection, unfortunately, there for Lipo. Spider does miss his as well, so they're both in the free. No ultimates up and available. Spider, though, has been able to strip away a lot more health of Lipo's. Lipo trying to get a pot off, wasn't able to get it, so no healing for him available. He's low. He's going to have to look for a raw. He's going to have to look for a miracle comeback. Goes for the uppercut, catches him with a grapple. Once again, opens back up. Spider is very low now off this point. Lipo not in a safety net yet. Can't get the pot off. Looks for the scale rusher, a reposition off. Has got that F coming up in 10 seconds. Dodges away on Spider. His health bar's low. Spider takes him down. Lipo's life has just got tremendously harder.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for Lipo. Just eats up so much damage there and loses the old Ditto. Unfortunate for him, but for Ruo and Verse going at it, Ruo needs to try to cleanse out. That's double musket shots there from Verse onto Ruo. Chunks off a lot of that white HP, responds with a V2 of his own. What's going to be the mix-up here for Ruo? Tries to go for the musket shot, but doesn't connect. Now try to run for the hills. The third party moving on in is Lipo. If Lipo's going to do it, he needs to do it as fast as possible now that the chase down is going towards Ruo's way, especially in this Ballista Tower. It could drag out for quite some time. The F is being thrown out. Ruo catches Prowl off of this alone to the 1.0, gets the damage against Verse. The elimination does connect that for Ruo. Ruo is to be snagging up that kill. Potential Lipo now rotating on in, and there it is with 2 minutes and 40 to try to cleanse on out. Ruo got that soul bloom, so he's back to 50% on that ult. Lipolaris has the ult advantage, but he needs to try to catch up to Ruo here in this Ballista Tower.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard ask here for him. Looks for the raw, doesn't make the connection, unfortunately. Jumps down onto Ruo, is able to strip away a fair chunk of the armor, but it's the worst place to be locked into a chase when you've got a timer on you. Morozov has so many locations like this where you can just evade and avoid the enemy. Movement is such a key thing from this map. And Ruo quite happily just evading away. Lipo may have to just move on and wait for somewhere else. Mike has been caught here by Frostivus, though. Frosty taking a lot of Mike's health bar, actually. Has still got the ultimate. It's just going to force Mike to go incredibly low here. As Frosty looks for it, catches the Tiger. No, misses the Tiger. Once again, Mike is low. Who's going to get the kill? That's the question. One more charge coming up in a second. Frosty's able to get it as Wufong is the target now, but Frosty gets hit by Wufong. Wufong has already cleared himself. He's safe. He's guaranteed a spot in the finals, but he's just going for glory at this point. The world champ, once again, proving why he is good in internationals. Finally getting some decent points on the board, and he's looking to climb up. Meanwhile, Lipo has caught Royo's actually caught Lipo. Who's going to turn this one around? There's going to be the ultimate committed by Lipo. They're still on the tower. This is brutal for Lipo. He's got 1 minute 40 left. Right? Could just be the target. The Tiger misses. No more charges left available. We'll have that roar up unavailable, though, if he can make the connection. Royo went for the uppercut. He missed! And he's out of the lobby.
The terrain there griefed up, so he was not able to catch the prio. Lipo jumps to 2, gets the cleanse as well. Mike against Spider. Mike being able to snag the elimination onto Spider. Spider's out of game 6. Comfortably up there with 42.5. I mean, it's just rough here for Lipolaris. I mean, he had to hope that Wufong was not having the type of game that he's having now, because into second Yang, we only have 4 players alive.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, is it mathematically impossible? So if he wins Roma Yang, he goes to 4 points, which puts him on 18. Then he has to kill the other 3 players, which is 19, 20, 21, plus kill placement points, 20. He actually has to win Roma Yang and then kill every player in the lobby. That is the only way in which it's mathematically possible at this point. The round has just moved too quick for Lipo, unfortunately. And honestly, he got griefed because of that pillar. Not because of the pillar, but because of the ballista tower. He spent too long trying to get that kill. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
That was disgusting.
This is an incredibly tall ask for Lipo.
Mike won that with common armor, by the way.
Oh my word. He's just built diff. I mean, he has the face for a reason.
Oh man. And these 2 players, yeah, there it is. These are the 2 players that we're looking at, and they're both playing Spirit well. But Mike against Frostivus here in our second Yang. Only 1 Yang here for our second round here for game 6. Mike goes for the leap. Nice prior here for Frostivus without even investing the ultimate. There's be a lot of damage there onto Mike. Now the green focus comes into play, and the shutdown there from Frostivus catches the green focus grapple buff. Now Mike, Mortal Defiance prog. Frostivus invests the ultimate here from the Akos, trying to respawn. Mike now has a little bit of health back off of that Mortal Defiance. Recatches Prowl. What's gonna be the mix-up? F2's on through. He catches it, recatches Prowl, and that's gonna be enough damage here for Mike to win out the fight against Frostivus. And what a close fight here. But Wufong and Lipo are taking the second Yang.
That was illegal, that Mortal Defiance turnaround. Lipo, remember, he has to win this. If he loses this Roma Yang, the maths are off. He can't make it. He can't qualify. And in a parry from Wufong, from the world champ, is not going to be a good way to open it up. Lipo, though, committing the ultimate. Wufong also answering in kind. Both looking for those tigers. But Wufong catches onto Lipo with his. And Lipo is incredibly low. This could just be the end of the road. The tiger goes wide. Lipo looking for that opening. Misses out on the next one as well. He has to find a miracle. He has to find the turnaround as the Tiger stance comes forwards, looking for the roar. Doesn't make the connection there into Wufong, and the cannon shuts down his dreams of making finals. Wufong finally finds some life.
Wow. And that was so well played there from Wufong, man. He forces out that ultimate very early, stays on top there with those V2s, and then just finishes up with the cannon shot there to confirm the elimination onto Lipo. And now I think it's literally impossible. We have our top 8 there for our finals next Saturday, as you see it here. It's just so hard to try to get more points on the board. He has to cleanse. I mean, I don't want to say it's impossible, because he can still do it, but We'll see it. We'll see it here after this fight against Mike. We do have both ults already invested from both players. The Hung Sword in hand here for Lipo, but gets cut off for Prio. And Mike now going for the 1.0. Calvary and Blooms will be able to get the V2 follow-up as well. That's big damage there from Mike into the musket or pistol shot. Beautifully done. Lipo loses a lot of HP, and this is an isolated fight. Gets recut off the Prio, and the follow-up 1-2 minks off the dual blades, cleans it up, and now our top 8 is stamped here for next Saturday here for our mid-season challenge.
Did you see that headset come off instantly from Lipo?
Yeah.
Emotions are high. Ripped that off. Absolutely fuming with the state of the game. Frosty with the debuff on. Still needs to find himself an elimination. But it's a fairly big zone because it's been a very quick game. This is why I love the ACOS matchups. Very quick. And looks like all three are converging on one another. Frosty going to open up by jumping in onto Mike on the pocket. Looks to try and see if he can find some damage. Commits ultimate here as well. Mike, I don't think has ult because he just used it. Yeah, he doesn't. So Frosty can continue to chase forwards, but getting stuck on the buildings. And we're in such bad positions for like chases. Has to use the Tiger to just reposition. And Frosty cancelling it out. He's on the run at this point. No ultimate available. Mike knows that he's going to have the advantage at this point. And Frosty just getting to safety and going to play defensive, I think. Water will kill. Come on.
Oh.
Come on. Water will kill. It's so doable.
Oh.
It's one of the bucket list things I've been waiting for is a water wheel kill. I've had spike trap kills on. Well, I've had lots of trap kills over the years.
Yeah.
But I've never seen the water wheel kill. I've never seen the water wheel final circle. That's what I want. We once had it where the final circle could have had the water wheel take out the whole lobby, and for some reason, no one wanted to hit it. It was heartbreaking.
Yeah, because it literally one-shots. Just one day we'll get it, but for Frostivus, he is going to fall. Now it's going to be Mike against Wufong. Prior for Mike off Rit. The 1-2 off the Flying Eyes. Gets the 1-2-3 in the corner. Into the Aero R&B as well. Launches up a lot of damage there. Weaves the F as well after quick casting his F. Overall, though, no ults have been invested on both sides. 1.0 is good there for Wufong, trying to even out the fight. Now the 1.0 gets sent out, but nice spacing there from Wufong. Into the recatch quickly there. And Wufong being able to catch the Prio there, not falling for Mike's gimmicks, being able to close out game number 6 the way he anticipated.
I think it's still Mike, though. He had 7 kills that game. There we are.
Oh, yeah.
Mike takes MVP. It was nice to see some life from Wufong, to be honest.
For
like,
sure.
The guy looked pretty lost all day. And that final game, he really came to life. Saw some great stuff coming out of Wufong, but still, Mike takes his second MVP of the day. Lipo on your screen. Headset ripped off. Very, very unhappy with his performance today. And unfortunately, you kind of got no one to blame but yourself. He started to come to life towards that tail end, but you know, the first 4 games, not it. Too many goose eggs. Not enough hope there for him. I think Ryo did exactly what Lipo would have loved to have done today. Beautiful, beautiful play from Ryo. Very consistent today. Tail end of the day, you know, not quite as high scoring, but he was still doing something every game. And he kept himself in a safety net. Really, really well played. But Mike, obviously, the guy we're looking at today, MVP for this game number 6.
What a way to close it. Your SR, Mike. But overall, that has concluded our solos for the midseason challenge. Top 8 has been finally stamped to see who will be playing next week to try to take the chip home here for the midseason challenge. It's a big one, right? This is didn't this start because it was called, I think it was called like Quake Cup, or that's what they had in the middle of the season for the CN side. It was just Koi Cup, and you know, last year we had the midseason challenge being introduced, which you know, it was back at EWC. But like I said, it was just a one-day thing. The format was a lot faster than what we got this year, which, you know, it's more traditional pro league style now, where, you know, we have that new format, 3 groups, 3 days, qualifying to the finals, which it's a lot better to watch. You get a lot more action to see how the competition is looking like. But overall, right, top 5, I would say it's what we've been seeing in the league, right? We have our Mike Spider-Verse. Yeah, I mean, everybody's up there that we expected to see. Frostovus had a great run as well here for his 2 days. He turned up at the perfect time. That game 4, having that massive game into game 5 as well, and then staying consistent all the way through to game 6 really showcased how strong of a player he is. And you know, in finals with that format where the threshold comes into play, it's really I would say I wouldn't call it RNG because it does come down to an MVP, but you know, anybody can take it in the top 5, and you know, I think this is a good representation of how strong all these players are. But Mike's to be able to close this out with a massive MVP, 8 game score here for game 6. It might be our highest of the day. I'm not sure if Frostovus matched that with his game 4, but we'll see. Yeah.
I can't remember. It's one of those things where, you know, it's kind of just going back. You hope next year we get a best of both worlds where we get to take the players out of China and kind of showcase to the rest of the world NARAKA, but you also get like a tournament duration like we got this time, like a 2-weeker. That's the dream, right? You want to be able to, you know, you don't want to have to smash through it, rush it all, but you do kind of want to get the players kind of experiencing, you know, the rest of the world as well. It's awesome to go travel for games and esports. Now I've spent a decade doing this now. I've got to go all over the world. It's amazing getting to see all those locations. So yeah, very, very excited for what's to come in the future. But for now, these are the players we expected to be making it to those finals. No real big upsets. It's a bit of a shame we didn't get like a wild card from another region. I know Frostovus is technically representing Southeast Asia, but like SS1 and Southeast Asia plays in NBPL, so you know, you hope in future we get some more representatives, we get a bit more, because the level in the NBPL has been rising and going up, so you kind of hope the other regions start to slowly match that. But unfortunately, they can't really do that until we get to a position where they have like actual leagues that exist for like in a somewhat similar form. Obviously, I don't think it would be possible to have an NBPL style studio and stuff in Europe and NA, but you know, having like a reasonable broadcast that runs, well, a tournament runs regularly enough for the players to be able to actually justify scrimming and practicing as much as the CM players do, be a really, really big thing. But Mike, proving why he's been the GOAT for a while, and for a while I mean forever. Really, really solid stuff, and getting the mirror matchup to be his character, best case scenario for the guy.
100%. I mean, that was a very exciting fight, man. That Mortar Defiance really turned the tides there for Mike onto Frostovus, and this was against Light Polaris. The Cobra Bloom into the V2 confirmation was just beautiful there for Mike. Gets a chip damage off the pistol shot. He just wins the leap there. He stops the F from being cast, ends up LMB R&B for the kill confirmation. Even though he gets eliminated here from Wu Fong, the damage had already been done there for him. So nice fight here. He had the advantage, but Wu Fong here sends the 1.0, evens out the health pool. This is gold fist blade, so the damage output is gonna be high. He catches a second one there. I think he mid dodges back into the LB catch there. Off of that army release there from Mike. It was just beautiful there with a perfect time mid dodge to get the prio plus the elimination. But at the end of the day, SR's Mike is gonna be the one MVP with a great game 6 to close out, showing that he is still one of the top players in the league. Once again, still fishing for that chip though. It's been a while there for Mike, but still, this will be a nice tournament to win if he's able to do so next week. And yeah, tomorrow's a trios, right? Day 3 of trios. Yep. Tomorrow's still full of action.
Yeah, still more to go. A bit more qualifying to go. That's over on the trio side. But here on solos, Mike taking his 5th MVP of the tournament.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. But I think the big thing about NARAKA and what's always made the esport very fun to watch is just how dramatically things can shift and change.
Yeah.
So while it's like, yeah, Mike's on track to take, you know, his first international title in a while, I wouldn't say this is like a guarantee just because he had a good day today. Like Spider still had a good day. You know, Frosty saw some life. You know, he's the one who's really after that first international because he's never had one. And he got very close. Was it last year or the year before? There was a year where he got very, very close and he just kind of lost out on it. You know, there's a lot of things up for grabs. There's a lot of people who are going to be playing for, obviously, Wu Fong, who kind of only came to life in the final game. But Wu Fong, a player who is the world champ right now, obviously wanting to hold their spot. So, you know, it's a very stacked finals for solos, and it's hard to call because it's really anyone's game. It always is.
Everybody's so strong now. But yeah, I mean, right before that game 6, right, we had our world champ at 8th, our spring season winner at 7, even though he wasn't playing today. But still, that alone can just tell you everything of how NARAKA, like what's the state of NARAKA in the pro scene right now, how high the skill ceiling is for everybody in the server. But like, yeah, like you mentioned right now, even though Mike had an insane 2 days for the qualifiers, it doesn't really solidify who's going to be taking this tournament home. But we are going to be going into a quick interview with one of the players, and then we come back and close out the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our post-game interview. I'm your host Jingjing, and our player is standing with us. So let's hello to our audience first. 提醒和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 S3 麦克。
欢迎 Mike 来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome Mike to our post-game interview. And first, congratulations for qualifying to the finals of our MSA. And I would like to know, compared to the spring split, what improvement have you gained? 那么首先恭喜进入到我们 MSA 的决赛。想请问一下，你觉得，比起春季赛而言的话，自己在哪些方面有了一些提升？
感觉自己现在解阳训练力比较好些了，比之前好多了。
So I think my ability in the relieving the yang depletion is better. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, answer for charges. And how many kills did Mike get in Game 6? 那么今天这道问题呢是麦克受了在第一局拿到了的击败。Okay, so let's go back to our games. How do you think about the priority choices of the hero in the current patch, and which hero do you think has the highest strength? 那么也想请问一下，对于目前这个比较新的一个版本，哪个英雄他是比较强势的？
看现在老虎跟妖刀其实都很强势吧？
那你觉得对于我们的 MSC 的决赛的话，你觉得还有加练哪个英雄？
我觉得可以加练一下特莫尔和蓝梦啊。
Okay, so for me, I think Yuto and Echo's Who is very strong. And for the finals, I need to practice more in Vanny and to match. Okay, so it's counting time. 已经有3、2、1，我们倒计时吧。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. So let's find out the correct answer. 也请公布一下我们的正确答案。
A.
Yes, the correct answer is B. Congratulations to our lucky ones. And last, the Team SR will also participate in the trios competition. Do you have confidence to win the 2 championship with them? And do you want to say anything to them? 那么明天的话，我们的 SR 的3排选手也即将出征，你有什么话想对他们说吗？
祝他们好好发挥，大出风采，然后加油拿冠军。
有没有信心和他们拿到单排、3排的2个冠军？
有的。
好的。Okay, so I would like to say to them that cheer for SR, and I hope to have the championship with them, both in the trios and the solo competition. 好的，那希望你可以在决赛有个更好的发挥，然后也谢谢你来到我们的采访。And thank you for joining today's interview. Hope Mike can have a better performance. MSA. That's all for the interview, and let's go back to our answers.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the caster desk. We're looking around out the day. Yeah, honestly, very, very fun day so far. You know, banger game to end on with the ACOS mirror matchup. Mike not understanding the right answers to the question, also very fun. But yeah, how are we feeling going out of this and then looking towards finals and looking towards, you know, also tomorrow we've got trios and qualification for trios?
I was gonna ask you that too, like how you felt about this format now. Just because for me personally, I just missed the 12-mans, you know? I think the 12-mans was just at the perfect spot of how the league was played out. I think right now, yeah, we do have the aggression, and it has evolved a lot more than when the format first got introduced into the Pro League in the start of the spring. But I think like just that chase game that we had heavily into the Pro League was just it was just a beauty to watch. It really gave it another element that you had to really be strong at. You know, obviously neutral and all the micro and macro was always a big thing in the game, but that, you know, the disengage potential in you had to be a lot more higher than what it is now, would say, just in the fact that, you know, you don't get third party as much. We still see it, but it wasn't like how it was before. I think right now it's not bad. I think it has gotten a lot better from what we're used to, especially I think it was me. I don't know if it was me and you or it was me in Severo casting, but we had one game that the flag got touched by somebody and then everybody full on into that player and then everybody died to the zone for one of our matches. So, yeah. So
I mean, honestly, for me, I actually think I prefer the current like lobby size. I know it's smaller. I actually like the eight team or 8 player lobby.
Okay.
I think it stops a lot more turtling because the odds of like the big third parties happening are lesser. So I think it leaves us in a position where actually we get genuinely really, really fun tempo games because no one enjoys it when you get to that phase after like Realm of Yang 2 where people just start hiding from the team's with depletion. I feel like that just doesn't happen because it's less risky to hide now.
Yeah.
You can engage with the game a little bit more. I do love the really big finals we used to have back when we were like 16 lobby, and it was like, you know, 16 teams or 16 players all in that final circle. But it kind of just came down to like who hit the roll at the right time where to get the win back in those periods. Where like the current period, I feel like it's so much more skill expressive the way you play the game. Like you have to be aware of third parties because they still happen. You have to be on the lookout for the opportunity to third party, but you also have to be very kind of just mechanically minded. Lots of kind of like micro plays and stuff, and kind of understanding rotations and gear opportunities. And it's just so many little things that I feel like the player size leads into like the game actually having a bit of like forethought and more, not just being mechanical expression, but also like general understanding of the meta and the game and how to play. So I like it for that reason. I'll always be a bit nostalgic for the old days and some of the like old lobby sizes, but I as much as I coined the Buccaneer phase term, I'm so glad we don't have Buccaneer phase anymore. Like teams just shooting muskets and cannons at each other. Like cannons get used still, but like in a way different, and in like a very different scenario. It's not just everyone avoiding each other. It's they're using cannons aggressively to try and snipe a kill from a third party perspective or build up rage as they're running into a fight. I'm a big fan of the way the meta currently is sitting. Going towards tomorrow, I don't really feel like there's much. This is the standings, by the way, guys. But we have had a look at this. We know who's making it. I think going into tomorrow, I need to have a look at the actual scoreboard. Hold on, I've got it on my computer here. Trios scoreboard. Okay, RW at the top. That actually is a surprise to me. So Hex are technically in a spot where they've qualified, but they've still got a couple of other teams to play up versus. So I would love to see Hex qualify. I think it would be cool to see them make it. I'm surprised to see OUG in 6th place and SR in 4th place. I feel like SR and OUG are the two teams who are like my big what-to-watch teams going into this tournament, and I said that on day one. So I think Trios has a lot of exciting stuff going on tomorrow, actually. There's some really cool storylines forming up there. I hate to say it, I'm not surprised to see Young Money at the bottom. I wasn't overly sold on them from their performance on day one. But I did see some life in Hex. Of all of our international regions, I feel like they were the guys who had the best shot of it. But these are our qualified players here for the mid-seasonal challenge for solos. And honestly, not particularly surprised. These are very much teams and players that I expected to be there.
Just another day in the Pro League. Yeah. We see our carried over points. So Mike's gonna have 4, Spider 3.5, Frost 3, 2.5 for Verge, Buffon with 2, Chen with 1.5, Ruo with 1, and then XY with 0.5. So it's not that much of a difference, right? That's one game difference for these players. And you know how Hipperin was mentioning, tomorrow's schedule, back with Trios for another day of full action. See how the MSC's qualifiers for Trios is gonna end up concluding. But same format there, the same nighttime maps throughout everything into our mirror match there for game 6. So it's just very exciting there for trios as well. And yeah, I mean, trios is a whole nother demon to try to overcome. It's a whole lot different than solos. So much aggression. I personally really love the 18 format for trios. I mean, ever since what we first saw, I think the pacing has been phenomenal for this 8-team structure. I think it's perfect for trios. And like I was saying, for solos, it has adjusted a lot better. Yeah, into that second Yang, only four players remain, so it really still continues that same momentum throughout the whole game until it concludes. So overall, you know, not bad. I like it. Just the only complaint I'll say I'll have is like that 8th slot. Like right now, I just feel like we need another character buff, or I don't know when we're gonna get another character to kind of fill in that Lonnie / what we seen Justina today slot being filled up, just to have a smoother attempt for our players, because the addition of Zenda was, you know, it was wonderful for solos. A lot of players, even trios, but for solos, a lot of players found a lot of value with that character. She's very oppressive. She just has a lot of utility, and you know, it worked out perfectly for her to be played out in solos. So you know, Tara got added. She's kind of been like a ghost. We've barely seen her. Have you seen her in trios? Is she played out in trios? No.
There was theory crafting for her. So I mean, I haven't seen her. I'll close my thing now. I haven't seen her. There's a world where maybe she's getting played and it's just not ready yet. I think people are just cooking at the moment. Maybe we see her, maybe we don't. Anyway, thank you so much for watching tonight, guys, or today, wherever you are. It's all over the world. We'll be back tomorrow for more trios action, and then next weekend is the grand finals here for the mid-seasonal challenges. So make sure that you stick around for all of that. See you later. Bye bye.
出手一招。